pro points and money, but like these are land matches that we're gonna see today. And though this is a big match for Space Station in particular, we really need to see these guys refocus themselves and show that they are that top dog. London, it felt like they took that little bit of a falter, but so far here we're seeing a really impressive display. And well, we're seeing a big step up from two players in particular. Legend and Stellar both hitting 5 kills apiece. These guys have been a phenomenal slaying duo. It almost feels like a super team was formed when they added Legend to this roster.
Yeah, and SSG's found their rhythm through pace, ferocious pace at that, as we see Stellar pick up the kill onto Formal, looking onto Trippy, but doesn't take him down, does earn the assist though, and that's the key for SSG. They didn't fall off in London in terms of kill-death ratio. They did in placing from first place to 4th. That's not the tumble you want to see. Clean up on aisle 3. But for Legend and Stellar, these are two guys that still found themselves within the top 10 KD. But it's not about what... it's not about what you, it's not about getting kills in Halo Infinite. There we go. It's about what you do with them. So for SSG, I'd like to see them not necessarily get back on their high horse, but get back on their horse. Get back to playing at that incredible pace that it felt like they sort of invented going into Season 3. And then Rebellion caught on. And then even Optic Gaming, for what it's worth. I think they're a team on the rise because they've been able to play at a higher pace.
So far, this has been impressive from Space Station. They're holding this ball at the back of PD, but Optic is struggling on getting here. And well, when they do, it's a bulldog that's barking loud. It's gonna be 3 for Stellar. Oh my word! And they get the ball right back in their possession. Optic Gaming go 4 down, and well, SSG taking that space again. Look at this challenge from Eco. They are pressuring them at all lanes at the moment.
That is my favorite play in Halo, at least in Oddball, Garrett. You see 3-4 go down, and you don't even waste half a second to pick up that oddball. That's why SSG are on the brink, 8 seconds away, and they're gonna get it right here. Lucid, all he can do is tuck his tail and run back to the cuts. No squad spawns for you. SSG take round number 1.
Well, it was impressive organization from Space Station. When they had this ball, what we saw was they kept one player close by holding hands. Notice how Bound is right there, ready to pick up that kill as soon as that ball is dropped. But then the other 2 players on the map were taking a ton of space and were playing isolated and working on individual picks or just slowing the other teams down. That 1-2 combination where it's a vagabond on the outside and a strong solidified defense on the inside seems to be causing Optic trouble in that first round.
Optic, off a troubling first round, are able to win the opening break, and with 3 down, this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? The efficiency there for SSG was immaculate. They picked up the oddball instantly when the moment arose. Here for Optic, you could see a little bit of delay. There was only 1 player alive, Stellar, and he's just trying to hold the 50-yard line. He's not trying to push up and break up that oddball control at the tower for Optic just yet, and Optic are only able to get another 8 seconds out of it. I'd very well make the case, Garrett, that they could have 25, maybe even 30. And I think that might just be the conversation throughout for this tournament. The objective efficiency and making the most out of your slays. We're seeing a little bit more of that from SSG, but for now, Optic have the lead in round number 2.
Well, the problem for Optic is that Space Station just keeps winning the spawns, and they'll do so once again. PD coming in for Space Station. Optic only getting 16 seconds before they had to get into that play ball situation. What did we see from Space Station in the first round? I don't think we ever saw them have to play the ball, period. They're very much dropping the ball, focusing on slays, and having a lot of trust within themselves that they're going to win those slays when Optic Gaming makes the push. And well, time and time again, we've seen it. 4 down. Optic Gaming, they're struggling at finding that first pick and winning that next level spawn.
I think I'm finding some staggered pushes here for Optic Gaming, right? I think Optic are going 3-4 down, and when they go 3 down, they push again with uneven numbers. Now we see Dead Zone making a hero play, earning that double kill, and the first chance for Optic to potentially break up this hold for SSG. 30+ seconds to their 16 for Optic. And therein lies, again, Garrett, the objective of efficiency. It's twice as good for SSG, but right now, Optic have control of the oddball. And Legends on the all the way on the backside of the map. So even though he gets this kill here on Formal, Optic are still going to be afforded the chance to get a few more seconds of time and reset things. Now we're starting to see the process, right? Optic still go 3-4 down, but they play their process well. What do you know? We're just about tied.
Yeah, they get a good little chunk of time there, but notice what SSG's doing. They're playing a lot of space on this map. We saw Legend all the way in the back with the red gun. What's Bound doing? He's in the front lines trying to infiltrate and capitalize off that damage. Space Station's been very aggressive in this game. We're seeing quick pushes, and what I'm really impressed about is how close they are together, even though they're separated by a ton of space. They're making sure to take angles where they can quickly follow up on damage that back players are providing. It makes a really efficient and clean game from Space Station. It feels like Optic's been grinding away at their points, while Space Station, it feels as if it's a given for them.
That's a great point. SSG have control of the ball, and you're just waiting for the next 20, 40, 60. Optic have the other ball, you're waiting for 10, 15, 20. You're right, there's a big difference in that. But for now, SSG do go 4 down, not before Stellar. Makes it a little bit more difficult, and I wonder what that does to the timing, right? We talked about this earlier. SSG go 4 down. Optic don't have the efficiency to pick it right back up. Here they have the efficiency and the wherewithal to rotate it into the back of C, but Eco, the push is on. Formal identifies it, gets ready with that spiker grenade, and does earn a crucial trade that keeps it an even 2v2 gunfight. But look at this. Look at the objective efficiency once again. Legend's already milking the oddball time, gaining at least 10 seconds here where everybody else on the team is dead. Legend finally goes down, but not before again milking that objective efficiency.
And that just comes down to winning these slaying battles. The slaying battles have been so consistent for SSG on these pushes. They haven't been struggling whatsoever at finding the kill that is necessary for their team. On the other side, though, we've seen some heads-up plays thus far from Optic. Dead Zone's going to get a huge kill, throw that ball off, let that camo go free. Right now, they're making big pivotal plays to get this ball and extract time away. I just want to see them be a little bit more efficient at holding it for a period of time. This is their big chance here, but already we see Trippy with an early play as he prepares for the fight for Stellar, and it'll be a trade-out, but Optic Gaming, once again, stop before they can get a decent chunk of time. Space Station game and get this back C control once again.
Even SSG's process of elimination looks strong. They had Dead Zone and Trippy in the back of C, almost with an iron lock on it, with a shotgun guarding that spiker door. But they played their process. They take down Lucid and Formal first, and then go for Dead Zone and Trippy. And look at this, it's a deja vu scenario. The exact same thing that we were discussing, breaking down from the play before, happens again in real time, showing why SSG have been in the lead the entirety of a game one oddball that usually goes the distance, right? You get a chance to get warmed up, you get a chance to start feeling it. Well, looking at the scoreboard, Lucid is not seeing the objective, or excuse me, not seeing the slaying proficiency that we usually see from him. Instead, it's actually Garrett. It's Lucid with the most oddball time. Look on the other side, it's SSG, pretty even out across the board. Eco, the veteran, with 72. Legend, that blue player that can just about do everything, has 50. And then you look on the other side for Optic Gaming, that's not their 25% cordoned off into 4s. So I think for Optic, they got to get back to playing not only their 25%, but the specific roles that add up to that 25, 25, 25, 25 for a total of 100% optimal efficiency. We're just not seeing that right now from Optic.
But it's not necessarily a problem right now for Optic if they keep getting the scrappy time and they keep it away from Space Station. I mean, look, they've taken the lead. There's only a minute left of neutral time to have to play with. If Optic can win their slays now, like all this talk that we've had in the first round and a half, it doesn't really matter, right? Clutch up at the right moment, you're going to earn yourself a third round, and then suddenly it's a complete reset for themselves. These are the most important moments of the game. Hold off Space Station one more time.
Oh, this bodes really well for Optic Gaming, Garrett. Like you said, based on the eye test, yeah, it looks like SSG has the advantage, and they do in the sense that it's a 1-0 game, but now this is quickly turning into a 1-1 tie. And at that point, like you said, you can wipe your hands of what looked like a rather inefficient, uncharacteristic start here for Optic Gaming and go again. A round 3 to decide this game number 1.
Yeah, hey, you're going to round 3 with Lucid having a very uncharacteristic game, like 9 and 18 thus far, double negative. Something that we don't normally see, and it's never to be expected from Lucid. You know, obviously something's happening. He'll figure it out throughout the game. He's the best player in the game at any given time. you go to round 3, you're happy right now if you're Optic. Like, hey, you know, obviously not everything's rolling the way that you want it to roll, but you're still able to keep this thing competitive in contest. That's largely thanks to the newest player on the block. Like, Dead Zone's been so impressive. 23 kills thus far. And Lucid, well, I think things might be turning up for him so far. He's getting great damage as he infiltrates the back of Space Station. And, well, this cam is going to be a big one for Optic. Big moment for Lucid. And unfortunately, the 1v2 not going to be enough.
Well, it's sort of the inverse of the conversation around starting off on fire. You say, well, it's got to be pretty difficult to maintain that level of play, right? Well, for Lucid in this case, it's got to be pretty difficult for him to continue at this rate. This is not the Lucid we're used to seeing. So you'd be led to believe that Lucid should turn things around, which means Optic Gaming should too. But just as I say that, Eco has a double kill in the tires. Stalker goes down ultimately with 50%, so still half of that viability to utilize in that power weapon. Bound has it at his feet, but instead wants to send Formal back into the dirt. He gets down to 1 HP. Legend looking to clean him up with the crosshair set up on the left side, but Formal, the veteran he is, doesn't peek it. Instead sends a bait and switch out for Lucid and Trippy. They're seeing the comms start to find their form here for Optic Gaming. Will that trickle down to their gameplay as well?
Well, so far, I've been really impressed by Formal in particular this game, and his ability to stay alive for just a bit longer. He bought time for Optic, but then suddenly, you know, Stellar does Stellar things. The double kill is going to make this so much harder for Optic, and look how the two players split off of their spawns. Formal goes to the right, and I believe Dead Zone went to the left. That means they have no help for each other on either side. They try to pinch in at the same side, but, well, fights are happening one-on-one on either side. It's been trade-outs. Finally, Optic are able to break on one, but I don't think this is going to be enough. Bound's going to have an important fight to win against Formal on this backside, hoping that his teammates are going to be able to spawn and fill back in time.
And they're getting close to spiker spawns, it looks like. Last player to really provide any immediate pressure on that oddball for Optic was Dead Zone. Now it's Formal, and they both get taken care of. Both go down, but 2 go down for SSG. Even gunfight, 1v1 actually in the feed. Only 2 players left alive for now, and it's Eco who earns a second before resetting things, and now just utilizing bottom A and the pillars around it to stay alive.
And stay patient right here. This ball, it's not too important to grab right away. There's still lots of time left in this. Just get your kills first.
How did Dead Zone pull that reversal with the hands? I think he trades out ultimately, but nonetheless, able to take down an important member. Eco, the member of SSG with the most ball time here, and right now in round 3, SSG have more of it collectively as a team as well. 22-12, but Optic are rolling. Trippy in the back of C, gotta watch out. Legend is pushing on through. Trippy sensing that, rotates it towards that spiker side, and then Dead Zone has the help collectively. Formal cleans up on it, and this is looking like a nice setup here for Optic Gaming. Look at the way they use the invisible hand, Garrett, to rotate SSG into a trap here at C.
This is just so impressive, and now SSG just, it's going to be hard for them to break in, but Eco's doing a fantastic job of taking damage and staying alive. Eventually he goes down, but did he do enough to let SSG break their way into the setup? Dead Zone versus Legend at the back of this base, and it looks like they're just going to, Legend's going to let this thing go. Optic Gaming hold on, and that's a huge hold for their team, but SSG, man, they keep, somehow they keep getting a player in a position that's annoying, that's forcing Optic Gaming to drop this ball time and time again.
Maybe that's played into Optic's favor, right? Optic has had to earn the scrappy bits of ball time, 5-10 seconds at a time, as opposed to SSG's 20-30. Maybe Optic was being conditioned or very much built for this, led by Coach Lunchbox. I imagine Coach Lunchbox, he's earning his paycheck here in game number 1. A lot of rotations, a lot of resets that they've had to break up, a lot of advantages they've found despite not having the numbers advantage on the map. Another example of that right here. Lucid dead to rights there at the front of C. Camo in the suit of Legend, and so too is the oddball. Formal pushes on through, but Legend takes that one cleanly. Can he get back into C as well? Dead Zone's grenades are not enough to stop Legend, but at 1 HP, you have to expect a push, and Legend does just that, taking down the former member of SSG.
And the ball will be the reward. So far, Optic, they're going to have to claw through this map in order to get to them. Eco gives up this ball, understanding that because his teammates died, he's going to have to be on the attack earlier than expected. Optic Gaming able to really neutralize that ball quickly and reduce this effectiveness of those kills. This is impressive from the green wall. Fantastic work, but Legend doing dirty things.
And that just that's one kill, but it feels like a 1.5, right? Legend versus Dead Zone, the two players that were formerly replaced and filled in for this SSG roster. Not necessarily a rivalry between those two, but it's always intriguing nonetheless when those two go toe-to-toe. As Dead Zone goes toe-to-toe with his former teammate Stellar, and Dead Zone has had a string of deaths. Despite that, Optic are still up by about 20 seconds, and Garrett, look at Lucid. We talked about how there's no way he keeps up at that rate, right? Well, he absolutely has picked things up. With 23 slays now, still 45 seconds of oddball, Lucid's starting to find his form.
Yeah, remember he was double positive when we went into this round. Now he's creeping up to an even number. This has been an impressive bounce back from him.
What you expect from the MVP. This is what you expect from the two-time world champion COD and Halo, as Formal drops the Stalker for... it had 1%. Drops the Stalker for the battle rifle. Makes way more sense when you consider the ammo, but I almost wonder why he didn't burn it and then maybe try to work towards communication towards the red room to pick up the next one for free. Anyways, that's a conversation for a later date. For now, Optic Gaming again. This is important, Garrett, because this is the talking point that we had going into this series. SSG, they're getting just as many slays. Look at the Halo data hive. Stellar and Legend in the top 10 like they usually are in kill death ratio at the HES London event, but they got 4th place. They weren't winning as many objective games. And now look at this. They're not having the same objective efficiency that we were used to seeing from them when they built their case for being the #1 team in the world. Right now, Optic is earning those nitty-gritty 5 to 10 seconds at a time. Usually you want to be the team earning 20 to 30 seconds of milk. Doesn't have to be pretty, though, for it to be successful and effective. That's what it looks like now for Optic Gaming. 10-second lead with just 12 seconds left. Legend looking to push on through. The oddball needs to be in their hands now to stop that clock. 5 seconds left. Legend pushes through with 1 HP, but he's not going to get there. Dead Zone, don't pick that up. Drop it. Hot potato. Stellar pushes him through. Only picking up to rotate like we see there from Dead Zone, and he plays it perfectly as Optic Gaming come back to take game #1.
And Optic just did an effective job at minimizing time in that 3rd round for Space Station. They weren't able to get those pretty holds that we saw SSG get in the 1st and 2nd round, but they found a way to force SSG to start playing their game. And once they did that, it was just such an effective strategy because they were playing their game better. SSG kind of had to go astray from what was making them effective in those first couple rounds with those great holds, taking a lot of space. Just not in the cards today. Legend, huge amount of damage. And SSG, I believe every player on SSG went positive in that game. Somehow lose, right? And that could be, like you said, symptomatic of sort of that objective efficiency that doesn't quite seem to be as effective as it was before.
Yeah, great point. The only player, the worst player on the team in terms of kill death ratio, Garrett, went 38 and 39. I mean, you're going to take that. You're going to take that all day. And if you look, your thought made me do the quick math. A +6, +7 for SSG. So SSG has more slays in game #1, and then in rounds 2 and 3, looked like they simply could not hold on to the oddball, if even for 5 seconds. What happened? We're gonna have to, again, discuss that at a later date. Leave that for the VOD review to break down on YouTube. We're going right into game #2, and I guess for anything, for SSG, what bodes well for them is that they were able to outslay Optic in game #1. Game #2, where slays are the only objective. Here we go.
Extra shields early for Trippy, gonna make his life a bit easy, but there's no help for him on the backside, so he doesn't feel like he could go in and try to capitalize on those spawns. Instead, he keeps his extra shields for a different fight. And well, a heads up play from Trippy, right? Most players, you have overshield, you think, hey, get forward, get into the opponent's base, get the big kills. No, Trippy, he understands that that damage is going to be useless. Let me make sure I have these extra shields for a fight that I can guarantee.
Trippy's playing very cautiously too here at P2, and you saw him utilize that ledge off to the side there earlier. His goal was never to push out. It was simply to take control of the top tower, but now it's Legend with it in his hands with the lead as well, 7-6, but that quickly flips as the double collectively comes through for Optic Gaming. Close off the start, but Optic, no, nobody's got the edge. 9-all.
And this is going to be an important fight over on the P tower. Bounds finds Trippy, throwing the nade, was able to dodge it. That's going to be a big kill. Allows Space Station get the height. And now Bound, he's going to try to play quick on that low ground. They're going to try to collapse into this base quickly.
This exemplifies the difference between Optic Gaming and SSG. Optic Gaming, Trippy playing for that top pink. Now all of Optic are playing for top pink. SSG previously had half the squad top pink, and what do? They push through collectively into blue. I can't think of a better example to show the differences in these two teams. SSG likes to pick up the pace, kind of get ahead of things a little bit. Optic like to set up on you and constrict you like a python. And that's the difference in these two teams. But look at that. It's almost like a yin and yang. A polar opposites lead to this deadlocked matchup where game 1 was close and game 2 even closer. 14-16 Optic with a 2-kill lead.
Oh, this overshield up for grabs. It looks like it's gonna be an overshield that went into the hands of Optic Gaming, and you can see them flying forward with it. The people's elbow. Form will get them a double kill, and SSG suddenly are finding themselves scattered on this map with no help around. Finally, we see something bring some separation. Now, the big part for Optic, right, is ensure that you do not go down first. You do not want to be the first pick. Do not let SSG chunk away at this lead. Try to maintain as much as you can.
Masterful work of the bait and switch there. Top pink, dead zone. And the thrust, almost like a fifth teammate, it feels like there for Optic, as that was able to take down Legend, one of their best players, and if not one of the best players in the world. And look at this, a 2-kill game is now exploded into a 2-possession match. 18-23, 5 kills now separating these two teams. So SSG are bringing it back. 3 go down for Optic Gaming, and here's where I'd like to see SSG start to put the clamps on Optic with these back yellow spawns.
Here we go. Stellar in the big fight against Dead Zone. Yeah, I thought we were going to see a little bit more of that jiggle, but unfortunately trapped down. And here we go. Space Station, effective work at that back base, right? Able to get in, get both those kills. But the important part, not getting traded out. When you're coming back into a game, that's what the most important job is. It's about taking fights that will not be answered so you can slowly chip away at that lead. Once you have the lead, be aggressive. Don't worry about getting traded out. Try to advance the game further on. But right now, Space Station, it's a little bit of a catch-up play for them, and so far they've been playing it so effective, man. We're seeing trades here and there, but it feels like they're just slowly chunking away at this thing.
Well, they have the sandbox pieces to come back in this one, and I'd say most importantly, they have the player that should have something like this in their hands. Bound in the heat wave. It's a deadly duo, as Stellar able to take down Formal on his own. Lucid does trade out, and another trade out there for Lucid, a +1 you could maybe argue for him in that particular instance, but it's enough to keep Optic in control of the lead, up by 4. Trippy with the overshield as well, and he's got plenty of it to work with. And I've seen Trippy almost like pitching a tent, camping at the B side of the map. Maybe Optic is positioning for him to pick up the majority of these overshields as they put it to good use. Able to take down 2-3 collectively as a crew, as SSG Eco, the last player alive, and he's going to get chased out.
This is so devastating to the side of Space Station, right? You did all that work, you were coming back into the game, and well, the thing that put you down in the first place, the overshield, you let it go back into Optic's hands, and well, they take a commanding lead. We're reaching almost double digits.
Oh my God!
Hit double digits for a second there, but the trades come out for Space Station. This is just great work from Optic to really capitalize on those overshields. They have not let anything go to waste when it comes to the sandbox.
Game 1 for Lucid was just a matter of not being warmed up yet. You can see that clearly here with his performance, sitting at 14-7-8. A little bit of a caster curse goes down there to Bound, and might be more than a caster's curse. It might be a caster's comeback for SSG. They've brought this one back. 10 kills separating these two teams previously, but after a full team-wide possession, a +4, +5 has them now down only 4-5, but with 41 kills on the board for Optic Gaming. This is SSG's final chance, and I'm surprised they're able to even take down Formal. Only one player alive for SSG, and with 10 seconds till the overshield sets up, see a very proactive, very preemptive setup here from Optic Gaming. I wonder, can SSG swarm it and find some kind of miracle win condition? You can almost see Optic setting up for the bait here. They know that they don't need the overshield to win, and my God, I guess SSG doesn't either. No contestation. Dead zone. Here, you can have it.
Well, they do have it. I wonder if they took that noob combo out the side. It does not matter. They melted out. So SSG, that's a risky play. I thought they were going to need that overshield to get back into the game. Instead, they say, hey, we're going to melt it, right? Be ready to get all our bandits on this player at once. And now what's important is trying to find these kills without going down, but that double kill from Dead Zone almost feels like a dagger to the back, and it'll turn into 3. 48 kills for Optic, just 2 more to go, and this has been so impressive. The bounce back we've seen after they were getting ran through in the first round of this oddball.
Yeah.
Now things are completely different.
Man, what a... it's the year 2024. It feels like it's the year 2027 or something. I mean, this feels like a totally different Optic gaming than what we saw there in game number 1. Specifically, round number 1, Garrett, where it was 80 uncontested seconds of time, and Optics couldn't buy a Val, couldn't buy a Slay in round number 1 of game number 1. Now, building a convincing 2-0 lead in this series. This is feeling a little bit like deja vu from HCS London.
Yeah, this is a huge blow for Space Station, because when you think back to game 1 and how dominant their round 1 was, and in my opinion, they should have won round 2. Optic kept it close enough and finally turned on the afterjets, like the afterburners, at the very end of round 2. That first game not going to Space Station and letting Optic win a hard-fought battle, get that momentum back in, kind of reaffirm that, yeah, we are them. I think it's going to be a huge blunder for SSG in this series. Now they have to reverse sweep this game 3, a pivotal one. Last time we saw these two play, it was on LAN in London. 3-1 was the score. Optic Gaming tried to improve those results with a 3-0 here today.
And like we set the stage for you guys when this day begun just 30 minutes ago, man, things move hot and fast here in Halo. This is it, man. Your last tune-up before HCS Atlanta, which is about a month to the day from this very moment. You're going to have, obviously, your scrims. You're going to have your VOD review. You're going to have your strategizing sessions as a team. But this is really one of the last great days of practice that you can put together. It's very difficult, Garrett, to replicate a tournament feel, even online, in an HCS online series, right? Which it is. This is a tournament. We're playing for points. But it's especially so going from scrims to a tournament where there's so much more to play for, especially as it relates to points and confidence going into LAN. You might play for some intel, you might play for the opening break strategies in a scrim, but I don't see that in online in a open series. You're playing here for the win, and this is your last chance to earn it here if you're SSG, at least in the winner's side of the bracket, which is, let's be honest, after their win at Arlington, where we thought they'd be for at least a couple of events, she's seemingly slipping before our very eyes.
Well, they played a firm process there. They took back pipes control, and they said, we're going to win this hill from back pipes, eventually winning out their slays and getting to that hill. The problem arises is that they had no one towards white, and once Legend got to top white, it allowed him to have a player that distracts the players in hill and allow the rest of Space Station to swarm in from both sides. They break the hill relatively easy, and this is the difference, right? Look how Legend is pushing into white, even though they have this hill, because they know how important it is to make sure no one at white can shoot into that player at hill. They break through, they get the first capture, and while Stellar's winning the rotation as well. This has been fantastic setups from Space Station early on.
Yeah, the eye test now is mimicking what I saw in round 1 of game number 1, where SSG are able to get continuous seconds of OBJ, 20, 30, sometimes even, before Optic is able even to get in there and contest it. But off the early reset and rotation on the hill number 2, it's Optic with just a few more points than SSG, but no, they're going to go 2 down, all 4 up for SSG, and SSG are not only going to take hill number 1, but the lead on hill number 2 and that rotation. So when we talk about OBJ efficiency, Garrett, I think finding ways to earn that rotation despite previously scoring is a great example of that, and SSG are showing us that here. They do go 3 down, so Optic Gaming now have a chance to take control of the backside of C. Dead Zone needs to take this cleanly, but he trades out, and that's a huge difference. I noticed in round 1, game 1 as well, SSG, when they did have 3 down, the 4th player was always able to trade out. There it was bound.
Stay patient. Hey, let's go.
Yeah. You like the
waiting
YYs?
strategy worked. I like it when you're just waiting. You're like, hopefully you didn't see me. I'm just going to wait this one out, wait for my teammate to get damaged. But this was impressive by Optic because Space Station had the hill. They had a control that they needed. What did Optic do? They didn't push. they said, hey, I think they're gonna overheat. They're gonna try to do too much. Space Station, they took a gander outside of their safe protective shell in that inside of the map, right? And well, what happens? Optic immediately laser the players that went out. They're able to get a couple kills, and they're able to get that control of the hill once again. Space Station broke through, but Optic Gaming right now, you're just one break away, and just organize yourself, get yourself in multiple lanes, and collapse at once. You break the hill, you win this hill.
Interesting to note, Optic was set up very defensively postured in the previous 20 seconds. Despite that, SSG were able to break through. You almost wonder, Optic with a few seconds needed left, SSG only had a few seconds, right? Do you sort of start to bait them into the hill and take them all 4 down like we've seen from the likes of the most objectively efficient squads here in Halo? I think that was what Optic's call was there from the coach Lunchbox. Just weren't able to execute on it. And SSG are about to steal this. Look at this. Optic Gaming need just one more foot in the hill, and Trippy gets it. If not for a little bit more sweat and stress than I think was needed there for Optic.
Well, Optic was just decided to be annoying to Space Station there. There's 3 players of Space Station that were basically playing that backside of the hill. How do you deal with that, right? It's called sending a Congo line of players to go deal with it, one in at a time, right? You're just eventually gonna push one out. You just keep replacing that next player. Make it frustrating for Space Station to fight out of, and eventually Optic Gaming was able to get that couple seconds they needed.
Lucid lining up his next victim with that camo. Now looking to, it looks like, push in through the backside of gold. He's got Trippy there, so doesn't need to clear that. Just needs to maintain his positioning. Now it's bound dead to rights on the batteries. He'll go down easily, and Lucid will even more easily grab this next shock rifle. Hasn't really had a chance to find much value out of the camo, but hey, all's well that ends well. 3 go down for SSG, and Lucid's got the shock to work with. You'll take that if you're Optic.
And right now, the concern for Optic is finding the player that traveled into pipes, and they're able to do that. And Nade takes down Eco. Now they know that the rest of the push is going to come from the left side of the map, but a missed shot might be devastating, because look what happens when Stellar gets into A. The next spawner immediately spawns under him, giving them access to this hill that they did not expect to have. Huge plays by Stellar, but it might not be enough. That you can see Optic, they're gonna have to focus on breaking this back A, and it's gonna start with Formal, but Down hits the better shot, and it looks like Space Station could just keep stabilizing this A spot. This is crazy how long they stayed alive over here. He's still alive.
Took the hill.
Formal now the only player alive for Optic, and I imagine he'll try to hold the line, but he goes down. Bound earns a huge double kill there at the top gold location of the map, and SSG are going to regain the lead on a deadlocked 1-1 tie. 2:42 left on the clock. Still plenty of time left here on recharge as Legend lines up his sights. And here's where Optic has to decide, do we want to GG go next or make our move? You don't have the time to wait. You got to make it now as they do start to push in through as 2 go down. Legend in the hill with the shock, and he annihilates Formal's face.
He makes that vertical reposition of his reticle look so easy, right? What does Formal do the first second he sees him? He crouches down, tries to make that headshot a little bit harder for Legend. What do we see Legend do? Just instantly move his stick down and hit the headshot anyway. You know, great execution from Formal, just a better play by Legend with the shock rifle, and Optic Gaming not going to be able to find that hill. Space Station up 2-1, and a camouflage to work with.
Lovebound's activation of the camo there, he activates it at the exact same time that he clambers up to the top C platform. That it's more of a visual cue than anything, but I don't know, I like the quickness getting that OS or camo proc in my suit, as we saw that there from Bound. Find some efficiency during the early hill time, and this is looking just like the second hill in terms of what the scoreboard was and what the situation was. A little bit of a deja vu scenario, and here it is, Garrett. SSG with their setup here at the back of C. We know that this is what they like, but look at this. Despite SSG being set up at the back of C, Optic have hill time, but that's fool's gold. 3 go down. Dead's on the last player alive. Could earn some A spawns here for Optic. He does. And just gonna have to wait for the crew to push on through, but Dead Zone goes down. Dead Zone was the one to hold the line, but he drops it instead, and now SSG are primed to take another one.
Oh, Legend was able to do all that damage. I thought for sure he was dead to rights, but Eco comes in to help solidify at glass. He's able to get away, and what I love is that they both retreat at the same time. They're going to keep trying to play this process together. Trippy smart to keep that angle into a one-on-one fight, and well, he might be able to take down both these players on this engagement. Great plays by SSG to back down. A better play by Trippy. That's phenomenal work from him to get through and find kills on both those players. It might just be enough for Optic to break into this back spawn.
I think the main question I had going into game number 3, Garrett, was where is the pace of SSG? Where's that almost hair on fire pace that SSG has really carried the torch on, no pun intended, I guess. And look at Bound carrying that torch. 27-9. Unfriggin' believable. He's got double everybody in the lobby. He's practically tripling up anybody else on his team. And you want to get the pace going again for SSG, get Bound going. And that's exactly what they've done. Optic, though, once again, like we saw in that game number 1, scrappy as hell. And that keeps them in the mix despite what looks like the game of the tournament so far from Bound.
Bound's in listening mode. You know, like right now, I don't think he's calming too much for his team. Right now, he's listening to Eco and Legend. He says, okay. Yeah, it's like he's listening, he's following up on damage, and he's playing fast, right? And it's working so well for him. Notice how often he's playing these middle positions as well, where he has access to so much of the map, and he's quick to go back to help teammates. He's always trying to be a player that can follow up on damage, but also be offensive when needed. This has been incredible work from him, and obviously it feels like he's naturally progressing into gunfights. It just makes the game feel so much easier for him. And well, triple positive to start this game. I mean, you can't really ask for much more, but SSG, they might need to ask for a little bit more, because Optic Gaming, they're just moments away from tying this game up and going into a sudden death situation.
And this is looking more, I guess, like game 1 in the bad sense for SSG, where they outslayed Optic Gaming and still lost that oddball. Don't let it happen here on a King of the Hill. And I guess if there's any solace, it's that you have your directive marching orders if you're Elamite on what to work on going into HCS Atlanta. But right now, the 2 things, pace of play and the objective efficiency, have not been what we've been used to seeing from SSG. Despite that, we have a 2-2 tie. Winter bracket tournament lives on the line here for SSG, and Dead Zone rips the face of his former teammate. Now continues on with plenty of shock left to work with. A couple of C-spawns there for SSG, so Dead Zone might have a chance to line up 1 or 2, but no, Formal takes down Stellar, and now Legend. I mean, this is gonna be tough. You got Formal and Dead Zone on a bait and switch. Bound coming in to help. Work a bait and switch of his own, but all the while, this is great for Optic because they're milking the objective efficiency once again.
Yeah, this has been just fantastic work from Optic, because they were able to get so much time without having to really worry about a contest. They still have camouflage to work with. Even as SSG pushes down, you know that Optic just have the better position. They eventually fill in. They're going to be able to get themselves back into this hill while 4 are down. This means some easy time for them once again. And Space Station, you have 1 or 2 good pushes left in you. You just can't get tracked back here once again. And Formal knowing what's important, right? Anchoring out the spawn. And well, he just found 2 easy kills for himself. He'll make it 3. Bound, you better not try. Oh man, that is someone that's feeling himself. Bound did not back down whatsoever from that challenge.
I think we saw a little bit of what I like to call aiming too hard there from Formal. He had the reticle seemingly stuck to the face of Bound, but just couldn't pull it, couldn't pull the trigger, and that keeps SSG alive and in it. 1 down, now 2 for Optic, all 4 up for SSG. Would love to see them earn that objective efficiency time like we saw in game number 1, round number 1. And here we see it a couple seconds after the fact as Legend looks to clean up on Dead Zone, does just that on the sneaky jump up to C. Legend eyeing the push through the needles. All the while, Optic are earning more time. 2 more go down for SSG, and that might just do it. This could be a sweep here to start the day. Optic over SSG, needing just a few more slays, and they're gonna get it, but 1 lags out. Oh my God! They don't need their 4th! They win the series with a sweep, despite, who was it? Trippy lagging out. Oh, thank God we don't have to go to a reset, Garrett, because one of my least favorite things in Halo. I like to see a game conclude, and what better way to conclude it? You didn't even need Trippy? What?
Yeah, at the end, I'm taking a screenshot of the observer mode at the end. It's like 3v4 in Space Station game.
How did they 3-0 sweep them with only 3 players, Garrett?
We need 3 players.
We need to stop down and record a YouTube video to explain that, because yeah, that'd be quite the insanity.
The problem for Space Station is that almost like they're playing too much Team Halo at the end. Like, at some point, you just have to send someone to the hill and force Optic, not even like get in the hill, but force Optic out. There's just so many times where they're holding
hands.
There.
They're holding hands. They're tentative. dare I say, even a little scared. Only Bound was the one who looked like he was ready to take the fight to Optic Gaming, and that's been the MO. That's been the identity of SSG since this season started, where they won the first event of the year. We are going to beat you. We're going to beat the brakes off of you with pace. We're going to obliterate the brakes, because if you try to stop this car, it's going too fast. That was the SSG that we knew. Where has it been?
It's you know, under construction. I think they might be working on some stuff, trying to figure out what their identity is as they move into the next LAN. I personally, it's like, you know, there might be, I don't want to say the house is on fire, you know what I'm saying?
No.
Who have we seen them lose to, right? We've seen them lose to Optic. We've seen them lose to FaZe, right? Like, those are the two teams that they've been losing to. Like, right now, I think there is no cause for concern. Actually, what, they lost to Shopify Rebellion, right? Like, but
they've only
I think
lost to the top
Shopify
four,
looked good,
so.
right? It's like they're not like losing like these unreal games. I will say it's concerning to lose games where you feel like you should have won. And I feel like they had two games there, right? Game 1 and game 3 felt like games when you looked at how they were playing that you almost feel like they should have won, and those are always a bad taste in the mouth after you're done with your series.
Yeah, tough to swallow. But we're going to keep consuming more Halo action in the lower round 6. Sentinels versus Complexity. An old-fashioned red versus blue here as we hop on board with Rhino. Got the snipe. He's got the camo up soon. Rhino versus Lethal. Old rivalries form new battles there on the camo as Rhino wins it.
So far, I mean, look at the two new guys on the block for Complexity showing out against Sentinels thus far. 16 kills for Breaking Shot, double positive in this game. Like, these are the moments that you need to show for your team that, yeah, you are worth the pickup. And so far, Breaking Shot seems to be doing that. Ryan trying to get himself another kill on this board is going to be able to hit at least a sniper shot. But so far, I mean, hey, this is a series where I think most people would have thought a 3-0 for Sentinels. Complexity obviously making this a little bit more difficult than anticipated.
Not recapping and setting the stage here for you guys. If you're just tuning in to a lovely afternoon of Halo provided by LVT Halo, we just got done witnessing Optic's 3-0 sweep over SSG in the winner semis. They'll await the winner of FaZe versus Rebellion. Here, we're doing a little bit of red zone action, dropping down into the lower bracket to make sure you guys don't miss any of the action. Where Sentinels are up 2-1 on Complexity in the series, but Complexity up 1-0 in this particular oddball, looking to force a game 5.
25 seconds on the clock for Complexity. Sentinels just struggling on getting to this ball and holding it whatsoever. It's Complexity that's been having strong defensive maneuvers, just making this difficult. And what are we seeing so far from Sentinels is that the timings are just a tad bit off, where the push is coming in from the first player and they're expecting that second player to be there, but they're just a little bit too slow, or the player that pushes is a little bit too fast. It's going to be up to the back players of Sentinels to say, hey, to coordinate the timings. I'm this far behind you. Hold, wait, let them know when to push and start coordinating just a little bit better on some of these plays.
Saw a reply to LBT Halo earlier today, and it mentioned how out of the 12 remaining teams here in NA, Garrett, every single one outside of, I think it's Pure, have placed within the top 6, have players that have placed within the top 6. I mean, like, and this series itself kind of exemplifies just how deep the talent is here in Halo. You got Settles and Complexity, and one of them might go home, and one of them, will go home. It feels like kind of early here on a Thursday. Competition levels have never been higher in NA Halo, where all of the top 12 teams have players that have experienced top 6 finishes. I don't think we've ever seen that.
Now, this is when you look at the pro points board, it's like this tournament played out exactly like the way it's anticipated when you look at the pro points. I think it's the top 12 teams in pro points are the top 12 teams here today, and what we have seen is the teams are just getting better, right? All around the board. It feels like the competition is better than ever before. It feels like anyone can come in and beat any team, and it's a big deal for these teams in the top 12 in this tournament to find an upset, right? If you're a top 12, top 18, this is an important tournament for you to go far, because there's an Optic, a Shopify, they're going to stand in the way of so many teams that if you can get a top 4 finish here, a top 3 finish, you're gonna get a huge boost in your pro points compared to the other teams that are around that same range.
Yeah, and we took a look at a team like Complexity before this series started. They're highlighted by the official Halo Esports account as being in contention just for travel coverage, and I don't know if that's fair to say. I don't think that's fair to say in the sense that we saw that Pure roster. They were in that exact same spot. Potential for travel coverage from HCS, and they went out and won the entire major qualifier. I think Complexity is a team that could do just that. Now, this weekend, I'm getting a little ahead of myself as Complexity still ahead of Sentinels, 67 and rolling to 31. But this weekend, Garrett, only the teams that haven't qualified for HCS Atlanta via pool play will be in that tournament. So you're not going to have your Optics. You're not even going to have your Sentinels in this tournament. So I think for Complexity, hey, they might be earmarked for travel coverage from HCS, but watch out. This is the team that could win the whole thing just like Pure did and earn their way into pool play via that number 1, number 2 placing. Lord knows they're not going to get there through points. They just don't have enough after the Spartan fiasco at London and after picking up a retired Rain who came in with no points. So it almost seems to me like Complexity and the GM Ashes, some body shots there, some disrespect as he feels like a game 5 is on the horizon. But it almost feels like Ashes just like threw his clipboard up in the air and was like, screw it. I don't even care what your points are. Who's going to help us win Halo games? And that's why they went and got Rain.
I love that they did that, right? They're not necessarily worried about their pro points. For them, it's about building a roster that they think they can win with. And even like going out and getting a breaking shot. Like, this is a player that hasn't had his chance on a top roster yet. He's gonna have his pro opportunity here with Complexity, and so far, I mean, he's coming out and showing big things. He's that Slayer that this team desperately needed, and right now, I mean, Complexity, they're not only beating them in this oddball game to force to game 5, they're dominating them thus far.
Yeah, breaking shot 27 and 17 plus 10 with enough ball time to not make it feel like you're statting. But here's a little more added to the stat sheet. Potential double-double. No in and out, no Wendy's, but breaking shot. He's eating a full course meal. 92 to 31. Complexity look primed to take us to that game 5, baby. Woo!
Look at all 3 players just standing on the ball there. Yeah, come try to take us down. Well, we'll just pick it right back up. Game 5. I mean, Sentinels, not a team that's unfamiliar with game 5s. I feel like that they're a team that clutches up a lot of game 5s. So this is definitely not over for them, but that's a huge swing for Complexity in this series. And every game so far in this series, I believe, has been fairly close. I mean, starting off, the game 1 was within 1 flag, right? Everything has been just razor thin margins for them. So I'd be very, very curious as to how this game 5 is going to be. I feel like we're setting ourselves up for the 50-49 right now.
Brian Noob versus Lethal, 49 all. I can already see it. Don't go anywhere, chat. That could occur here in the next 5 to 10 minutes over on LBC Halo as we take a quick look at the bracket. Pure, a quick 3-0 over something cool. Everybody else still has their series on the line and their tournament life on the line here in the lower bracket, and we are kicking things right off. Slayer on recharge. Loser goes home. Winner continues on, and again, what feels like an extremely consequential tournament, and that is the last time we'll see the top 5 teams. It's the last chance that many teams have before HCS Atlanta. One final tune-up ultimately before that major qualifier this weekend, where your opportunity to play in pool play is on the line. I mean, there's so much up for grabs here, and who's going to take it?
Who do you have right now? It's like, I feel like what we saw with Complexity, it feels like the momentum is just there. They won the game 2 Slayer in this series. It feels like everything's there, but you know, there's something about these boys on Sentinels that I just can't bet against them.
50-47 Sentinels, but if Breaking Shot has 15 or more slays, I think they take it. I seriously think that's the win condition here. In a Slayer, you don't have to get too deep. There's no objective efficiency to play for. Your life is the objective efficiency. But yeah, this is why Ashes went out and picked up Breaking Shot to put up 15 kills in a game 5. He could have 12 deaths. He could have 13, 14 deaths. I don't care. I just want to see the actions per minute. I want to see Breaking Shot, breaking faces, causing chaos across the map, not allowing guys like Lethal, the veteran, to settle in and feel comfortable, because he always does, right? He's been playing Halo for so long. So I think for me, my win condition for Complexity is a breaking shot 15 bomb. Here we go, starting things off. Complexity get the opening break, number 2. As Lethal, though, cleans up on 2. Make it 3, a triple kill off the start. And that's going to earn Boo Boo Doo an early camo. There's a win condition for Sentinels. Boo Boo with that power up.
I love it when Lethal is feeling himself. He's definitely going to be playing quick and fast this game. Well, you get Boo Boo Doo Boo. I think the best player to ever have camouflage in his hands.
Yep.
Going to be able to have an early impact.
And right now you can see just playing for intel, playing for time and space, playing for the power weapon as well. So I like how Boo Boo Doo Boo here off the start, early 3-kill lead for Sentinels, doesn't feel stressed and pressed to push on out and make some kind of crazy play with the camo. Instead, lets the game and breaking shots face come to him as Boo Boo Doo Boo lines up another shot. Ooh, look at that spawn. Ryan spawning directly on top of Boo Boo, and there's no way he anticipated. Nice reactionary slay there from Boo Boo to make sure he trades out with Ryan. 11-7 for Sentinels in the lead.
Right now, all Sentinels has to do is trade, right? For the rest of this game, just ensure that you're playing close to each other, that you're not letting Complexity find these unanswered kills. But 2 unanswered kills back to back for Complexity, this could be devastating to the results of Sentinels.
Ooh, Ryan not able to earn that trade. I thought we were going to see a martyrdom. Death from the grave, but instead Lethal continues on with his life and continues to push on through to break shot. Must have sensed that he did not have his back, or at least wasn't looking at it. 14-12 now as Sentinels have been able to hold on to that lead, and Complexity have kept things close. Ryan, actually their main slayer, off the opening break, and that's kept him close.
Precision trying to do his best to stay alive in this top white tower, but unfortunately his position known. And oh, what an insta-explode from us. Bends the corner like Beckham, gets the kill, and what Complexity, just like that, are within 1.
Oh my God, Huss with another Hail Mary grenade. He's not getting the medals from Jeff Steitzer, but we're going to give him his due. 2 incredible grenade kills, 1 with the Walshy insta-explode, a Hail Mary frag toss across the map, and now he's just looking to stay alive. Elevator 1 against his former duo, Precision, intriguing 1v1. And the grenade goes down, it doesn't take down Precision instead! Precision takes down Huss! What a win!
Just, things are happening, right? It's just absurd plays. And look at this for Complexity. All 3 of these guys trapped over in pipes, and Sentinels has the information. This is going to be tough for Complexity to battle out of. It's going to be important to find these picks. And oh, boom, boom. Oh, what a massive kill for the team.
Whew. Man, we are seeing some great gameplay provided here from some of the greatest players in the world. Precision now just looking to stop that push through the tower, and he says, you know what, I'm going to take the fight to him. You know, a little proactive here. He was waiting, now baiting, and taking down 2. Avoids both of those grenades, stays alive, and has the high ground now to work with. Sentinels with a 6-kill lead, and they're in lockdown control.
Complexity's been having this struggle of not having any big map control throughout this game, and finally they've been able to break through. Sentinels goes 4 down. This is the big opportunity for them. They're going to be able to trap Sentinels in this next play. You see the long haul spawns coming through for Sentinels. Complexity, they have this ability to be a boa constrictor on the map and start squeezing on Sentinels in the long haul. Here we go.
Curious how much plasma damage Rhino was able to earn there, if he was even able to earn that Walshy explode. Earns an assist nonetheless, but Huss goes down. 2v2, Boo Boo trying to make it away with the camo. Oh, the reload from Breaking Shot. Oh my God, it felt like that reload from Breaking Shot lasted the entirety of a tournament. Oh, that had to hurt his heart just watching Boo Boo Doo Boo get away with camo because of that reload. And now's where you got to make him pay. Sentinels, this is a fork in the road at the 30 kill mark. Make him pay. Boo Boo Doo Boo already doing that. Double kill. Make it a triple. No, Huss dives back up to the top side of the box. Great awareness and recognition there of where Boo Boo Doo Boo is, despite having camo. Prevents Complexity from losing all 4 of their lives, but it looks like they might just anyways. Boo Boo Doo Boo. This is why you cannot let this man grab the camo. What the?
He's back.
Whoa.
Killing spree off the map, folks. This is the observer that's having the lags, by the way. So I don't think this is like reminiscent of what's actually happening in game. We're trying to catch it all that we can. But I feel like Complexity had a big blunder in that play where they had Sentinels trapped that long haul. They didn't commit for the collapse. Instead, they tried to go back to play for camo. Sentinels eventually wins that fight over by camouflage, puts it on their body, and well, we saw Complexity just about to take that lead, suddenly now down by an immense amount of kills. And I feel like they had to collapse on that play when they have it. Instead, I think they tried to play it too safe, and well, you're seeing the result of it. We're seeing Sentinels start to really run away.
Ryan back of the headshot onto Boo Boo Doo. He goes down shortly after, and trades are not what you want, especially of the 1-for-3 variety. If that's the case, Sentinels will quickly take this do or die final game number 5, and it looks like we'll see Sentinels continue on in this tournament. We won't see Sentinels this weekend, but we will see Complexity, and these are just one of the most this is one of the most intriguing rosters, I think, when it comes to upside and what they can do with a little bit more time, a little bit more VOD review, right? We know Ryan Noob's theories around Halo take a little bit of time to settle in, and could be what we're seeing here from Complexity, as they seem to be climbing the ladder, Garrett, but not quite breaking through just yet.
Yeah, this is a tough game 5 loss for them to feel, right? They really needed these pro points. That, like I said, they're the only team that's like not in that guaranteed pool play spot right now. Those pro points could have maybe helped them get to that point. Never say never. Ryan has a huge kill for Ryan. It's just one. It's just one. Boo Boo's position's known as well. Camouflage is on Breaking Shot's ends.
Breaking Shot has the camo. Breaking Shot has the game in his Molnar suit. And if he can just stay hidden from plain sight, Boo Boo Doo Boo goes down to 1 HP, but you know his teammates are there for whatever comes his way. All 4 locked down in the long haul, and a couple of grenades. The spacing isn't good here for Sentinels. They'll take a lot of frag damage if a couple of grenades go out, and they do. Breaking Shot gets the slay, 48-47. He pushes in through the top side of glass, breaks the back of Falcated, but Lethal fights the back smack. 50-48 as Sentinels take the win.
Lethal is a sneaky little beaver. Let the players of Complexity push in. You know, I've never seen a player just bait all 3 of his teammates at once. But he said, it's okay. Like, we're so close to winning. He baits all of them. Eventually comes in, and, well, easy back smack to win the game. TJ starts the game with a triple kill, ends it with the back smack, and big moment for him in that game to help Sentinels stave off Complexity. But wow, what a series between these two thus far. And Sentinels, they survive. I think it's the best term to use right there.
I'm really proud of my prediction, Garrett. You really put me on the spot, put me on the hot seat. Said 50-47, unless Breaking Shot gets 15 slays or more, then they'll take it. And I think it was 50-48. Breaking Shot had 13 slays, so he gets to his 15-16 mark. It would have been a 50-49 win for Complexity. So a very close game there, but again, Complexity are just in those slayers. Complexity is going to need Breaking Shot to be the main slayer. We've seen him put up 30 and 10 in objective game modes. Can he have that same level of slaying proficiency in a shorter game 2 or game 5 slayer? We'll just have to wait and see, as Complexity will go home. And we set the stage. Garrett, your thoughts on FaZe versus Rebellion?
This is a big series for Rebellion to show that they can consistently beat teams like FaZe. Who do they lose to at London? They lost to FaZe. They lost to Optic. This time around, they're going to have to try to solve that first problem that they had in the winners bracket to play against FaZe, to win against them. It's going to be a tough challenge, but this team, Shopify Rebellion, like, they were hella good on, they're very good on land. They're almost even better online. This is a team that won multiple pro series before the split at London.
All right, here we go. FaZe versus Rebellion, 2 teams that matched up in the lower finals of HES London, where Rebellion, in a Solitude King of the Hill, went up early 1-0 and were frying. Then they had to reset. I think there was an audio issue on the main stage. They had to wait 30 minutes and it just came out really flat afterwards. Lost all of their momentum, and FaZe would take all of it and win that series 3-0. And Rebellion earn a little bit of revenge here as Frosty earns a slay, has that stalker to work with. Only 7% though, so he's gonna have 2 final shots. Step jump, looking to just stay alive. Gets 1 shot into cycle, but that's not enough. FaZe, though, you got to give Frosty credit. It seemed like he was pulling a lot of attention there on himself on the cafe side. All the while, FaZe are just milking 30 seconds, and it's Renegade doing it. So this has always been an intriguing conversation point, talking point for me, Garrett, is Who plays objective on a roster like FaZe?
For them, I always think it's next player up, except for Royal too, obviously. I mean, I'm never going to touch a ball. Let's get real over here. But
that's why he found Snakebite as his duo.
Yeah, he's like
that was the one guy that can grab all the balls.
Best ball player in the game and have him be on my team. But so far, I mean, like FaZe, for them, it's like any player can take over that responsibility to take that ball and rotate it wherever it needs to be. So far, I mean, Rebellion, they gave up those opening 32 seconds, but I was impressed with how they collapsed in, right? Once they got Renegade, they basically swarmed to all 3 points and said, there is no way. It's a triangle of death, no matter which way you go.
Rebellion made it a habit of getting to the grand finals between Arlington and London. But again, like you said, Rebellion's gotten better, sure, but so has everybody else. And if you get better by 10%, you think you're 10% better, but that's not the case. If everybody else in the top 3 got 15% better, you're actually at a net negative of 5%. You still got some work to do, does Rebellion. And I know Best Man knows that, but I think that's sort of where the Rebellion are right now. 2 go down in this particular moment. Suppressed goes down as well. That'll be the 3rd total for Rebellion. Soul Snipe on an island a little bit. Probably going to force some Red Room or PD spawns. He forces Red Room instead because of that player for FaZe in the PD. That's Royal 2, blocking that spawn. And this is masterful work. This Streets is a very hard map to block and manipulate and control. It plays so fast, but FaZe are doing just that. 38-19 in the lead here in game number 1.
Well, I think what's been really impressive for FaZe thus far is just how efficient they are at grabbing that ball. Whenever they see an open opportunity, they grab it, they get their 10 seconds, right? And then they're right back down to their slays. Rebellion this time, they're going to have a great setup. They have everything they need. It's just going to come down to these first slays.
Cycle looking to earn an opening break slay. Instead, it's suppressed. And Soul Snipe combining for 2. Cycle just looking to stay alive on the overpass. But despite that use of the repulsor, he goes down and Renegade does too. So in that moment, it's a +1 net outcome trade for Rebellion, and they're going to turn that into points.
And if they completely transfer where they are on the map, Rebellion had to set up a C. They're quick to rotate over to A. I mean, they were quick to rotate over to C. This has been just, I think, impressive work from them thus far to play this keep away game. Big thing for them is just to try to keep up with the slays. As long as you're able to keep up with the slays, you play this keep away, you're going to have great success.
Rebellion have found a way to bring back control, and they're in the lead. It's only by single digits, though, as FaZe are going to cut into that, and with a good, even just a decent hold here, will regain the lead. Frosty watching that cafe side, looking to make sure nobody pushes on through. Soul Snipe looking to support Cycle, but Frosty makes sure he goes over there to support Cycle with a few less shots. Oh my god. And Soul Snipe, despite being 1 HP, wins that on Renegade. Nice little cleanup gunfight there for him. World 2 looks to clean up on that damage, but he's just gonna try to get away with his camo here, and he does.
Yeah, it's a big win from Soul Snipe, but the problem for Rebellion is like that fight's happening so far on the other side of the map, and that's what FaZe has been really quick at whenever they can get these big long holds, is they push out and take space so quickly and are forcing fights in inopportune areas. I'd like to see the Rebellion do the same to FaZe now that they have this setup. Start to try to take this space and force these fights over at PD, over at Cafe. Basically give yourself another spawn cycle to play up in case you die.
This one has been so back and forth. Several lead changes occurring in the last 2 minutes of real time, it feels like, as there's 2:12 left in the game on the regulation clock. For now, though, it's 4 seconds of an advantage here for Rebellion, but they nearly go all 4 down. Mental, the last player alive, and he's getting headhunted. Finds a way to trade, but it looks like that's gonna, at the very least, open up the door for FaZe to regain the oddball control or the lead. But again, pointing to how fast and chaotic Streets plays, despite the slays here for FaZe, they're not able to grab any oddball time. Great heads-up play from Rebellion for tossing that oddball out the Spiker stairs and resetting, making it much more difficult for FaZe to earn this ball time.
With Camouflage coming up soon, this is going to be an important moment for both these teams. It's a 1-for-2 combo. Take it to the store. Oh my. What a discount.
Buy one, get one free.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play. Unfortunately, for Royal 2 and the rest of FaZe, it's not resulting in any ball time, though. Rebellion were still able to get it out and that ball close to their spawners.
It's a couple minutes here where we're not seeing FaZe struggle to get slays, but they are struggling to manufacture those crucial 5 to 10 nitty-gritty seconds that they need to, well, regain the lead. They'd only be up 1 with 10 more seconds, but That might be what the game comes down to. Renegade with camo takes down Mental. Numbers advantage here for FaZe, and I love how they're holding on to the oddball here. Royalty on the other side of the map should go up by 10 seconds or so, as FaZe do in fact regain control of the lead. Frosty just looking to hold the line here on the Cafe side. Might see the oddball holder Royal 2 start to rotate it towards Red Room, which is what I think he's doing. All the while, Snakebite and Frosty, look at them pushing out that line of scrimmage to where Rebellion might not even have a chance. Only 10 seconds left.
Frosty's been so impressive this game. He was holding off everyone. What did you notice the second that Frosty dies? That's when the collapse happens for Rebellion. He does such a great job of swarming to the opponent's front lines and forcing players to try to find him and deal with him. And while they're dealing with him, they just get that ball away once again. Frosty comes off a spawn, capitalizes on the opportunity. I think a big round from Frosty in particular. I really enjoyed how he played that game. And look at that, some rare oddball time for Royal 2 as well. We're seeing everyone get some objective time in on the FaZe side.
Yeah, Royal 2 was really the catalyst for the win there for FaZe in round number 1, rotating that oddball on a fulcrum back and forth between the backside of Tram, and then it was Frosty who rotated the oddball out of the Spiker stairs and onto the Cafe. Magnificent rotation work here from FaZe, and I always say that's the objective efficiency in an oddball. You find the right timed rotations or resets. You usually find yourself with more oddball time than the opposition, but for now it's Rebellion who win the opening break and have a few bits time on the board because of it.
Now, the great thing about oddball, right, is every round you basically get to reset yourself. You can forget about what happened in that first round. So far, Rebellion doing a pretty dang good job at it. Soul Snipe, I think he expected that nade just to go a little bit further than he did. Unfortunately, that nade is going to do too much damage as he gets shut down.
Nice shot by Cycle, manufacturing 1 HP Frosty. I don't think anyone's going to be there to clean it up. Instead, it's Renegade cleaning up. He's got the kit, Stalker, Repulsor, and the camo to work with. PD spawns here for Rebellion, and wow, Cycle, great game sense. Senses Renegade's nearby, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. I guess not those grenades that he threw, as Renegade still cloaked by the cover of invisibility, and if he gets this back smack on Cycle, it'll be a nasty double. Repulsor, pancake, not enough damage. Oh my god! He still takes Cycle down. Renegade just won't die.
That's unbelievable. I can't believe he just got that value with this life, and he's still causing mayhem. I mean, look at it. All 4 players had to basically sit down, look at Renegade, and say, we have to kill him first. And oh man, what a fantastic play from Renegade early on. Now it's going to be up to Frosty to try to hold off this collapse from Rebellion, and well, finally Rebellion are able to find their foothold.
It's just another example of being pesky and just holding the line, holding the attention of the opposition. Renegade on the opposite side of the map allowed FaZe to score 10 seconds, but not before. Rebellion double up on it with 20 in rolling. Cycle now looking to pick up as he looks out towards the middle of the map. 3 members for FaZe Clan clearly identifying the camo is what they want, and they're going to get it. Despite Rebellion having the lockdown hold and looking out towards mid-map, they're going to let FaZe Clan grab the camo, but they're going to continue to grab onto that oddball. 36-10 with Rebellion in the lead.
Problem for Snakebite, right? He has his camouflage, but he hasn't really been able to get into much action with it. He's just getting information for his team, but all this ball time has been going for Rebellion. Finally, Snakebite starts to break his way in to get some damage down, but is this quick enough? FaZe, they have to win these fights. You just cannot let Rebellion stabilize here. Fantastic job to get in, find a clean wipe, but eventually get the job done. But I feel like FaZe, they were very methodical with that. They let Rebellion get a lot of time before they were ready to make that push.
Yeah, FaZe did allow Rebellion to get a lot of time, but they didn't allow Rebellion to play that oddball towards the planners or the benches. And that's a big reason why FaZe are able to pick that oddball right back up, but sensing a little bit of pressure, it looks like they might have played it out now to the front side of C, as both teams going to vie for time and space. And a couple of slays here as Royal 2 pushes in through the red room, has that shroud screen obscuring some vision. Stalker rifle goes down, and all the attention on Royal 2. Could be very difficult for him to stay alive. Oh, peek and pop shot. Takes down Suppressed. Mental 1 HP, switches to the Bandit Evo for that, but with Royal 2 at 1 HP, he's going to call for help from Renegade. And look at this, repositions at the perfect time. Right as his shields start to tick up, he gets right back in the mix. Royal 2 playing his process so well, and FaZe are starting to come back.
I like how Royal 2, like, talks himself out of his gunfight there. You know, it's like, yeah, he's one of the best players at jiggle peeking in the game. Like, he could try to take that fight at driveway, but no, what's the better play? Wait for my teammate to get there, then like start to make the play with my teammate. He does that. The problem for FaZe though is they just haven't been able to find that clean wipe this round that we were seeing in round 1, where they're able to get the nice ball time. Instead, it's been a lot more scrappiness, and well, Frosty, he's trying to do the scrappiest play possible. Look at it, he took that ball in front of 2 players from Space Station, took it all the way back, and well, he might just have a bulldog barking down the right lane. This has been impressive from Frosty. He's still alive. They get the kills that we've been waiting for. Shrouds himself out into some sort of safety. His hitting suppressed through the blind fire. Frosty's heating up.
We might have seen some of the most value you could imagine out of that Shroud screen. Frosty dealing out damage through it and defensively protecting the oddball carrier, Renegade, to get back to the backside of A. Great process being played there from Frosty. Great execution as well as now Royal 2 sets up. Looking to push out on the B stairs. Has an opponent one shot. Takes down Suppressed. Now looking across the map through the tires. Cycling a 1v1 with Royal. And Royal 2 had the better shots and has the better teamwork. Finds the assist. 3, 4 go down for Rebellion. And here's where you love to see, despite 2 going down in PD, Garrett, FaZe pick up the oddball right away. Now they're going to have Suppressed right on their heels, but all A spawns, it looks like, for FaZe Clan, so they didn't get split, and they picked up the oddball right after they took down 4 from Rebellion. That's a recipe for success, and a 2-kill lead now for FaZe.
Oh, that might have been the riskiest play that we've seen from Rebellion all game, and you can see why it didn't work. What does Suppress do? First player off of spawn, he cuts right through the middle of the map. He gets himself right. He's the first player in, but he's coming in from the middle, exposed to both of the perimeter players. He goes down early, and you can see Rebellion all fall in turn. We're seeing it once again, 2 times in a row, where we've seen
3.
Yeah, 3 times in a row. We've seen complete wipes. It's been tough for Rebellion on these pushes.
3 cycles in a row, and it was a 53-23 game, Garrett, when those cycles started coming in through the feed. So you want to talk about a swing? Wow, are FaZe able to take advantage of 3 team wipes and turn it into the lead that Rebellion they literally just flipped the game on its head with just 3 team wipes on a map like Streets, again, where a setup doesn't really hold for that long. You need to double up on your team wipes and get a 4th one where 3 go down. And now Mental, the last player alive, all he's left to do is get spawns, squad spawns, and just nade himself. I mean, you can almost see the nervousness in Rebellion here. FaZe are taking it to him.
Yeah, right now Rebellion's just struggling on finding these trade outs. They keep going down in pairs, and well, it's just making this too easy for Renegade and the rest of FaZe. Soulsnipe's not even gonna really have a good chance to stop this ball. Man, that was just fantastic from FaZe. It started with Frosty's life, right? Remember that life where he took that ball away? He's basically carried it in front of 2 players for Rebellion, got around the corner. From there, Rebellion just never were able to find that solid footing. Once again, the foundation turned to sand, and they definitely slipped and fell in that second round. And we'll have to find some sort of way to recover in this layer.
Very impressed with the distribution of objective time there for FaZe. Snakebite with 30 seconds, Royal 2 with 72. Second on the team, actually, because that's what the 2 stands for in Royal 2. Renegade with 84 seconds and Frosty with 15. And man, I just get so impressed when a guy like Renegade or Frosty or any of these guys, really, but when you're a main slayer, when your role is to deal out damage like Renegade did that game, nearly 9,000 of it, and you add all those objective points as well with 84 seconds to boot. I mean, FaZe, that was full-on domination. And this is, again, remember when FaZe formed, they'd have games like this, Garrett, where they'd, in quick math, they'd plus 12, they'd have a plus 12 kill death disparity over the opposition, and they'd sometimes lose those games, or they'd be very close. There we saw, I think, much more objective efficiency, and this is a good sign. This bodes very well for FaZe throughout not only the rest of today, Garrett, but the rest of this season. FaZe, it feels like eons ago that they were slipping down the ranks. They were having us considering, is Rebellion now part of the big 3? Is it just Optic and SSG in the big 2? FaZe, they're the defending world champs for a reason. They're the defending LAN champs now for a reason, and we're getting to see that now online. What a great regain, though, because I think there was a time where FaZe were slipping. I think there was a time where FaZe probably could have at least had a spirited discussion about them being the 3rd best team, or maybe even the 4th, if you're really biased towards Rebellion, of course. But this is impressive here from FaZe Clan. I almost wonder if losing Arlington was a blessing in disguise, right? They seem to be hungry once again, and in talking to Renegade, Garrett, He says that's the #1 attribute for a team to win is hunger.
Well, it's these guys definitely have experience winning. When we talk about players that have prestige in Halo, it's these guys are the definition of winning Halo tournaments. And FaZe, they're just a team that whenever they go through their slumps, it's like you just know that they're gonna work their way out of it. Like they don't make changes. They just work their way through. Their process has been incredible to see them do it for so long, right? I mean, ever since 2015, we've seen these core three of Snakebite, Royal 2, and Frosty been teaming with each other, and well, all through Halo 5, they made every grand finals. They've been in most grand finals in Halo Infinite now. These guys are just so impressive.
It feels so faded looking back on it. Like how did FaZe ever get written off? And I wouldn't say everybody wrote them off, but there was definitely a lot that felt like they had slipped up. But you look across the board at their roster of 4. This could be 4 out of the top 5 players of all time in Halo when all is said and done. You can never count FaZe out again. And after taking an L, you've only strengthened them, right? You've only made them in that meme where the gamers leans forward a little bit. That's literally FaZe after they take an L. I mean, one of the best teams after taking an L, and they're one of the best teams when it comes to sending them home, right? The elimination game, it is so difficult to send Renegade packing and Frosty and FaZe packing because they just don't die. They lean forward when the adversity really strikes.
Well, so far they've been winning big trades. This next overshield feels like it could be a big one in this game. Suppress does a fantastic job of winning this position towards B-side. Now it's going to be up to the rest of his team to position themselves. Big kill on Renegade, and that's why I love the aggressiveness from Suppress. He does not care if Slides gets into the face of that player on Fringe. The problem is the rest of the team went down at the same time. So all that work that Suppress did is for naught because FaZe are able to get control of the B tower at the right moment. Overshield in their possession, and well, it looks like they're going to be able to put some more distance on this board as well because of this extra shields.
I'm seeing a lot of similarities in both of our winter semis between Rebellion and SSG, and you look at their comps, they're the 2 fastest teams in the league. They're the teams that really take it to you. And it feels like it's been FaZe and Optic doing that instead with a little bit of setups and holds sprinkled throughout. So, I mean, this is really intriguing here for Rebellion and FaZe. I remember casting a couple of weeks ago and thinking like, my God, this is difficult to keep up with. I don't feel like that in these winter semifinals. It actually feels like the game is in slow motion compared to the pace it's been at with SSG and Rebellion previously. I think that's one of the ways they can get back into the mix. You saw Suppress with that double kill earlier, Garrett. That's the pace that Rebellion need to play with. But nobody else is playing with Suppressed at that pace, so all 3-4 went down after that double from Suppressed. So these guys can just align and get on the same page. I think they're going to be fine. Soulstrike lines up a double, almost a triple, but he does get that last player weak. And Mental clean it up, though. I don't know if he's going to have the ability to because of that positioning from Snakebite, and now he sends a grenade to the backside of Suppressed.
But Rebellion, I think this has been a great job of stabilizing, right? They've been able to make sure that those overshields aren't getting too much value for the other side. I think the big difference in this game is going to be whether Rebellion are going to be able to win one of these overshields in the crucial moment, right? We saw them get the kills, but not the position for that overshield. This time, you're going to have another chance. 15 seconds till this thing comes back up, but
he didn't get
Frosty causing so much pain on the side of Rebellion in the back 8 and big kills. It'll just be Suppressed alive. 5 seconds until this overshield comes up. FaZe take the great position once again, and they're well set up for this next overshield.
Who grabbed it? Snakebite had it in his hands. I'm not sure who was able to grab it. Snakebite does ultimately have it. Oh my God. And you talked about Rebellion needing a little bit more efficiency with the OS, Garrett, and it was Mental who grabbed the first overshield, only got 1 kill with it, and then look across the board, the rest of the match, that's it. And in a Slayer, you cannot have your only Slay this deep into the 30s be an overshield assisted kill. Not seeing the Mental we're used to seeing, and that's a big reason why Rebellion, one of the best Slayer teams in the world, aren't looking like it here.
That's just these kills for FaZe just feel easier than the kills for Rebellion. What we're seeing for Rebellion is they have to completely collapse in on an aggressive FaZe and like win some hard fought battles. FaZe oftentimes are are finding players trapped at fridge, trapped at back base, and being able to walk through those doorways and get easier kills. That's been the big difference maker for me. I just feel like FaZe is having easier gunfights throughout this game.
Big bite with some really nice use of the vertical and horizontal presets there with the heat wave previously, but he goes down 36 to 42. 43 now, so FaZe are just building on this lead. And how often in this series, Garrett, have we seen a 3-4 down for the Rebellion? It feels like they can never get control of the map because of that. FaZe still up by 7, and as they go into the finishing stretch of game number 2, looking to take another 2-0 lead in the winter semis. These winter semis looked a lot more highly contested on paper when I woke up this morning.
And the tough part for Rebellion in this game is every time it feels like they're about to go 4 up, the last player dies right as the players come up. So they just keep having these numbers disadvantages, suppress a big fight win. But unfortunately for him, I mean, FaZe they're right there. They just need one more kill, and it almost feels like an impossible comeback at this point. Just check your corners, ensure that you get a trade. This thing's over.
Yeah, just technicalities here at the finish. Everybody add one more kill, assist, or death to the stat sheet, and that will be it. FaZe looking dominant here against Shopify Rebellion, and you know what that sets up for, Tools. A chance at El Clasico. But before that, Rebellion are going to have a chance to reverse sweep things, but with Optic waiting in the winter final, you know FaZe wants to get there too.
Yeah, Rebellion's going to have to reset themselves, in particular mental. I mean, sometimes you just have a game where nothing goes right, and it felt like that game. Only 3 kills for him, and it's just uncharacteristic. But, you know, we've been seeing uncharacteristic days from a few players today, and we'll see if he's going to be able to find his recovery point sometime in this. And, yeah, even like that damage dealt, like that's just a stat that we're not used to seeing. But I mean, look at the damage dealt from FaZe. Everyone just within a few hundred of each other. That's a really impressive team performance over there.
Everybody's playing their 25%, and then suppressed. Remember that double kill where he flew in like a WWE wrestler off the top rope of Top Pink? Got that double kill there on the fridge. It was a nice looking double kill, right? It looked very skillful, but I had this sense in my stomach that it just felt like Suppressed was trying to do too much. It felt like Suppressed was in 7th gear. Everybody else was in 2nd or 3rd for Shopify, and I think that was the case there. Suppressed with 16 slays, the most in the lobby outside of Snakebite, who had 17, but 15 deaths. Just a little too many actions per minute in the sense of a Slayer there in game number 2 for Suppressed. So we talked about FaZe, everybody playing their 25%. Some others also pitching in a little bit of objective time, whereas they may not have traditionally in that game number 1. And I think that's almost the win condition now for Rebellion to get back to their steez, to get back to their pace of play that we're used to seeing, and seeing everybody pitch in, everybody play their 25%. I think mental is going to be a big part of that. You can't have 3 kills in a Slayer and expect to beat FaZe.
I love that B-roll that they shoot at these events, man. They look so cool. But here we go. King of the Hill, gonna be our 3rd map of the series. Big thing for Rebellion, man. We gotta see more power-up control this game. They only got the first overshield. The impact that they had with it was minimal at best. This camouflage needs to be a top priority for them, and so far able to get it away. But with only one player of FaZe being down, this could be dangerous for the camo player to even try to get out.
Cycle looking to finish off Renegade. Not sure who got the camo there, or if it was burned.
It definitely burned. All 4 from Rebellion went down, and you can see FaZe, they're gonna have a better position on the hill. You look how they're playing to back pipes. They're gonna have that access. All they're looking for is those kills to ensure that player that drops in can be there safely. But once they do, it's gonna be tough for Rebellion to break out of.
Frosty has the shock, looking across map, has a few shots on to Suppress, does damage, but not enough to be deadly. Now regaining his shields and repositioning as well. Has to watch that push. Royal 2 might need some help on the A side. Frosty with 1 snipe, looking for a double onto Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe doing a great job to be a difficult kill, and 4 kills going to come through for FaZe, but they do lose 2 in the process. That's not going to get them right back into the hill, as Rebellion still coming off of spawn, and now Frosty gets into the hill. Got 1 shock left to work with.
Yeah, it's been just great plays from FaZe to take space. They've been prioritizing having players over on the A side to watch the cross. They've been able to catch the players from Rebellion that try to go in first. And once again, Rebellion, the first player that goes down. They just they have not been able to successfully find that first pick to push through. And that's as easy of a hill as you can get for FaZe, and methodical with it as well. And we still have Renegade who's yet to die on the map. Like this has been perfect for FaZe.
One whole hill rotation, and Renegade hasn't gone down yet. Unbelievable performance from him, and this is the guy that could be an MVP. It feels like at the end of season 3 if FaZe continue the dominance that they've shown, at least in London, as Renegade pushes on through. And just hearing and listening here for callouts, finally gets one on to suppress, but he's not weak. Gonna need 5 full shots to take him down, and gonna take hill time instead. Renegade now pushing on through. Press does get that stick. No, it was Soul Snipe gets the stick. Press trying to stay alive. He does have Soul Snipe for the bait and switch, and they execute on it. Mental there, actually. So feels like Rebellion starting to find that time and space a little bit, as we see an excellently executed bait and switch.
Well, Mental made a big play to get there and help suppress, and kind of suppress falls early. We'll see FaZe win those spawns. Instead, Rebellion still have a chance to stop FaZe before they get into this hill.
Cycle 1 HP, not able to take down Snakebite. Instead, he goes down. FaZe 2 down. Rebellion with a little bit of numbers edge, and they utilize that to take this hill. And I think Garrett, in a game 3, already going down 1-0, you can't let it go down to 2-0. It feels like an instrumental comeback at that. You got to keep this one close. You got to keep this one within reach if you're Rebellion, and they're doing just that. But Cycle does a great job there with the remote detonation.
I was gonna say, this is gonna be tough if you let Renegade get into the back. But Cycle with that big kill might just be enough to slow them down. They're losing important fights. And oh no, it happens again. Frosty has control. FaZe now have control of this hill, and this is a tough one to break, especially if you have Renegade with a shock rifle watching off on this cross. Rebellion, this is for sure not certain in any sort of way, and well, Renegade showed you why. Oh, big kill by Cycle.
Yeah, Renegade could have single-handedly stopped the push, it felt like, from Rebellion there, crossing through the A side of the map. But sending Cycle through red pipes was absolutely crucial. They were able to take down Renegade and now have a full magazine to work with in that shock. Cycle takes down Snakebite. Now looking to get to the sneaky, but it's not going to be enough. 3 go down for FaZe Clan, but you'll trade that all day if it means another point on the board. FaZe take a 2-0 lead where it felt like Rebellion were going to tie it.
They've really spent their time trying to get towards that hill. Need to see a little bit more pep in the step, and Royal 2 with the fadeaway on Mental. This is not good for Rebellion. Everything is going wrong, and like you said, they're up 2-0 at this point. Like, they can just burn a lot of clock off if they need to. You don't have to worry about getting into this hill right away if you're FaZe. For them, it's Slayer first. You go up 3-0, that's great. You'll take it. Otherwise, burn a lot of neutral time off the clock. Be aggressive on these slays. Try to ensure that Rebellion doesn't get any space on the map.
Renegade in a 1v1 with Mental, and maybe that's what Mental needs to just get his confidence back, get his form back. And look at that, gets 2 kills back to back as he takes down Frosty, and 3 go down for FaZe Clan. So here we go, Rebellion starting to find the setup, and Cycle here at the top of A is so crucial. I don't see anybody at gold yet for Rebellion. There we go, Soul Snipe looking to get toward the top of gold, or at least bat ledge, to provide some overwatch. Cycle on the other side, and they've got this pretty well crossed up. They're gonna hold this, I believe. Yep, Royal 2 goes down, Renegade goes down, but so too does Suppressed and Cycle. It's now a 2v2 for the hill.
Cycle's playing very aggressive on that white tower. He's been the player patrolling, basically playing these perimeters for his team. Now, though, with his team going down, he's going to be the one that's going to be the first line of defense. Finally, the help comes in, and oh, no. You see his teammate blasting off. Look at, like, October sky is over there. Soul Snipe hit the building. Oh, my God. That was insane, the launch speed that he had.
Soul Snipe shot out of a cannon, and it's a little bit what this Rebellion roster needs right now. They all 4 feels like need to be shot out of a cannon. Not seeing that same, again, pace of play that they were famous for going into HES London, where they appeared in every single grand finals. 1-2, I believe, in that split between Arlington and London. Haven't quite seen that level of play from Rebellion yet online. Now, they do have a top 3 to their name, which they didn't have previously on LAN, but I don't know. This is not boding well for Rebellion. It really feels like FaZe and Optic are the top 2 teams right now. SSG obviously has something else to say about it, but This has not been the winter semis that we expected when we looked at the slate this morning. You saw the top 4 teams all in the winter semis, and FaZe and Optic are kind of running away with it to the winter final.
I mean, if we see 2 3-0s in our semifinals, I don't think anyone would have predicted that coming in, which is how close these teams in the Big Four have been. And well, Rebellion still has time to get themselves back into this game. The big thing is we saw it was about 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock when that second hill was captured for FaZe. What have we seen since then, right? Even though if they don't capture this hill, they've been able to burn off at least 2 minutes of neutral time on the clock. That gives them a solid opportunity just to strictly play time in this final hill if Rebellion is able to get this capture.
It's actually really interesting, Garrett, that FaZe have been able to dwindle the time down in regulation despite having 60% or so on the hill. You could almost argue 60% on the hill. That's 15 seconds. We could be less than a minute to go. And I think that could pose some trouble for FaZe. I think you might have actually, you could look back at this as a FaZe fan and say we gave Rebellion a little too much wiggle room as they still have plenty of time left to tie this game up.
Well, the big thing, even if you lose this hill, if you're FaZe, I still am not too angry about the strategy just because you always have that overtime, right? To go back and just play normal Halo, but playing Slayer is definitely easier than securing that time. I think you can make the argument that they should just play time from the start, but 3 minutes is a long time to play Slayer.
So in hindsight, would you have had FaZe not step foot in the hill once? Because again, that 60% they had on the board kept a lot of time on the clock in regulation. So would you have rather seen FaZe exclusively play for Slays, or?
I think it's definitely like a thought process that every team is going to have a different decision. I personally, like, up to, like, you're in 2 hills that are very hard to capture back to back. I think I don't even step in the hill. I'm playing time from that point on.
That's how I feel. I don't mind playing for time and Slays when there's still 2 minutes left on the clock, but you can't be in between 2 strategies, and I felt like that's what we saw there from FaZe, with a lot of Slays to dwindle down the clock and a lot of time in the hill to keep the clock where it is. So 26 seconds left as it continues to tick away. Snakebite, his strategy is clear. Not going to see a second of hill time for FaZe unless it's just passing through.
Yeah, suddenly now Rebellion, they're just out of mistakes to make. Like, you have to get into this hill and secure it within the next 15 seconds neutral time. But so far, I mean, the shot screen helping them out immensely, and they're right there. It's going to come down to these back slays. Suppress doing his best to keep Renegade preoccupied. He made a miss the first shot, and that might just be enough for Mental to come in to get the cleanup. They're winning important fights, but there's only 5 seconds to get to this hill, and they just aren't gonna reach. Frosty holds them out, and they win 2-1. That 2-0 lead is just enough for FaZe, and a 3-0 sweep in both of our winners semifinals to set up E Clasico in our winners final. FaZe versus Optic up next.
The stage has been set. FaZe versus Optic. We're gonna get another El Clasico, and the last opportunity to see it before we see it on land in Atlanta. And both of these 2 teams, Garrett, like you said, coming in with not only 3-0 sweeps. I think it'd be one thing to say a 3-0 sweep, that they just look heads and shoulders above the competition. So this is a FaZe and Optic that are both playing at the highest level. Winter semis didn't deliver, but stick around because the winter finals should, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break, reset, re-rack, get some hydration, grab a snack, because this series, this one's got to go the distance to Game 5. It feels like we got El Clasico, FaZe versus Optic, next.
has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Killing spree.
Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
All right, here we go. Welcome back. A little bit of HCS Red Zone as we await the start of the winter final between Optic and FaZe. For now, we have Sentinels and Native Gaming. And Garrett, in the break, I checked Twitter. Precision is playing in the Texas heat without AC. This dude, if he starts frying, it's because he's literally frying in real life. I can't imagine how hot he is right now. That's insane. It's 100 degrees in Texas, and my man's has no AC.
Yeah, it's a literal overheat. That's what's going on in this room right now. You know he's got a powerful PC. You know what I'm saying? Like, that room has to be even hotter than you could even imagine with that PC pumping. You know what I'd be doing? I'd be opening up the door. I put my PC outside the door. I run my cables into the door, and then I shut that door. I say, I'm not letting any of this heat get in here.
That is insane. I did that one time, and it was difficult just to stream under those conditions. I can't imagine having to go up against Native Gaming. As we see Gilkey here pushing in through the cut side. Native, after joining you guys mid-match, have a 48-30 lead here in round number 1. Reads oddball, tapping buttons, looking to push up through the cafe side now, watching the cross. Falcated, a couple of good shots into him. Teammate support comes through, but tapping buttons does such a great job to reposition here. If not for that missed melee, oh my god, he still finds a slay onto Boo Boo Tubu. Wow, that is making things a little bit more difficult than you need to there for tapping buttons, but he finds a slay nonetheless, and now up and on board with the other side of that deadly international duo. It's Barcode with the stalker and a triple kill, making it over like we've become routine. Used to seeing from Barcode. He does not, but that fourth player goes down nonetheless. Native Gaming, man, watch out. We talked about complexity and their potential to rise even further in the ranks. I think Native Gaming is right in the conversation too. Gilkey with a big win as well.
Yeah, this Native Gaming roster just keeps getting better and better. Ever since we've seen Tapping join, I mean, obviously he's been making a big difference. 12 kills for him early in this game, but they went up 2-0 against FaZe on Sunday. Obviously, they got reverse swept. Unfortunately, we're not able to stay in that winner's bracket, but I feel as if Tapping's just added another level to this roster and that we're going to see big improvements from them this season.
I hate to just say, well, look at his stats, because the stats don't always tell the whole story, but I think a lot like what Breaking Shot has provided complexity with a little bit of a boost in the K department there at the top right of your screen. Tapping buttons is very much similar comp in that. 12 slays. He's got a point, 1.5 times everybody else's slays in the lobby. So when you look at Native Gaming, when you look at what drives this roster now, it's the newly minted, it's the new fourth Tapping buttons.
Yeah, Tapping buttons is I just want to see him to have one of those big accolades happen this year where he's able to come in and show that he's worth the pickup and every penny that it takes for him to be on a North American team, because it's just it's great to have him back. You know what I'm saying? Like it was great to watch the teams in Mexico make big jumps and improvements with tapping buttons leading them over there. But he needs to be on one of the best rosters in the game, and that's what he's going to try to make native. Obviously, there's so much with the APG and Gilkey, and then having the 2 international players that are just like slayers for the team. It's just such a fun team to watch, and I'm glad that we're able to see it here today.
Yeah, that's a team composition that just simply on paper gets you excited. You got world champs, veterans, 2 of the deadliest duos in tapping buttons and barcode, and there's Gilkey putting in some work as well. Grabs the double and the camo, stays alive with it. And he's going to continue on, getting some shots into Boo Boo Doo, going to prevent all of this push. Coming through the cafe side, Sentinels now have to wonder, good worry, where did those shots come from? Gilkey straight ahead, 5 perfect shots onto Lethal. And now Native Gaming are starting to build their case for a round 1 victory, needing just 15 more seconds.
It's going to be tough for Sentinels, and it's going to be desperate at the end here as the time just starts to click down. Big opening kill for them. If they can get the second, suddenly they're going to be able to break in. This thing not over yet. APG is going to do his best. Maybe he can out-rotate. No, going to decide just to play and try to warn on these slays.
Huge.
So they does get him, but look at this Native Gaming. They almost get the benefit of the play ball. They're going to have access to it right away if they get these slays.
Precision dropping in, looking to bring that oddball back in, but barcode, you got one more thing to worry about, young gun. Lethal, last player alive here for Sentinels, and he goes down as well, and that will do it. Native Gaming looking better and better day after day. Take round number 1 over Sentinels.
And it's equal efforts, it feels, across the board. We're seeing, obviously, we saw big moments for tapping buttons early in the game, but the rest of the team starts to step up in those later stages. This has just been impressive precision, though. You know, we're talking about him being in the Texas Heat. It doesn't seem to be bothering him too much. Still top slave for his team. 14 kills thus far in this game.
He's got a towel nearby. Just imagine every 10-second on the respawn timer is 10 seconds to wipe the brow and sweat. Can imagine conditions Precision is playing in right now. Actually, I have, and it's very difficult. Tapping buttons looking to make things difficult. Goes down. 2 go down for Native Gaming. Precision on a 1 HP. Oh, one of those melees might not have connected. Precision was absolutely one shot, but Sentinels take advantage of it. Falcated with a double kill, and 15 seconds and rolling of ball time. Looking like a good start for Sen.
Yeah, so far Native are just so far away from having any sort of action towards this ball, and it's just a great job by Sentinels. Work your slays, work up the map, and like try to keep your ball player as that back player and let them decide when the rotations happen. Let them just have as much information as possible to make the right play.
Enemy has the ball.
Tapping buttons looking to prevent that reset. Does not, but still takes down Boo Boo Doo Boo. Has his buddy Barcode working out the right side, but Falcated with the Stalker Rifle has the sandbox advantage. But Gilkey through communication takes him down, but looks like that Stalker going to go back to Sen. Precision looking to pinch and collapse here on the C side. He's got Lethal. A little bit mistimed. Lethal pushes 1 by 1. Precision now in a 1 by 2. Has to push through and loses that 1v1 battle. What's the great Lunchbox once said? Win your 1v1s, but don't seek them out. Something along the lines, and that's what Sentinels just did there.
Man, you make it sound like a biblical verse.
It is. It's church.
Lunchbox 113, baby. That's crazy.
Right next to Psalms, as APG takes down another member of Sentinels. That's Falcated. Great job by APG, just looking to stay alive here. As the push come through, Lethal gonna be able to clean him up though, but oh, Gilkey's cleaning up on a camo grab, and you can see that blue bar for shotgun. Oh, but Boo Boo Doo Boo, he says, don't you know, I'm the master of camo. I can always see camo, and has the shotgun now because of it.
Native just hasn't been able to generate that space needed for them to be comfortable with these ball holds. Sentinels, they're either winning the slays on the when Native comes in for the attack, but even when Native is able to get them out of that position, Sentinels are wasting enough time to be able to spawn back up, push their way back up the map, and continually apply pressure to Native Gaming. It's been impossible for them to feel comfortable this entire round 2, and so far it reflects on the scoreboard. I mean, only 1 second of ball time in this entire round.
Sentinels having a much better round number 2. Precision cleans up onto Gilkey. 2 down now for Native Gaming means Sentinels should have control of it. But wow, Native Gaming are able to break through into C, so that forces Sentinels to have to potentially rotate the oddball towards Cafe. For now, it's a gunfight in the back of Tram. Falcated has 2, the 5 perfect shots. Staying alive now is his main objective. Oh, the help from Lethal takes down Barcode, but the grenade from Gilkey too strong. It takes him down, but Gilkey goes down shortly after. Because of it, Sentinels are going to continue scoring, up by more than a minute.
This has just been fantastic work from them, and what I like about what they've done in particular is they've always kept that ball far away from their perimeter players. You want to try to build as much space between your ball and your players that are trying to get forward on the map. What that does is just allows the ball carrier to understand what's happening on the map, right? He's soaking in all the information, the call outs, the positions on the map. He's able to see everything clearly, and that just allows them to make the best available play. And so far, I think that's what we've seen effective from Sentinels, is that their ball carriers keep making the best available play.
Oh, tapping buttons there, setting up a camo shotgun combination play, but Sentinels sniff it out, take down the camo, burn that. The shotgun's still there to grab in the middle of the map, and God, it's right now it's just Falcated working his way through the middle of the map. Surprised not to see some monstrous 29 and 19 performance from him, as that's what it looks like he's doing. Has the most assists for Sentinels. Ubu doesn't need the assist there as he takes down Gilkey single-handedly. Chase grenade goes out towards Barcode. Now it's APG looking to bait and switch with him, and the nade from Barcode enough.
Yeah, Native's not going to have any chance to get back here in time, I don't think. Just Precision's just going to be able to wait out this clock. Barcode goes high, but like we said, just not enough time. That's about as dominant as you can get in a round 2. Reset yourself and get yourself ready for round 3. This has been, we saw 2 dominant wins. Round 1 for Native, round 2 for Sentinels. We'll see if Sentinels can carry on.
Yeah, you'd have to just give the slight edge to Sentinels based on, I guess, recency bias. The fact that they were the previous winner, as Barcode looks to win that oddball off the break. Gets a spike grenade out, trades out. Oddball, it looks like Native are trying to work it towards the Tram side, set up that lockdown location, and they do a great job off the opening break. Precision, the only player alive. And he's doing enough to stop that push through into C. Precision with the positioning on the B rail. And yeah, look at this. Native Gaming aren't going to be able to get into C because of it. And what the hell? The camo's still up.
There we go. Perfect play as Barcode's going to be able to get away with this. And what's going to be an easy enough pick for him. This is fantastic for Native Gaming. We need to see them capitalize on this situation. You got everything going right. You have to get at minimum 30 seconds out of this.
Yeah, this is what tapping was setting up for previously. This is what Native Gaming were setting up for previously when they sent tapping buttons to get the camo and shotgun. Instead, it's Barcode now with it, the other side of that international duo. Oh, Lethal!
First.
Is there some kind of like power-up advantage you get when you break the wood before you punch an opponent? It looked like you just simply had more damage there.
Yeah, I get that play, that to try to get the back smack. You maybe jump over the head to get a better angle, but you have a right gun in your hand. It's just 2 quick shots. Boom, boom, punch. You're good. I think that's a big error that thankfully isn't going to cost them too much, as they were able to get control of that ball once again. But these are the moments where you have to play just about perfect, right? When you're trying to finish out these games and play as well as you are. Native Gaming, they went up 2-0 against FaZe, and right, they just petered out towards the end. I want to see them just keep that level of consistency, that great play throughout to the end.
Now, so far, whoever's won the opening break has ridden that horse off into the sunset. Right now, it's Native Gaming riding a 60-second plus lead, and 60 seconds haven't even evaporated off of the regulation clock. Now, visibility for Falcated. Evaporating as he pushes in through to the Tram side of the map. Has tapping buttons. He should go down with that grenade. He does. Rotation occurring now for Barcode as he looks to escape the camo of Falcated, but Falcated's close on the heels of him. Gilkey has that protection, but not good enough as Falcated 1 HP a dream. A camo and shotgun still have to work with.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Target still working up on this map. Precision. Yeah. Woo! Little, you can jiggle beak all you want, but the 1v2 that's gonna make it too hard for him to get through. And well, we see the break in coming for Native, and they are swarming to this ball. But Boo Boo Doo gets the perfect timing, and the help is there for Fallocated. This is great for the ball. They're gonna be able to rotate it back towards their teammates. The spawns from Native are gonna be so far away. Sentinels, this is exactly what they needed to start chunking away at this lead.
Now, this is something we didn't see in rounds 1 and 2, and that's an answer back, as Sentinels have not only an answer back, but they are rolling 2, 3, 4 go down in one fell swoop for Native Gaming, and Sentinels could very well tie it, if not be right up against a lead here. Native going to have to get on their high horse off of those back A spawns.
Push Boo Boo trying to do his best. And I think that is the best. Oh, great job getting that nade. We'll see if that's enough to slow them down. It's only Tapping and Barcode able to attack on this play. Tapping's quick to get in, but Falcon very much ready for that gunfight, and huge wins at the biggest moments of the game. Sentinels suddenly look to be able to take a lead after such a dominant start of the round for Native Gaming. But the mistakes start to creep in. This is where I want to see Native Gaming finish strong, but so far, whenever they get into that big moment at the end of these games, it seems as if they start to allow a path to victory for the other side.
60 plus uncontested seconds for Native Gaming, 70 plus uncontested seconds for Sentinels, has them now up by 20. And Native Gaming, desperately pushing through, have what looks like one final chance to break through, and they're not going to do it. 5 seconds left on the clock. I don't see anybody in position for Native Gaming. It's going to take a miracle, and it's not going to be there. Instead, Sentinels take the victory here in game number 1.
Huge blunder from Native. I mean, you had so much control in that game. 70-point lead. And slowly but surely we see the comeback happen. Sentinels, it might just be experience is the big difference maker. I mean, all those guys on Sentinels have been playing for a while now with each other. They know how to stay gritty and to win those games, but that's a gritty win from them. And honestly, I'm very impressed with how they were able to take over in that round 3. Once they got to their spot, remember, it was that big play by Boo Boo to get the flank over into back arcade, get the big kills, Falcade stay alive. He was able to get that ball away. Once they did that, there was no room for Native to ever come back in that game. They just played perfect.
Pretty even across the board in damage for Native Gaming. Gilkey a little bit lower, but makes perfect sense when you consider that Gilkey had 2.5 minutes of oddball time, and maybe that was not the case. 2 minutes, sure, but I think he could have found a way to get 30 of those seconds distributed amongst the remaining 3 members of Native Gaming. And part of the conversation in that earlier oddball in the winter semifinals, playing your 25%, seeing certain players just take on a little too big of a load. It feels like with that oddball time, 2:29. That's unbelievable. Gilkey had almost all of it, and that's just too much, you could argue.
Into this game too, man. You know what's interesting about this series is you start game 1 on that oddball, right? Game 2 you go to Slayer, and it's almost like you're getting that whiplash effect of you played the longest possible game type for game 1. Now you go into game 2, you're gonna play the shortest possible game type with a very fast and aggressive Slayer. I think for either team, priority number 1 right here is to come out the gate strong. You want to build that early lead and just keep that momentum of your Sentinels. For Native, you got to reaffirm that we were the better team for most of that game. Let's just get back to where we were.
Yeah, and I think for Sentinels, I think it's what it's all about, reaffirming your position in the HCS. You don't want to give an upstart Native Gaming team or even a complexity, right? Somebody who's gained a new 4th and has that newfound sense of freedom or positivity, just upward trajectory, it feels like, for these 2 teams. Shut it down if you're the Sentinels. And, well, they've already done that with complexity in the previous series, winning that game 5. Now looking to win another Slayer here in game number 2, but it's Barcode with the OS. And the Heatwave off the start. No more OS to work with, but plenty of Heatwave.
What I love about what Native Gaming does with Barcode is that they really allow him to be his best, and I just want to say that's an insane kill for a barcode real fast. He shot the heat wave through the player, it hit the wall, and then it hit someone else lower down off the reflection. That was one shot underneath the player that was in front of him to get the kill. But what they do at barcode that I really enjoy is they facilitate power weapons to him, and barcode's a player that plays better when he has the power weapons in his hands. Like, it's in his nature to go and scavenge for those power weapons. And native gaming oftentimes are just say, hey, this is yours. Like, heat wave's gonna be yours this game. Overshield's gonna be yours. We're gonna fight this bandit on bandit. We're gonna give you these resources. We need you to pop off instead for us. And so often he delivers to that call.
I totally agree with that. Outside of maybe Gilkey, who I think is one of the sneaky best snipers in the HCS, any power weapon on the map, it's got to almost be like by default for Coach Hoaxer to say barcode, tapping buttons, you guys got it. Let's put the sandbox in y'all's hands because we know what they can do with it. Speaking of sandbox in their hands, Boo Boo Dubo, another great player with power-ups. He's starting to position for it. Has Gilkey down to low HP, but Gilkey, oh my God, with the use of that heat wave, finds a way to take down Boo Boo Dubo for the double, and native are up 2.
Right now you see Sentinels, they're very condensed on this map. They're gonna have to try to back through APG. Oh, I almost wanted to see if he let Lethal go by, and unfortunately because he takes those shots on Lethal and Lethal spots him, they're able to collapse in. But I like the idea from APG there. Stay slow, be patient, let these players play through you and be able to get a good angle to get those kills. Instead, it's been a huge fight down at Overshield that eventually will swing Valkated's way. And oh boy, he wrapped that corner. I was like, you're maybe gonna get shot in the back. He did get shot in the back, but it just was not enough to take him down before that Overshield pops on him.
Valkated holding forward on the left joystick, putting shots into seemingly everybody for Native Gaming, and everybody for Native Gaming goes down. What was previously a tied match, 18-all, is now a 4-kill lead for Sentinels. It's Valkated looking to compound off of that nice grab of the OS, but Gilkey takes him down, and Gilkey seems to be finding the impactful slays here in this game number 2, keeping Native Gaming within reach.
Here, this is just precision. It's just been right place, right time all game. It feels like this guy's about to hit the double pause. Okay. Maybe a little overheat right there as he's trying to find somewhere. The room's hot. We'll give him a break right there, but he's just so impressive in his ability to constantly find the damage. And speaking of damage, you see that heat wave bounce off that back wall and just do a little bit of extra to precision. You got double tapped by one heat wave shot.
Like a boomerang, if it comes back around, don't let it hit you in the side of the head.
How is Precision alive? This guy's been at Cartoon. They know he's at Cartoon. Look, they're hunting him down. There, finally, Native Gaming finds the kill on Precision. They had to be so frustrated in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy you got to prioritize on the map. I think Precision and Falcated are 2 guys you got to prioritize in a Slayer like this, both with the most slays on their team. Can't forget about Boo Boo Doo or Lethal, though. Tapping buttons, has that heat wave back in his hands. It feels like Native Gaming, more often than not, have had that ever important power weapon on the map, and been one of the ways that they're able to keep it close. Now they can regain the lead with it. Tapping doesn't like his situation, doesn't like where he's set up, hides for a bit, and then starts getting shot across the map, has to rotate, and all the while, Boo Boo Doo sets up for an OS that doesn't even get a shot put into it.
All right, and we're right at the mid game. This is where the game can swing out of control, and Sentinels is able to capitalize on these extra shields. Boo Boo Doo trying to come in to find these finishes, and earns himself a blueberry. I was gonna say maybe a heat wave is gonna go his way, but huge pick from tapping buttons. You'll take the 1-for-1 trade. Overshield gone.
31-30. Native continues to chip away at it. Valkated chips away at those shields for APG. Doing a great job there to manufacture a slay, but God, Native Gaming are resilient to get it back to within 1. And watch out for Gilkey. Oh, Valkated with the battle rifle, a season 1 PIV win over Gilkey. Keeps Sentinels up by 2.
APG, huge win from him, and right just like that, APG gets the opening pick. They start to collapse in on the left side. They were able to equalize it, and just when you think Native Gaming is gonna get themselves back into that lead, who else but Precision, man? This guy's been insane this game. 12 kills thus far. Him and Falcon have been a 1-2 punch that's just been too much for Native Gaming to really feel comfortable with right now.
Valkated, a part of 23 of the 39 slays. So Valkated, talk about playing your 25%. He's playing his 50% right now. And Sentinels are in the lead by 2. Could use a A few more here from Lethal as he looks to do just that. Shots down onto APG, exposes himself, flies out the top, and goes down, but not before earning an assist. 43-42 as 3 go down. Gilky's the last player alive, the only player alive in the lobby. 3 go down for Native Gaming, 4 go down for Sentinels. And Native Gaming, with Gilky being the last player alive, I imagine should have the edge on this next overshield. A crucial, potentially game-winning overshield is up for grabs.
Sentinels is starting to win the gunfights from the outside in, and well, now overshield in their possession. You felt like Native Gaming had the better leverage, but the big kills and the big moments, precision 16 for his team. He sees the spawners of Native Gaming. They're in trouble. There's nowhere to go. Double kill, killing spree. Precision puts the dagger in.
49-43 now, and try as they might, as close as they got, Native Gaming just weren't able to ultimately take not only the game, but the lead. There were so many instances, Garrett, where they were down by 2, tied with Sentinels, and then in every single one of those instances, Sentinels almost in every instance found a +4, at least a +3 net outcome, and one of the ways they were able to build on a lead and make that final score a little bit more wide open than you would have thought based on how close that match felt.
Yeah, it's yeah, it almost feels like Native Gaming, they're just there, right? They're just there. And I think this is something that'll come in time, is the execution at the end game. It feels like whenever they get to that final moment where they need to push through, they falter just that little bit. And I think it's just time in. This team is a new team with Tapping Buttons joining into the fray. They've had some big changes. I think they're gonna figure it out. I see so much to like about what they're doing. I think it's just gonna take a little bit of time to catch up to these teams that have been a little bit more established this season, like a Sentinels.
It does take time, and you even brought up Sentinels. Look at them. That's a team that took some time to fit in with precision. When Sparty was dropped after Arlington, and we talked with Boo Boo Doo Boo, and he said even at the event at the LAN in London, it still felt like they were building on some of that rapport and chemistry that you want to have as a team of 4. So for Native Gaming, a team that's just picked up that newly minted roster with Tapping Buttons and Barcode, yeah, they're absolutely going through that feeling out portion of the team of 4 where they don't quite have the timing, and that especially reflects in the end game where we saw Sentinels just have a little bit more of it. But I do expect Native Gaming over time to build that and become one of the top teams again in the HCS. And speaking of top teams, here we go. Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan, your El Clasico, your final El Clasico before what we assume would be an El Clasico on LAN in 1 month in Atlanta. But for now, we're guaranteed it online in the winter finals, no less. Opportunity to take it to the grand finals next between Optic and FaZe.
All right, folks, if you want to watch the conclusion of that Native Sentinels match, you are able to do so with the ! streams in chat. If you do that, you'll see our multiple streams that we have today over on the YouTube channel. You can watch the other matches that are happening. Unfortunately, no casters on those games, but at least you can keep yourself informed. We have to watch Optic versus FaZe. I mean, come on, guys, we have to watch it. But if you like the fact that you can go and watch all these things and stay informed, what we do here on Thursdays for the Pro Series is a big team effort, and there's a lot of hands that help. Like, we got multiple observers today with Coach Callis and Furzilla helping out today with some of the observing on the Bravo side. 99, obviously our main observer. We got some great talent, Aliek and holding it down on the hosting desk. Unfortunately, no Eli today, but you got me and Mikowski, Tony, and Act will be coming in. It's a lot of people that help make this happen, and some simple ways that help support what we do here today is just casting. Just subscriptions. Hey, I'm doing my best to help.
You're thinking about what your job is.
I'm thinking about myself, right?
Yeah,
but
you're worried about yourself here, right?
Some subs, they go a long way, guys. They do go a long way. Dude, imagine we get everyone in chat to start casting these matches.
Like,
dude,
squirrel,
cast. But if you guys want to help, like those Prime subs, anything like that, they go a long way to help us do what we do here today. Like I said, it's a lot of people involved in doing what we do.
Yeah, we'd be lying if we said Halo was the only thing on our minds today. Want to give a huge outpouring of love and support to my duo, Eli the Ninja, who's recovering right now. He's going to be okay. He's obviously not here today, but he's going to be back in the mix, better and stronger than ever before. Eli, love you, dude. Hope you're doing well, man. Sending some thoughts your way. But here we go. Winner final is set. Optic Gaming versus FaZe, and I love when game number 1 is a map that has 2 snipers on it. About to see the Blaners get some play.
I'm so excited for this. This is like, it's very fun to see the top teams competing in today's tournaments. You know, it's awesome to see the top 8, the top 12 teams battle it out. But there's nothing like an Optic versus FaZe. It truly is 2 Goliaths that'll be going against each other, and there is no clear answer as to who's the favorite. It really comes down to who's playing the best on any given day. Here we go. Frosty dropping down, and he'll get a reward. And like what I like about this, he moves up on the map. He waits a little bit to top that overshield. I like it. He's gonna get himself a sniper early on. Oh my god, his green sniper with skulls and bones might just be enough for Frosty to pop off.
It's got to be Optic sniper that he's stolen, right? There's no way FaZe Frosty is wearing an Optic skin. I don't know. Maybe some kind of mind tricks being played, but yeah, I'm absolutely certain that is Optic's snipe, as Royal 2 has FaZe's snipe. And we talked about some back and forth sniping taking place here between Optic and FaZe, and it might just be only FaZe as they possess both of the snipes off the start. Royal 2 has the shotgun as well. A little bit of T2 combination here for Royal 2 as he earns 2. Double kill. Now looking to set his sights back towards dead zone. And my god, Frosty, you can tell he's communicating where he is. Royal 2 almost lining up the shot before he even gets there. Dead zone. Smartly throws that snipe off the map. Don't want to give too many win conditions to FaZe, and you don't want to give him a score off the start here. FaZe are looking to put an early one on the board, and they do just that.
It's just fantastic control from FaZe to control the snipers on the map. It was just too much power utility for Optic Gaming to deal with. FaZe strike first, and while Royal 2, he's yet to die. He'll get his 6 in a row. A nice easy snipe on Formal, and wow, this is just FaZe rolling on all all cylinders. This is impressive. The Royal 2, how did they not know about him? He finds another easy kill.
I mean, a Royal 2 snipe on Formal looked like in an octagon where you're just trying to stay alive, whatever, dude. I'll just take the shot, and he hits it. Oh, my God. FaZe really coming out strong here in your winter final. A matchup between 2 teams that have just previously 3-0'd their opponent in the winter semi. So both of these 2 teams come into this series on fire. FaZe just looking a little bit hotter for now.
Dead zone in this base, checking out his corners, ensuring that he finds anyone that's straggling by. But Royal 2, he's just been so damn good this game. Even when it's a 1v2, he's able to find at least 1 kill in this in that situation. We'll see if that's enough for FaZe to stave off Optic Gaming, as Optic have great control of the map.
Lucid, now with control of the shotgun. Highly talked about weapon here in the HCS sandbox, as Lucid's not going to wait at the sword side to allow some players to fall into that shotgun. He's going to take it to them instead. And my god, we saw the T2 combination previously. And wow, Lucid actually drops the shotgun for rockets. So that becomes a part of the map where, hey, if you don't get rockets, maybe get the shotgun at least. Lucid instantly puts to work those 2 rockets as he looks to take down another. That's 3. All three members of FaZe taken down single-handedly from Lucid. Is now Optic is primed and set up for a pull. They got to get a reset, though, as Lucid looks to push in. Big 1v1 here. Can Optic maintain presence on FaZe side of the map? Maybe not.
This is so tough for Optic. They had so much control of the base, but FaZe just stabilized their efforts, and now things are concerning for Optic, because look at the snipers. This is what was the key to the first flag, was they're able to get both of them. Frosty takes his tour to get in. He gets his sniper. He throws it off the map. That means Renegade has the only power weapon on the map, but Optic, this is a fast response, and I like this response. What do? First thing, they know there's 1 sniper on the map. They isolate the player. They push him as fast as they can. Optic Gaming making lemonade out of lemons.
Trippy with that FaZe sniper in his hands. Oh, that grenade's going to trickle his shields all the way down to 1 HP and ultimately take him down. Lucid, defensive shots through the sword side, not able to stay alive, as Royal 2 now pushing up on the cuts. Dead zone through all that chaos, gets a flag through the long haul. And if not for Frosty making a hero play, Optic are going to tie it at 1.
Is it gonna get punched in? Someone please put the flag in. There we go. Formal. Oh, I was like, where is this flag gonna come in? But FaZe, they're right in the counter attack, and this is what you like from them, right? It's like, yeah, you give up the flag, but you still have your opportunity. Do not give up yet. And we already see this flag more than halfway. It's gonna be up to Lucid to stop him in the mid map.
FaZe utilizing a counter cap to potentially take a 2-1 lead, and it makes perfect sense with how squirrely that score was for Optic Gaming. Not a clean one. They used too many resources and allowed FaZe Clan to instantly counter cap and regain that 2-1 score.
Lucid dancing at the bottom of Snipe. Renegade's gonna reposition. It's all for this overshield. I like that nade, right? Throw out the pre-nade to potentially push a player back. If they decide to push, Lucid ended up just giving up this overshield, saying that we're gonna get you on the backside. And so far, Trippy and Lucid do a great job getting damage on Renegade. But without that kill, you're allowing FaZe to get a lot of space on this map. And Renegade, this is just a deadly position from him. He's just gonna be able to harass the players of Optic Gaming from that tower side.
Renegade with the jiggle peek wasn't enough to stay alive, as Optic have the numbers advantage and are looking to push out on it. Royal 2 on the banana, gets peeled. Formal now looking to work his way around the sword side of the map. Doesn't want to drop, though. You're going to let FaZe take possession of the low ground. Formal and the rest of his team takes the high side here on the sword side, but you got to worry about Snakebite with the shotgun. Pushes on through and takes an easy one onto Formal. Still 4 shots left.
This is a dangerous position for Optic if FaZe is able to potentially just keep finding themselves behind players on Optic. And I love that process from Snakebite, right? He works back towards his team to get behind the player that pushed through. He's able to find that early kill. Lucid, fantastic follow-up to able to get that shot, but oh my, angle for Renegade. Well, you can see a knee and an ankle, and well, it's enough to get enough damage with that sniper for Frosty to get the cleanup.
That's all he needs. Renegade doesn't need much space to create a lot of it, as he's still got a lot of snipe left. 6 shots to be exact as he pushes up through on the mid-bridge side. Royal 2 pulling a flag out. Attention goes towards that. That's going to allow Renegade a few back-of-the-head shot opportunities, I would imagine, and boom, there's one on to Formal. And you guys don't have any game sound? What do you mean? Dead Zone goes up the lift and goes down. 4 go down for FaZe, and Optic Gaming regain after what looked like a FaZe pull that could end the game. Optic has second thoughts. Oh, Dead Zone has a second chance at that sniper. Peels the wig with the no-scope. Renegade, a couple chase grenades going out, and Optic are back in this.
This has been a fantastic counter from Optic, right? It looked like FaZe was ready for that third capture. They're able to find the kills on the sniper players and immediately play into an offensive attack. But this is just methodical from Optic Gaming. They're holding FaZe in this back base. It's going to come down to the big sniper shots to allow them to get to that final moment. But so far, FaZe doing a fantastic job battling their way out. Trippy with the extra shields might be enough to keep this push for Optic Gaming.
Oh, Trippy needs every bit of that OS to take down one, but he can't save his own life. Royal 2 goes down, but so too does Trippy. Lucid now pushing up towards the cut side of the map, and he's there. He's where he needs to be, but he doesn't have the number support, and that's why you see Lucid almost backtrack away from FaZe's flag, and he knows he's still got a little bit of meat left on the bone. Takes down Frosty, but man, that was tough. You could almost sense Lucid's body language saying, come on, guys, just get through. We can pull this.
Optic, this is dire. You see the players of FaZe swarming to that first BR. Formal's doing his best to hold him off, but he can't take down 3 players. Trippy trying to refill that position. Oh my word. Dead Zone came in perfect flank, gets the double. And what I love is how fast he is on the attack on the backside. Unfortunately, a hiding Frosty will be his demise, but Dead Zone saving the game for Optic.
Lucid gets back to the FaZe 50-yard line side of the map, but he goes down shortly after. Now Formal lining up a grenade toss. Now a 1v1 with Royal 2. Oh, but the cleanup comes through from Renegade on the tower side, I would imagine. Yep, but he goes down as well. A lot of bodies going down back and forth. Royal 2 goes down. And with 3 minutes left, we are officially in the end game. And Formal and Optic Gaming have possession of FaZe's side of the map. Lucid just has to stay alive, but he can't. Crucial, too. He was going for the steal on Snipe.
Snipers have been the big play for FaZe all game, is getting away with these snipers and making big plays. You have some of the best snipers in the game on this team as well. Do not give them an angle. Formal's thinking about going around that corner, but Renegade locking it down. He knows that he cannot give him an angle.
Boom. Renegade takes the shot, but only hits the shoulder shot. There we go. There's the headshot lined up onto Trippy. Oh, there we go. There's the game sound. I don't have to make any more fake sounds with my mouth. Renegade pew-pews. And that's not the shots coming out. That's his shields instead recharging. And he gets him back and gets it back in blood as he takes down Formal. 3 go down for Optic Gaming and FaZe. 2 instances, Garrett, in the most recent 2 minutes where it looked like Optic had broken through, but FaZe reset things. Maybe a little bit of frustration coming through here for Optic.
Renegade with the double beat down. That overshield gone, but their position on the map still forward. And Renegade able to hunt down Lucid. And this is where it gets dangerous. You see the players from FaZe coming up on the high side. Renegade's going to get into space, and the flag is out. Optic Gaming with only 1 player alive. They all spawn, but their position is known. Royal 2 snipes the first up the tower, and this flag is all but guaranteed. 4 down. FaZe take game 1.
Oh, and FaZe aren't going to allow any confidence to seep through into game 2 for Optic Gaming. FaZe take it convincingly, 3-1.
Defeat.
They were just setting themselves up time and time again to make that play happen. Eventually, they're far enough up on the map when they got those kills, you can all but guarantee the flag capture. Those snipers just the cherry on top, able to take down that first spawner like it was nothing. FaZe were just so aggressive in that game. Even when Optic Gaming got their chance at that flag capture, we saw FaZe, what they do right away, they were countering. They were ready to pull up onto that base, take the flag back. We only saw this game tied for maybe a minute, right? Even the first flag was captured within the first minute of the game. As soon as the game was tied, they pulled out another flag and took the lead. That was just FaZe consistently keeping Optic on the back foot.
Plus 22. That was the Slay differential there for FaZe over Optic Gaming. And in a heavyweight fight, you don't expect that much separation in the Slay department. And it's one thing, again, for FaZe. We almost expect them to have those plus 22 net outcomes after a match is all said and done. But to have the objective efficiency to match is what's so crucial. If I'm a FaZe fan, I'm more excited about the objective efficiency than the slaying proficiency I'm seeing here from FaZe, because they've got both, but OBJ is more important, and they take that one 3-1. I guess based on the eye test, you felt like it could have been 2-1 or even 2-2 at one point, but I don't know, man. FaZe looked to be in another gear here today.
I'll say that I'm not panicking right now if I'm Optic, right? You know, first game's first game. You're giving up snipers, reset yourselves on the Slayer. To me, this has game 5 written all over it, and well, I'm gonna be really looking at Formal to be the one that just pushes Optic over in this game. I want to see a lot of damage on these crosses from Formal. He's just that player that has one of the best shots, especially that long range shot. I really want to see a big bounce back game from him in particular.
Renegade picking up the battle rifle off the start, setting up for some long range gunfights. It's Frosty though, who's in the mix and inside the tower. Lucid doesn't know about it. Lucid gets a whack to the frontal. Frosty does too, as it's an even 2v2 off the start, and 2-2 scoreline is that at that. Trippy though trying to make away with some advantage for Optic, and huge protective effort there from Dead Zone. Everything Trippy does with his camo now feels like a bonus after Dead Zone clutches up and keeps him alive.
But what I love what we're seeing from Optic is they're starting to run in pairs, and obviously we see that keeps the camo player alive for a little bit longer in that situation. But that's the big thing. You want to be able to have help to each other right away. The way that they're going to try to do that is by playing close together, and you're seeing that still as they start to maneuver on the map. Optic Gaming are staying very close to each other, trying to win on these trades.
Royal 2 with the shot, lines up Dead Zone, gets him, lines up Trippy, this time with a grenade chase, and gets him too. FaZe have a 2-kill lead after the nice 2 kills in a row from Royal 2. Still has a full magazine left to work with, and this shot, 4 perfect shots, could be 4 down for Optic the way he's been shooting.
I think that killed Optic Gaming in the first game was the sniper, right? And we're seeing it happen once again. FaZe prioritizing getting to that sniper because they know that they'll hit every shot, every opportunity they have with how good all the players are with the sniper on this game. 6-1 to start for Royal 2.
And I don't know if any of these 6 kills have been assisted. It's really been all Royal 2 with either chase grenades or shock rifle headshots. 6 kills to his name, more than half, now half for this FaZe clan roster. But Royal 2 is going to hold on to that shock rifle. FaZe going to hold on to the lead. And instead, they're going to build on it 10-14. And now with camo up, it's another win condition that could go into the favor of FaZe clan. It's been full sandbox control for them off the start, and they get it again.
Snakebite, that was so smart. Well, you see him holding himself at that yellow door. He's standing in yellow door. When you stand there, you know that A is open. He was able to find 2 spawners of Optic Gaming right away, get damage, slow them down for his team's push on the camouflage.
14 all now, as Optic have tied things up. Trippy and the rest of Optic Gaming pushing out of that back C spawn. Formal already goes down, so not only is your positioning disadvantageous, so too is the numbers situation if you're Optic Gaming. Frosty gonna try to clean up onto dead zone here. Frosty gonna continue to chase. I don't know if dead zone has any chase grenades. They haven't gone out. Love how Frosty's able to stop his process to take down dead zone. Says, I'll take care of you later. Takes down Lucid, then takes down dead zone for a +1 trade outcome. That's how FaZe are up 1, 19-18.
Frosty's always just such a frustrating player to play against for these other teams because of how much he gets involved in fights. He's very comfortable in playing away from his team if he needs to. Oftentimes, he's going to be a player that the other team just has to worry about because of how active he is on the map. You know, it might not reflect in the kills every game, or he might have a little bit of a higher death count, but notice how he's always getting involved. He's forcing players out of position to deal with him. But sometimes, though, you get out of position, you get a great opportunity. Trippy's gonna find a trick as he's able to find all 3 in that situation. Big kills for Optic Gaming to get themselves just about back to even.
I thought, though, with dead zone there on the Dorito, he would have had enough support and help to keep Trippy alive. Trippy goes down, dead zone goes down, and it's a domino falling down here as Formal goes down as well. Fortunately, though, for them, they're able to take down 2 members of FaZe. FaZe still up by 1, 24-23. We approach the halfway mark.
So the shock rifle feels a big curse right now. Players picking it up, immediately going down. FaZe gonna have a better position for camouflage here, and these nades gonna push dead zone out of his spot. Look at all these players from FaZe down low, but this is dangerous for FaZe unless they're able to find the big kills on their way out. And Renegade hitting that big shot over into that battery zone is going to be able to eventually bounce back in the top seed. Finds Lucid isolated. And, oh, he's not done yet. Renegade's still putting the pressure on. Forces Formal back down. And look how fast Renegade's able to capitalize. He's capitalizing on damage. Right? He gets just a couple extra shots on the other team. They're pushing forward.
Yeah, it almost feels like they forgot about Renegade. Don't forget about Snakebite.
Triple kill.
He earns that triple, now lining up some shots onto dead zone. You're going to see all of Optic Gaming spawn at the back of Blue and all. Look at Renegade setting up here for a push out to the long haul side, but sensing that push is going towards the A side of the map, I believe at least, Renegade instead elects to push up on the map, get some damage down, and allow for this pinch here from Snakebite. That's at least what we're seeing from FaZe, but Optic handle it very well. Dead zone with the back smack gives them the opening break slay they need to push out of C and get to A, and they've done just that.
FaZe has just done a fantastic job of keeping Optic around a slays away. They just keep the separation. Every time Optic strings back a couple kills together, it seems like FaZe always has the response, and they've been able just to maintain this lead. And because they have this lead, it allows them to be just that little bit extra aggressive. They don't have to necessarily worry about going down as long as they are confident that a trade will come in on the back end.
Oh, just as it looked like FaZe had a chance to run away with it into the 40s, it's now just a one possession game once again. But if you're Optic Gaming, you have to take advantage, like FaZe just did, of your back C spawns. That's what we see now for FaZe Clan, with Optic putting the clamps on them instead. Dead zone setting up for this push from Royal 2. 5 perfect shots, difficult shots, land on Royal 2 and bring Optic back to just within 2. 37-38 now, only down by 1. And Formal's got a shock rifle to work with, almost a full one at that. Optic are down, but they have the winning conditions in their hands.
And that all starts with Dead Zone's play. We see the shock rifle still with Formal and the camo with Dead Zone, but with camouflage coming up, you know the players want to naturally progress to white to help with the players that are fighting over at gold. Dead Zone uses that to his best advantage. He waits at the doorway for someone to make a move one step too far. He was able to get those kills, and now the power weapons, the utility, it's all gone Optic's way. They're just got it even. Do they check this player in the corner? He lets both of them pass. Loses his heavy damages. Trippy, Formal, not able to get the kill. Still just hiding in the corner. Renegade's been a monster, but Trippy shuts him down before too much value can come of it. Optic Gaming, they've been down all game, but they've taken the lead in the final moments.
Oh my God, that was a mixy scenario across the needle side to long haul, and it all trades out 44 all, but after 3 straight kills from FaZe Clan, they now have a 3-kill lead. 3 kills left. Frosty on the bat ledge, looking to take down Trippy, but Trippy finds him with the plasma pistol melee combination. Renegade with a huge cleanup onto Trippy, make sure he goes down. 46-48, World 2 setting up on the tower side of the map. I'm wondering if there's going to be a standoff. It doesn't look like there is.
Frost is playing this awfully aggressive. He doesn't have any immediate help, but Optic's not expecting it. Look, they're not even looking at the middle of the map. He's gonna find himself up behind these players without them suspecting. Frosty gets the first kill. Dead Zone knows they're coming in from the backside. He has to win the fight. Frosty throws a grenade. It doesn't connect. 49 all.
49 all. Dead Zone. High side positioning. Renegade. Don't take that camo. That's bait. I almost imagine if he's setting up for bait. And now's where we might see that standoff. 49 all. 4 minutes left. So these two teams have the time to feel each other out.
I'd like to see FaZe put down damage on the map and try to let Renegade get away with this camouflage. If they're able to push Optic down just for a second, it could open up a window for him to get away with it. Here we go. Renegade's making his play. He's walking.
Oh my God, Renegade spots the camo, and he puts 5 perfect shots into Dead Zone for the win. FaZe take game number 2 and steal the hearts from Optic Gaming fans.
How? He set that up so early in the play. Remember, he stood there at orange door for over 30 seconds, letting that tension build. He's just sitting there building tension in the middle of the map, checking camouflage. He's the first one to know where camo went because he just sit there, and then eventually he starts to make his move. He creeps forward as Dead Zone picked it away. Dead Zone feels so confident that there can't be anyone following him. We have so much control. He's not even looking. There's no one looking at C-Plat because Dead Zone just picked up camouflage. He just came from C-Plat. Why would you look there? Renegade gets the perfect timing because of it. Look, there's a player long haul. He went between 3 different players to find a camouflage. I was standing still, and they hit 5 perfect shots on him. You can't talk about an icier player.
What do we say? Renegade's setting up for baiting camo. He's not going to grab it. And it took a little while for that to materialize, but I'd say that's exactly what materialized. FaZe and Renegade let Optic have camo, sensing that maybe Optic were going to play stationary and on their heels with it. I mean, that's exactly what we saw. And I don't know if we're giving a lot of credit to FaZe. But I don't think we're giving a lot of... I mean, we are giving a lot of credit to FaZe, but it's not faded credit in the sense that I think that's exactly how FaZe played it. I think that's exactly how Royal One saw it. At the end game, 49 all, camo up, and Renegade and FaZe in position for it. But they let Optic have it to ultimately fall into their trap. Wow, that is some big brain and some big cojones efficiency there out of FaZe Clan to let Optic have camo and let it play out like that, where Renegade earns 5 perfect shots, and all it took was Dead Zone shimmy shaking his way to the left and right, half a meter, not even. It didn't even take a full step for Renegade to spot him out. My God,
it was impressive heads up play from Renegade. It's like you said, I think FaZe was playing it slow. They were gonna let Optic make the first move. But what does Renegade do? Like, the way that Dead Zone gets that camouflage is his grapple. He has a grapple. He grapples it from C-Plot to himself, pops it in a triple stack, and then jumps up. Renegade's sitting at an orange door. He sees it gets grappled away. He's like, okay, like this is my own window of opportunity. He moves it, he checks C-Plat. No one was there at C-Plat. And he's like, well, if they're not checking this, I might have a free avenue to get in. And well, he got through 3. There's 3 players that should have theoretically been checking that area for a push, and just, well, heads up plays by Renegade. I mean, perfect timing beats it all.
no, yeah. Age-old adage, You don't check your corners, you might just end up checking your 6. As we've moved on now to game number 3, gonna need a short memory for both of these two teams. Optic Gaming to wipe away the heartbreak, and for FaZe Clan not to get too high on the highs, to try and stay even keel and earn the one more game you need to sweep Optic Gaming and send them to the lower bracket. But it's going to be difficult as this game 3 live fire oddball sets up as a reverse sweep trampoline if Optic are to win it.
Well, last time Dead Zone had this camouflage, I think it was a bad memory. We'll see if he's able to find something different this time. Easy shots forces that early play ball, and so far Optic, I feel like they've completely put that last game behind them. So far playing just fantastic games. They've been able to minimize the time that FaZe has been able to get, and right now if they can get these next few kills, they have a great setup. It's just about finding these opening kills.
It feels like both teams playing for those opening kills, and we'll have a reset as Trippy has lagged out once again. Unfortunate, but this is actually awesome. This sends us to a game 5 between Sentinels and Native Gaming. The Halo gods have our back.
Take your time, Trippy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to get back in the game right away. We got Sentinels versus Native, game 5. Second game 5 Sentinels has played this entire tournament. And oh boy, double kill early from Precision. Remember, no AC in his house, does not matter. He's feeling warm with his shot instead.
4-3 off the start, despite multi-kill moment there for Precision. It's just a 1-kill lead for Sentinels, but Boo Boo Doo has the camo, and he's lining up Barcode. Barcode goes down. Boo Boo Doo gets that camo back and still has at least, I want to say 5 seconds, maybe one more slay he can work on the tapping buttons, and he does just that. Doesn't get the slay, but earns the assist nonetheless, and that's a massive win condition. A massive victory variable for Sentinels as Boo Boo Doo with camo here in game 5. 10-4 lead off the start. Sentinels are looking good.
And so far, I mean, Sentinels have just been doing a great job at taking space. Native Gaming, they haven't been able to really have much freedom on the map. They're having to play a very reactionary game because of how Sentinels are the ones making the play. But here we go. The push is coming. The sticky from Gilkey might just be enough to allow Native to push out. Boo Boo Doo's position's known. With all Sentinels down, this is the opportunity Native's been waiting for. They can finally be the one that's the aggressor.
That was big. Gilkey sort of evens the tides, settles things down a little bit. You don't let Sentinels run away with it after that play there from Gilkey. APG takes down Precision with the body shot, and now Native Gaming, you could almost argue they have Sentinels right where they want them. 11-10, 12-10 now as numbers are dwindling for Sentinels. Tapping buttons down to 1 HP. Looking to just simply stay alive here on the Snipe Tower. Calls for help from Gilkey. Barcode, his teammate there, dies on the LR, and things will settle down with Sentinels looking to rotate, it looks like, towards the A side of the map, and tapping buttons is going to maintain his life on the C side.
This 2-kill advantage where Sentinels is just hanging on a thread. This camouflage could change everything, but Sentinels is the better position. Honestly, a bit surprised that they're as tepid as they are for going for this camouflage. Lethal finally makes the play, and it's almost a surprise to him that there was no one there for Native to watch him get away.
Yeah, Garrett, I agree, man. I'd at least like to see Native try to, at the very least, burn it, right? Just because of how good we know Sentinels are with it, especially when Boo Boo's got it. Not enough pressure there on the top mid camo pole, and Lethal's going to take advantage of it. Takes down 1, and Barcode now looking to push up, and now you can compound this to where not only do you get camo, but you get the shock as well. This is not a recipe for success if you're Native Gaming.
Those flying through this backside. Native, yep, they're in the same situation that they were in the early game, where they're trapped at the back of yard, having to try to fight their way through. And well, you know, it might have worked the one time, but it's hard to replicate that success when you're constantly getting pressured. Gilkey, both the kills that he has this game has been important kills to stop Sentinels from having a complete collapse on them.
Becoming a characteristic of Gilkey, right? Even if he's not positive, even if he's not blowing the top off with slays, he's always finding the impactful ones. But right now it is the volume of slays that you got to worry about if you're Native Gaming, as Sentinels are starting to build a multi-possession lead, up by 7. Nice headshot across the map from Barcode. Assists on 1, takes down the other, but Sentinels are able to take the shock rifle right back, just as it feels like Native Gaming have something in their hands to feel excited about. Sentinels take it right back.
Oh, Gilkey's the important player here. You see how he's creeping up over towards this blue side. If he can win that fight, he's going to give his teammates the ability to push up on the other side. Precision splits the 2, and oh my, he just ignored Gilkey, cut in through the middle, and suddenly Sentinels is making this mixy on the other side.
Cannot give this next camo to Sentinels. Precision setting up for it, takes down barcode, assist off screen. This is looking like an avalanche pouring through on Native Gaming as Malcated, I think, might have made it away with the camo. No, his suit's still there. I'm not sure who made it away with the camo. Nonetheless, it's not in Native Gaming's hands.
Great kill by Malcated, but this all starts with Precision. Native was having their chance to potentially make a push and get control of the map. Once again, what changes? Precision just goes like a bull in a China shop, gets between everyone, finds the big pick, and plays the middle of the map. Sentinels, that camouflage is lethal, just playing patient. Well, these players from Native are weak and they're not checking the corner. Oh no, APG tapping are both one shot. Oh, it's an easy pickup for lethal. The pressure is
oh my
on.
God. Oh my God, look at the masterful bait and switch, like a mini game of Fusion Frenzy or something. Avoid the sticky grenades. The mini game is what Sentinels just queued up, and God, perfect scores across the board, dipping and diving away from all of that plasma damage to win the bait and switch battle on the U-turn. 35-24. Native Gaming gonna have to find a U-turn of their strategy, as whatever they're putting out here in a game 5 is not it. And I gotta really point at Sentinels and their ice factor here, their clutch up factor. This is 2 game 5s on NA Open Series day number 2, where it looks like they'll win. So
gross.
Ice in the veins.
I can't believe Falcade just did that. He pushes through low ground, aggressively challenges 2 players at nest and wins that fight. I was gonna say, you know, this map, it's never over till it's over. Just because of how the spawn traps are, you can snowball this thing out of control. But Sentinels aren't giving a Native any respect on the map. These guys are just flying forward. They're taking every challenge possible. And Falcade in particular has been on a rampage. 13 kills, only 6 deaths. He's taking every fight that he can, and he's just so aggressive in his play.
Sentinels looking to take a pit stop at the Texas Roadhouse for a steak dinner to fuel up the rest of their lower bracket run. And this is so unfortunate, right? APG and Native finally get the camo in their hands, but it's at a moment where it just feels too little, too late, as APG is able to take down Lethal, but goes down shortly after. A trade 1-for-1 is not what you need in any capacity if you're Native Gaming, as Sentinels might not get that Texas Roadhouse cheap steak, but at the very least, they're going to take the win here.
Yeah, it's there's no way for them to come back at this point. It'll just be a victory lap and see if there's any sort of style points to be given from Lethal. This is the one thing that concerns about me with Sentinels, is they go to game 5 a lot. You know what I'm saying?
They seem to almost manufacture it, like even in that SSG series, right? Like just win it, right? Just win forehead, but they don't.
They go to a lot of game 5s. They ice up a lot of game 5s, which, you know, maybe, hey, good practice, right? Like, get those game 5s in. But my God, it feels like every time we're seeing them hit the game 5. But look at this, perfect timing. We're right back into it. Optic versus FaZe. Game number 3's back. Trippy's in the lobby, and he's gone 1-1. Sniper for Renegade early on, and well, you better not peek. You better not chow. I'll tell you why. Renegade's watching his middle lane.
Ball dropped.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just going to have a clean slate, wipe, refresh.
Oh, well, maybe.
Oh. That was a caster curse there. I think I proverbially pulled the Ethernet there from Trippy. But I was going to say, before their reset, FaZe scored 2 seconds. And there I think Optic got 2 seconds. So ultimately, going into this third reset, after the reset, we'll have an even game number 3 here. And I don't know, though. Let's talk about this, Garrett. Does this not just ice all of that momentum that FaZe were taking into this? Because they had a lot of it after that 50-49 nail-biter, edge of your seat thriller. And now, after a couple of resets, I don't know, this plays into Optic's favor, I would argue.
I mean, I feel like Trippy has to do things in 3. You know, it's like three lagouts. You gotta like reset the game 3 times, 3 games. You know, just do things in trips. So we'll be back. We'll see what happens. But we'll see our lower bracket, what's been happening down here. And Pure been just on a rampage. I love to see that from him. Yeah, I don't know how Birdmaker makes his way into so many conversations with these pro players. You know what? Birdmaker might be like 1v100 the entire pro scene with how he shows up.
That sounds like a difficult gunfight to win.
He's gonna love that guy. All right, folks. Well, we'll get ourselves right back into this game as soon as we can. We'll be on a quick break. Do not go anywhere.
but that's about it.
All right, the instant Trippy joined back up. We saw that R in the chat from Formal. He's ready to go despite being down 0-2 in the series, Garrett. Optic, they got a chance here in a Game 3 oddball live fire. If we can just get things going here, we'll have the epic conclusion to El Clasico, the last El Clasico that we'll see until HCS Atlanta. Well, that's of course, as long as these two don't meet in the grand finals here today again. But this might be our last chance, our last look at FaZe versus Optic.
We're saying third time's a charm, right? Trippy, threes. We'll get it done this time. Optic, you know, it seems like there's some server issues going on, Halo, so we're just trying to work our way around those as best as we can. But here we go. Trippy's still in the lobby. I think we got this one going for good this time around. Renegade's going to open this up with the first pick, but it's the fight for the sniper that's most important at the moment. Here comes the flank, but it's dead zone. Perfect timing on the back smack. Takes down one, and Optic might be able just to stabilize at top mid. Yes, they do. Huge fight wins for them.
All through the mid map at that. This dead zone makes it away with the snipe. Saw Lucid with the QT, and wow, it's not often you see sandbox control and objective control on live fire in the early goings, but it's exactly what we see here for Optic Gaming. Big dead zone baiting in Lucid with the oddball. He's gonna have the back of Renegade and gets a little bit of revenge for that 50-49 we saw earlier.
Everything's just going right for Optic Gaming early on. Trippy with the camouflage as well. See if he makes his detour towards the sniper rifle. This is you couldn't ask for a better start right now for Optic Gaming.
That's what I asked you after a couple of resets. We said, does this not really bode well for Optic? They shut down all of that momentum that FaZe took into a Game 3, and now the series feels like it's got a clean slate. Royal 2 pushing up onto dead zone. Dead zone looking to just play that oddball out into center field. Gets it out a little bit, but not far enough to stop FaZe, I would imagine, from grabbing back onto it. As 3 go down, Trippy's the last player alive. Over on the A side of the map, you're gonna see FaZe want to rotate this to the snipe tower if they're able to pick it up.
So far, they've been just playing a prolonged Slayer game.
There we go.
A lot of perimeter work from everyone, but finally feeling comfortable enough to get this. Frosty's going to bring it back towards the safety. I imagine he drops this off for someone to get that sniper active on the map.
Ball dropped.
Frosty setting this oddball out in the middle like bait. Say, come on through, come for it. As Trippy and Lucid do, and there you go. Frosty gets what he set up for with the no-scope. Now hopping on board here with Formal. He pushes in through the big door side of A as oddball control with Lucid, with the pushes coming through from FaZe along the B side of the map. 2 split B, 2 split back mud, and these guys look to regroup. They might just have a strong push, but all the while Optic, while FaZe try to figure out their strategy on the push, Optic have already accrued 50 seconds of time, looking much better than they've looked all throughout the day. Or I should say this series, as they were able to 3-0 previously SSG, but now Optic Gaming lose their life advantage, lose all 4 members, and Royal 2 is set up with the QT at the back of A. FaZe finally get some time on the board.
Well, it seemed like Optic Gaming was going to get away with that camo for free, but Royal 2 with the quantum translocator shows how powerful skipping large swaths of the map can be. He was able to get up and into the face of Lucid, hits that predate, and then was able to find an unsuspecting dead zone as well. That 2 big kills that result in FaZe not only getting the camouflage, but also gaining control of this oddball as well. The only thing that didn't go to them was the sniper that Trippy has in his hands.
He's got a full sniper at that, so you want to make hay here if you're Optic Gaming and Trippy. You don't want to give this sniper back to FaZe as Snakebite gets the reset, but resets himself, goes back to the respawn screen. Trippy gonna have to think about throwing this one off, and he doesn't even give it a chance. He doesn't even drop the weapon. He throws himself into the drink, not wanting to give 6 shots back to FaZe. I like that play, especially when you're up by 20 seconds.
And FaZe definitely starts to feel as if the momentum is starting to roll back towards them, and this is the worst result for Optic, going 4 down, the triple for Renegade. But what's even worse is the spawns that are going to come out. Renegade knows exactly where to look, and he's getting great damage down and has a long distance pair over at Nest. Winning a huge gunfight is Lucid. He breaks his way out, but look how aggressive FaZe was on this oddball rotation. They threw that oddball at Green expecting to win these fights, but Trippy, he's been the last Spartan standing, and he's been able to take the ball away, and Optic Gaming's getting time.
It's a massive play here from Trippy as he gets not only 1, but 2 to keep oddball possession alive at the back of Green. My God, those might be the two most impactful slays we've seen yet in this series as Trippy finds another one. And with his QT anchored at the back of B, he's going to have the opportunity to push as far out as he's like.
This QT's been powerful all game. I see that we're getting a lot of use out of this. I like it when teams are really aggressive with the quantum translocator. Use that portal, get back and forth. And Trippy's going to be able to earn himself all the way down to these pillars without anyone knowing. And well, he's going to be able to find an unsuspecting snake bite because of it. That ball player just has the information of when they get pushed, they're going to play that ball, and then it's going to be up to Trippy to win the fight in the mid-map.
Trippy's gone full Ultra Instinct. He's not even thinking about the shots he's taking. He's just letting it fire. Shooting it from the hip. As Trippy finds another way to find another slay through the assist. 13 slays for Optic Gaming is double everybody else on that squad. And like we always say, you get a big game Trippy out of big game Trippy, well, usually leads to an Optic W.
Ball dropped.
Finally, the cutoff in from Frosty. That's a big miscommunication from Optic. Somehow, Frosty able to get to that cutoff without anyone knowing. And Optic did won the fight in the middle of the map, but it ends up not mattering because FaZe, they get to the cutoff early, and then they're able to get themselves in a play position instantly.
Enemy has the ball.
Sneaky jump, not so sneaky when you have the audio cue, and especially not when you miss the execution of it. As Lucid says, oh, screw that, I'm just gonna work my way up the back of mud. And that push just felt so haphazard, not necessarily half-assed. I don't think Lucid ever half-asses anything, but 50% optimal at the very least was that push, and Optic go 3 down because of it. They've been in the lead the entirety of this match, Garrett, but the lead is starting to dwindle away. FaZe, we're only 13 seconds away.
Speed was everything for Lucid there. When he misses that jump, it just, he no longer is a part of the push, and well, that just results in Optic going a couple down and not gonna be able to get this ball. Royal 2 has a sniper, but there's players of Optic Gaming all around him. He's trying his best just to stay alive, but there's just nothing he can do.
Ball dropped.
Trippy
Enemy team
has the snipe. Odd ball in the hands of Dead Zone, and could this be where Optic get back on the board? Seeing is believing moment, as they haven't caught a single win in this series just yet. Could round 1 present that opportunity to do so as Trippy goes down, loses the snipe, still had a full magazine at the very least to work with, and now hopping on board here with Renegade, who picks it up for his advantage. 20 seconds is all that separates Optic and FaZe, but Optic only need 10. Oh, Renegade starts off the party with a headshot on a Trippy. Party hat on the Trippy, and 3 go down. This is trouble.
This is not good for Optic. I don't think there's a path for it. They're gonna have to win some big slay early on. It's gonna be Dead Zone that needs to do it. He's working his way forward, but because he's been spotted, they don't have any quick access. This ball carrier is going to be able just to dance around tower. The snipe shot connects. Renegade and the rest of FaZe have tied this up. They've taken the lead. Optic Gaming are struggling on getting towards this ball. Dead Zone goes down. There's nothing they can do but watch. Lucid, he can't get there. FaZe stealing.
Oh no.
Ball dropped.
And that one hurts. Watch this ragdoll backflip, man. That's straight out of Halo 2 Lockout. I feel like I'm looking between Snipe Tower and Battle Rifle Tower. That was sweet. As FaZe didn't have the lead, Garrett, until the very end. I guess that's the only moment in time you need to have it. 99% of that game was led by Optic Gaming. FaZe had 1% of the lead, and that's all they needed. Wow.
Well, remember, we saw Trippy, he got the sniper and was looking down that big door lane. Eventually, he comes back towards this ball carrier. The push happens from pillar side. They got through to Nest and back mud and were able to kill that ball carrier. And that's a miscommunication from Optic, where they're not checking a lane. They're letting players from FaZe get behind them without knowing. And that's the big thing. It's okay to give up space, to give up opportunity, but you need to have knowledge. You have to know where players are coming from. The second you get shot in the back or the side without knowing a player is there, that's when the game starts to slip out of your hands. Oh my! Nothing slipping away from Lucid. That's a huge shot, and Snakebite instantly has to go to play position.
That was freaky. That was an unbelievable side swipe. Snipe there from Lucid, and now he's got the camo because of it. Still has what he thinks is a player on the back of mud. I think that's why he's checking that, yes. But it's all in front of him instead, is Lucid needs to have a big performance, it feels like, to come back. Trippy, that big game Trippy's no longer, now 17 and 17. Now it's kind of looking around at Optic Gaming. All right, who's going to step up next?
That isn't 2024 Halo. Right there, just sniper looking at the lane, the player just jiggling left and right, and well, the jiggle peak wins. Looks like this ball is going to be going over to FaZe, and it has to be so frustrating for Lucid, right? It's like you have the right spot, you just, a sniper shot doesn't go your way, and what's the cost? Well, ball time for FaZe, and a lot of it. Optic Gaming doesn't have any sort of quick access, and Frost is going to find himself a free back smack as well. This has just been fantastic positional play from FaZe so far. It feels as if Optic, they're right on their precipice of making something special happen with their oddball setups, but just one player of FaZe always causing some sort of mayhem.
A strafe don't jiggle. It folds as FaZe build on this lead. 30 uncontested seconds before Optic Gaming are able to get back on the board. Now Frosty putting some cross map shots onto Dead Zone. Snakebite cleans that up. Renegade cleans up on Trippy. A little bit of a trade out in the feed. 2v2 as we hop on board here with Dead Zone, making his flank across the back of Mud. Oddball left out in center field of the dummies. Dead Zone doesn't like what he sees, sends Trippy out to potentially clean up on some of that damage, and oh, there's an even better bait and switch. Trippy goes into the drink. Renegade goes down though, and so too does Snakebite. So Optic Gaming have a chance here. FaZe are really milking out some time, but with Optic having the numbers edge, expect them to push on through and reclaim it for themselves. But FaZe are already on the push. Formal and Optic don't have what I thought might have been a setup to at least trickle the oddball into A. They don't even have time.
Well, the pressure from FaZe has been doing an effective job at not necessarily even getting the kills, but just keeping Optic away from holding that ball. Every time it feels like they're about to get a setup, there's a player from FaZe forcing them to drop that ball. Formal, last player alive, is having to instantly think about where his play position is going to be. And FaZe swarm to the point of attack. The difference, right, is when FaZe picks up this ball, it feels as if Optic Gaming then has to push through the players of FaZe, whereas the other side, FaZe is constantly getting free routes to ball and being able to contest for relatively free.
10 to 53. It feels like FaZe are starting to run away with it a little bit, but just as I say that, Optic are regaining in numbers form. Lucid has to find this slay on the Royal 2, and he does. 3 go down, make it 4 for FaZe. And now, oh my God, Lucid needs to reload. Oh, they trade out, and that's so huge. Optic Gaming would have had a clean hold at the backside of A, but instead they're fighting for their life.
Well, Trippy, it's a big shot. That sniper shot might have just been enough to save the situation, but FaZe, like I said, they are just annoying, and it's been something that Optic is just not handling well right now. Is this pressure that FaZe keeps putting on? The thing is, though, there's a lot of time to adapt. And FaZe, I think they need to start realizing when it stops working to completely shift what the game plan is going to be.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Frosty has the snipe in his hands, more importantly in possession of a 30-second plus lead for FaZe Clan. As the push comes on through, Nest ascends down into B. Oddball gets reset, and oh my God, that's the invisible hand pulling Dead Zone around the corner into the reticle of Frosty as Frosty's popping off. Royal 2 and Renegade have 26. I mean, this is it's looking like too much right now for Optic Gaming.
Ball dropped.
Players go down. And this is the difference between the Optic Gaming and the FaZe play. FaZe, when they get chewed down, there's already a player on ball ready to pick it up. Optic Gaming, they're getting their 2-3 downs, but then they're having to spend time to get to the ball carrier. That's going to be the big difference between picking up 5-10 free seconds and having to pick up the ball for a couple seconds, drop it to fight, drop it to fight, drop it to fight. That's what's been happening to Optic so often. Want to see that change, and this is the opportunity for it to change. They have the tower side set up, but FaZe, once again, look how fast they are. They're right in and play early. Optic Gaming just not able to get any clean oddball time.
Just goes back to that 1v1 with Lucid there, where I think he traded out with Renegade, and I'm calling for all 4 down. Optic Gaming will already have oddball control, but that 4th and final slay was the most difficult one, and that's, again, one of FaZe's tendencies. The last player alive is usually the hardest player to take down, as Renegade exemplifies that. He stays alive, no shields. Now Trippy looking to push through on the backside of Mud, collectively cleans up, and now has the snipe. And Optic Gaming have brought this back. They've had one good stretch of gameplay here, and it's enough to bring it back, make it a game, but FaZe are in the stretch run finish, only needing 30 seconds, and look at the regulation clock, only 50 left.
Renegade Spartan has, like, I think, an 11-foot wingspan right there. I don't know how he picked up that ball without sending more than a shoulder through the door. But Trippy sends one sticky back, and unfortunately for him, that life's not going to be able to get any more. Optic Gaming, they're going down as FaZe has this ball, and they just don't have the numbers to make this push. One good shot left at this. Formal goes down, and it's only 15 seconds for FaZe to hold on. Optic don't have any clear position. It's going to be a desperate push into the rest of FaZe, but Renegade's hitting the shots. Renegade staying alive for as long as he possibly can. The push comes in from the backside. Velocity gets the kill, and Snakebite's just working on a rotation.
Only 7 seconds needed left. Snakebite goes down though. 30 seconds left in regulation, and down by more than 30. I don't know if Optic has enough in it. Led by Hot Royal Tua. 34 slays as FaZe will 3-0 sweep Optic Gaming. Their final chance to play them before they play on LAN, and FaZe absolutely dominate the series.
We shift our focus over to SSG and Sentinels in their match. And I mean, come on, man. What's I can't even repeat it. What you said, but here. Oh, actually, guys, it says 0-0, but you notice how that clock it's shining gold. That means we're in overtime. Overtime. First capture will win on this game.
Come on, everybody says it. Everybody's saying it. As
what's the implication? Like, what does that mean? You know, like what is Royal 2's Hawk Tua? What does that mean?
Royal 2, he ain't shitting on the competition. He's spitting on the competition. What do you mean? There's plenty of tie-ins to it.
I guess. Okay, that's a reach at best.
Halo Reach was one of my favorite games. But anyways, nonetheless, Legend with the snipe, having a little Royal 2 performance-esque in that snipe. 27 and 19. Legend back to that top performer that we've seen for SSG, and SSG, despite that, they go 3 down, and ooh, we got ourselves a hell of a rematch of the HCS London series where Boo Boo Doo Boo put the force choke down onto Eco.
This flag seems sure to return, and Boo Boo Doo Boo, he's on a counter attack of his own. He wins the fight against Bound. This is going to allow them to get forward. Stellar, big kill. And able to take down Boo Boo before he's able to advance that flag, and Space Station will hold off Sentinels for now. Stellar and Legend on both sides of the base. Legend is in between 4 players. Hey, you know what? Shout out to Legend. You're in a 1v2. You get a player, you get a kill out of that. I'm all about it.
Space Station and Stellar with a fresh sniper to work with, but that's okay. They end up stealing Sentinel snipe, throw that off the map. I think it's a good play ultimately, especially in a 0-0 game. Lethal now pushing up on the 50-yard line, looking to break through into the base of SSG. Turns back to help out, take down Legend. Legend does go down to Falcated, and now it's Bound with SSG snipe in their hands. It's the only snipe on the map right now, so nobody to counter Bound. That could spell trouble. Oh, Boo Boo Doo Boo trying to pull some sorcery, stay on the map with that grapple hook, but Bound takes him down. But not before Lethal takes down Bound and takes back a snipe that has 6 shots in it, and Legend takes down Lethal instead. That's an important slay. Could shut down any hope of a run.
Legend stays alive. Just checking for the last one. He knows there's one player at least to deal with. He finds Falcated as he tries to advance his flag. But the big thing for Falcated is he stays alive, and he has that quantum translocator. Legend's nervous about where that QT might have gone. He's checking in all these vents, trying to find some sort of solution. But the big thing for Sentinels is they're staying forward on the map, and that flag is not returned. As long as they get some kills here, they could potentially keep this thing rolling.
Falcated.
Enemy flag.
1 HP, 4 shots. Utilizes one to the body. Headshot cleanup on Bound. We're going down as SSG have the edge in numbers. But, man, this one, as Argyle so often does, Tools, plays like a stalemate. This one has been very difficult for either team. Like you said, we're in overtime. So there's already been a full 12 minutes. Make it almost 17. And we haven't even seen what feels like one pull, much less a score.
The question is, are we going to see this score? I don't know if anyone has any clear-cut path, but oh, look at Bound. Lethal spotted it out. Precision's going to have to clean it up. Bound does go down. 25 seconds on the clock for someone to make the play. I think Boo Boo's got timing. If he can get through, he just needs to keep running. I just ignore Eco here. And maybe try to get a run of your own going.
I mean, at this point, you'll pull in.
You're playing for second OT, you know?
was about to say, at this point, you'll pull in like a fifth member on the team, right? Like when a player joins an open lobby. I mean, I feel like that's what either of these two teams would need to ultimately score, as we are heading to a OT2.
OT2?
Yeah, you've never heard OT2?
Double overtime?
OT2, bro. Come on, Garrett, get with the program, dude.
I just the OT2 sounded like Hakatua. It just I phonetically like sounds the same. I thought you were like trying to do it again, and I was like, oh boy, you know, yeah, you just like, you're too much on the TikToks, you know. I see you on the phone. Folks, if you ever are with Mikowski and Alani, hit him with the phone. Hit him with the phone, bro. He's always on the phone. Never has time to say hi to the fan. He's always looking for the next trend. He's right there on it. You know, I respect it. It was funny. I'm there.
Well, you know what? I feel like I could leave the cast right now and just walk away with like smoke explosions and pigeons behind me.
Yeah, you know,
because Lottie, the legendary Lottie, said, "Not gonna lie, Mac was legendary for that." So I'm good. I'm good, Tools. I don't know. Like you still got a little meat left on the bone. You still got something to play for here. We're swapping casting seats here pretty soon, man. You got to come up with something.
Yeah, well, folks, that is it for me and Mikowski at the moment. We'll leave you with that. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with more Space Station versus Sentinels.
You're so much bigger than this, making me stronger every day. We're climbing over mountains, won't let it all stand in my way. I sing my fight song over every trial till I find peace that haunts me. Calm, I can pull over my eyes.
Welcome back, CTF on Argyle. We had to put a certain caster on leave. Too many Hakatua jokes. So joined with me is active Double E. Shout out, bro. Hey, good to see you, Tim. It's you know, I've been having a blast casting with you, and we're gonna get another series right here. Space Station going up against Sentinels.
Space Station against Sentinels, and we just watched this, right? It ended in a 1-1 tie, went to overtime. So I believe first half wins here, if I'm not mistaken, on the replay. But regardless, both teams, you know, I would say kind of even footing today for both of these squads. You wouldn't expect SSG to be in the position they are. I feel like on the other end of things, FaZe, I mean, obviously they're not playing against FaZe, but FaZe playing phenomenal today. So some things being swung around here, and it's good to see things being changed.
Stellar trying to get that shot down. It's gonna be Stellar and Lethal as the two snipers over here. Usually we see Precision as that sniper for Sentinels, but the GOAT gonna have his opportunity with the sniper instead.
There it is. Stellar gets the first shot. His positioning here is to prevent the push from Sentinels on that PC side. He's the one in the mix, but guess what? It's Sentinels who find a way through once again. Lethal with that beautiful double. He's got a little bit of space to take here as Falcated is sitting on that ledge. So honestly, Sentinels in a great position to pull this, but Space Station Gaming get the back flag spawns.
Lethal has just been harassing the side of Space Station for so long now that it almost feels like, okay, well, I was about to say it almost feels like he's going to be in pain for the rest of this game, but Stellar, he has an antidote right away. A single snipe shot to the head will get the job done. And who else but I think the best flag runner in the game. Legend is so efficient with his flag runs on the other side, trying to get this thing going, but it's getting scrappy on the backside.
Yeah, I would honestly agree with you. There's definitely a little bit of a skill gap with flag running. You've got to, you know, kind of, there's like a timing to it. And if you're perfect on that timing, if you hit those curb slides perfectly, you know, you can be like Legend and run those flags efficiently and quickly. As you can see, Legend not really pulling a flag just yet. Wants to get the slays first. The first one will go down onto Falcated right there. But unfortunately, that is traded onto Stellar. So 2 players down for the side of Sentinels. Make that 3. This could open up that flag run right now for Eco.
It's so impressive from Space Station. Remember, Legend was the first player to die with that flag. What does he do on his spawning? Goes right through the middle of the map. He finds great timing, is able to get a perfect kill and then a perfect flank in order to get 2 kills, so allow Eco to get back home and win the game for Space Station. That was fantastic. From the start to finish, remember, Stellar hits the big snipe shot onto Lethal in the vent, but remember, what's happening on the other side is how far up the map Legend is, and because Legend was so far up, they're able to pull that flag off those early slays and just keep progressing the flag little by little by little, and eventually it all comes up to the final moments where Legend gets in and makes that great flank once again. I think Legend's just an unreal player. I didn't expect him to take to as much as he did with this SSG roster.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I'm really excited. We're gonna take a we're gonna get into this next game, this game number 2. I wanted to kind of talk about what Tools had mentioned as we switch out Tools for Tony. Tools, thank you very much for taking that minute to fill in. But I wanted to talk about something. SSG, it's not what I'm used to seeing out of these guys, right? Losing against Optic Gaming 3-0. This is not something I thought I was gonna have seen today. I didn't put it on my bingo card, Tony, and it happened. I mean, but I will say in that overtime towards the latter half, SSG looked prime and they looked like they're starting to wake up a bit. They're starting to get involved, and you love to see that because you and I'm sure we want some great competition today.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I feel like when we in that winners bracket, I feel like with Optic versus SSG, you can, you know, toss a coin and make an amazing argument for either one of these 2 teams being able to go in the distance to winning the series. So to see a 3-0, like I don't know, man. I feel like it didn't do that series justice. It feels like we want more out of that.
Yeah, 100% agree. We always want to bring it to that game 5. And we could see one here. SSG against Sentinels. If you're just joining us, SSG actually brought game number 1, Argyle CTF, to an overtime. It was tied 1-1, and in that overtime, it ended up ending tied. So we had to replay again. But at the end of the day, on the replay, SSG gets that first cap. And now it looks like they've carried that momentum here into game number 2 with the 4-1 lead.
4-1 lead, and Legend coming in with that camo and sniper combo at the moment. We see some tower side presence come out of SSG. We see Legend kind of closing in from the A side, trying to surround Sentinels and attack them from multiple different angles, but it's precision that spots out the camouflage Legend. Camo no longer a factor here.
Yeah, big by precision. That's why you bring that player on. Confidence, right? Ready to take that 1v1 piv with the camo player, remove him from the game, remove that win condition, and continue on. As you can see, Sentinels continue to try to bring this score back. It's still 9-4, but a couple kills go on the board because of that camo kill.
Still early here, but in the early game, Space Station Gaming looked incredible and looked like what we wanted to see them, you know, coming off of 4th place at London. You definitely want to see more from Space Station Gaming. They won Arlington, and you know they can win many more tournaments after that, but they find themselves here in the elimination bracket. They find themselves maybe ending in top 4 again if they're not able to beat Sentinels.
Well, you can see them taking it a bit slow here. They've got that lead. They're trying to maintain it, but then again, Sentinels answer back with an all-4 dead Space Station Gaming coming off a spawn.
Eco with the first 1-2 come off his spawn. Sentinels quickly starting to take space. Boo Boo Doo manning this perimeter side, also grabbing a QT, so it looks like Space Station Gaming know at least his whereabouts. But do they know that Sentinels are watching his back from across the map? Don't care apparently, because Boo Boo Doo goes down. SSG full on attack the green side and now starting to work over toward the camo side of the map. It's only a 2-kill advantage for Space Station Gaming, and Sentinels are not giving this up easy. Camouflage is coming up. Sentinels have a bit of a favorable position, and that should mean they have camo.
Yeah, great job by Sentinels, right? They attack, of course, off of that off of that B side, but once again, Space Station Gaming have kept in the game with a couple of trades here and there, and with Camo in the hands of Boo Boo Dubu, it might dissipate here in about 3 seconds, but regardless, he'll be able to take some space with this and keep Space Station Gaming on that A side spawn.
Boo Boo Dubu with that camo. Bound goes down. 2 more to deal with. First one is going to be Eco. Legends providing that cover fire, but it's not going to be enough. 3 down go SSG. Legend by himself avoids the toe shot from Precision. Oh, hold on, some spawning players. It looks like Legend actually has some spawning players from Space Station Gaming who are well on the attack. They took so long to kill Legend. They gave SSG all the time in the world.
Yeah, you gotta stay alive if you're Legend there, and that's exactly what he does. The spawns come out on the Brutes, and a beautiful job by Legend to make sure that he's aware of that and to wait for that help that, like you said, did come really quick. So now 21-21, we're all tied up. And it's looking like SSG on the momentum swing.
And a full squad wipe. Sentinels now coming off of spawn. Precision over toward that back tower side, and Bound is so quick to attack. It's going to force the split spawners. They get an easy kill there, as now they go to turn their attentions over toward that A side of the map. Beautifully played the Space Station Gaming, isolating the first spawner.
Yeah, no one on that B side, so Sentinels are going to be able to kind of move through. You see, they do take that bottom side route, and that's the best route to take, especially with Eco being on this top tower with Snipe. It looks like they do double back there, maybe splitting the resources just a bit, but Eco's going to be a big problem if they allow him to get any angles with this sniper.
4 kill advantage here. Still early though, 25-21. Make it 26 after the beautiful snipe here from Eco. 3 bullets to work with, now 2 as he takes down Falcated as well. Sentinels are coming off a spawn, but they're being sent just as quick as they came, courtesy of Eco Sniper.
Yeah, the thing I talked about, right? Exposing those angles on that top tower, allowing Eco to get that cleanup kill on your leg, to get that headshot on the B side. It's just not what you want to do. You have to be aware that sniper is on the top tower of the map. Yes, he can relocate, and they focus on him, but again, focusing on Eco doesn't matter. The 2 shots, the first one, then the cleanup kill by his teammate. SSG are running away with this one, 32-24.
He didn't have much snipe ammo to work with, but man was he able to get value out of it. That's just economics right there, if you ask me. 32-24. Lead in favor of Space Station Gaming, and now it's Bound that was able to get away with camouflage because of all of the chaos that the rest of the SSG members were able to create. They already have the lead, and with this camo can turn into more. Lethal has no idea him is about to attack.
Yeah, great job by Bound right there. He did as much as he could with camo. The timing was a bit off. 2 players from Sentinels did turn to their attention to him, but he ended up allowing their attention to go towards that camo side while the player on the top tower just pelted bullets, and you can see that lead is increased, now 38 for SSG.
Kill advantage. Legend already being that forward player. Meanwhile, Stellar was able to get away with a full sniper. Tell me what's more scarier than Stellar with a full sniper in his hand. I don't know, Tim. I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely is scary if Stellar's hitting shots, and we've seen him do that multiple times, many tournaments, many clutch situations. He has hit the shot to win the game. He has hit the shot that changes the tide of the game. Right now, Sentinels trying to fight back with everything they have. 41-32. They're still in this game, at least in my eyes, until we hit that 50 kill mark.
Love the idea of Stellar playing that snipe off the map right there. I feel like if there was any chance for Sentinels to come back in this game, they needed resource, they needed tools, they needed, honestly, that sniper. And with it falling off the map, so does, as my man McCows would say, the win condition, or a win condition of Sentinels to come back in this game, as Space Station Gaming just need 5 more to work with. Legend not able to take down a flying Falcated, or a flying Falcon? All right, I'm done. My bad.
45-35, though. I mean, that flying Falcated not going to do too much in terms of bringing this score back. Once you hit that 45 kill mark, yes, I did say that at 50 kills is when I call it, but once you hit 47 and the other team hasn't even crossed that 40-point threshold, it just becomes nearly impossible for you to win a Slayer. And it looks like at this point, SSG going in for that win, and they'll get it right there. SSG now lead the series 2-0.
Wait, hold on. Is your rule is you don't call it unless it's 50 kills? So what you're saying is once a team gets 50 kills in a Slayer,
then yeah, I'll call it.
Then it's over. Wow, that is. Let me tell you something.
like
One of
that?
the best color commentators in the business. Let me tell you, one of the better analytical minds there. That right there, genius. You never miss.
Yeah, Dad, don't be talking about Creeper again. I don't want to hear. That's right, Tony. Yep, and say that with your chest, okay? Because it is true. No, honestly, I really like the idea of allowing that comeback to happen and saying, you know what, if a team is down 40 to 45, yes, one team wipe and we're good to go. We can bring it back, or if you get control of a lot of power weapons or the bait and switch is perfect, there is always a chance to bring a Slayer game back. The difficulty goes up and up and up, obviously, as that kill gap goes up. So very difficult for the side of Sentinels, but like I said before, the latter half of that overtime, Space Station Gaming looked different. Again, sometimes that's all it takes. You get a little bit of flow going, you get a little bit of momentum, and you can carry that through the series. They look like a different team in that game number 2.
Well, we got a new game coming up for you, and very similar to your rule when it comes to Slayer, I never count a team out unless one of the teams hits 100 points within a round 2 times, or if they have the lead when time winds down to 0. I will never count enemy team out.
Tony, do you want to take the color commentator's seat? You are a great analyst as well. I don't know. We're kind of tied at this point. My goodness, what a breakdown there. But, oh, man, you know who else is breaking down? It's Sentinels, because Stellar has the shock rifle, Tony. We talked about the snipe in Stellar's hands, but this shock is powerful.
Some Stellar shots coming out of Stellar himself. Just barely misses out on that headshot with the second one. It still looks good as he shreds the shield of the opposition. And now it's Eco. Slowly starting to create space, or pretty quick if you ask me, actually. Tower side cleared out.
Oh, man.
And Stellar finishes him off. Double out of him, looking for the trip. Where is he? They can't hide, sir. They might be able to run.
Who turned on the lights? Space Station Gaming. Again, it just comes down to when they need to, they will come to play. And again, it's nothing taken away from Sentinels. This is just an SSG that seemed to be playing on a different level than what we saw at the very beginning of this series. And you love to see that turnaround, right? I mean, we've still got a lot of series to go. This oddball game, we all know, is going to be, it's one of the longest game types in the HCS. So a bit of a chance for Sentinels to recover as well.
The emphasis on the long, man. Oh my god, I love that they changed it to rounds. I feel like it's created like less snowbally type of situation than what used to be before. But maybe we need to drop it down to 75 per round instead of 100 or something. Man, I swear, we looking like a Counter-Strike game up in here. 29-0 run. SSG looking very good in this game number 3. Meanwhile, Sentinels, they gotta find some kind of answer. You're down 0-2 right now. You know you gotta dig deep, and Space Station Gaming have kind of picked up exactly where they left off. What can Sentinels do?
Not anything right now, Tony. I know the analytic mind comes out once again, but it's just the fact that SSG, you saw them right there. They're trapping Sentinels at that seaside. They come from long haul. They come from the bottom of A. They come from that top catwalk area. What do? Every angle's being pushed. It's just so difficult to stay alive, and everyone on SSG is hitting all their shots. Another double for Legend.
Another camouflage in the hands of Space Station Gaming, but even with SSG 3 down, they're still a threat. Bounce able to get himself a huge back smack, slowing down Sentinels and not allowing them to grab a hold of the ball. They literally just had SSG 3 down and couldn't get any ball time.
Yeah, to SSG coming off a spawn with that quickness once again. Legend, hide your toes. Lethal's looking for him. He gets this double. That's not bad. That's 3 down for the side of SSG, but Sentinels get traded out again, and that's the problem. Actually, no, I'm sorry. 3 down for SSG. Sentinels have the rotation on the ball, and they force the spawns on A. Not too bad for Sentinels. They could take some control here.
As SSG is starting to push toward the gold side, the spawners are coming up and they're trying to get here as quickly as possible, denying ball time away from Sentinels. The name of the game here for Space Station Gaming. Eco gets his shields back. They're still on the attack. A great rotation out of Sentinels though, from the goal to the long haul. Now over to the Charlie side. Don't tell me they're about to play ring around the rosy, because now we're going from C to tower. It is a full-on rotation with that ball, but ends up leading to a 3 down. Sentinels catch up a bit in the scoreboard, but Space Station Gaming are about to get a clean setup here.
Yeah, there's what I was going to talk about, right? The risky play right there to over-rotate. Yes, you might think that you can get the timing on that elevator spawn, but unfortunately they did not. And if you don't play that ball back hydro, you end up in a scenario like this where SSG now have a lock on the map, and they've got the ball sitting on that top elevator side.
51-20 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming, who have just gone 3 down once again. This is Sentinel's opportunity, but you got to clear Stellar, and that's easier said than done. Wins a pivotal battle, gets right back on the attack. That's 3 down, but this time it's Sentinels.
Yeah, Sentinels are they're on a stagger right now, and they get the spawns onto C once again. And look at SSG, prepared for it fully. It's bound on the top of glass. A lot of damage done to bound here though, and you see Stellar fills in the spot. Beautiful by Stellar. They keep that top glass control, which makes it difficult for Sentinels to cross in, but it looks like they have. They've already got that A control.
We switch gears over towards Stellar, who was able to stay alive here. Plaza Pistol was out.
Enemy has the ball.
Expecting a player to push up over toward the goal side. I want to say there was a shortcut made actually through Bad Ledge. Yes, there it is. Ball is stolen away from Space Station Gaming, but Stellar is still able to get the cleanup on the one-shot players. The green guns and the bandit is a perfect combination to deal with Boo Boo Doobu, and once again, SS Jesus has the shock, and Sentinels are about to get ripped apart here.
Has the ball.
Stellar has no business being alive in that situation. The footwork out of that man to get that one-shot kill, to use the plasma pistol to get the second. I mean, absolutely beautiful. And look at the score, 78-23. Sentinels are scrambling for any sort of time right now, and there's only wait, Master Chief is 117, Tony. Can Sentinels bring this back?
Wait, what? That's not even like girl math. That's like Halo math right there. Like, what? 117 on the clock. I now believe in miracles. 81-34 at the moment. Well, 117 is gone, and I guess the Covenant win this one. It's about to be 10 more seconds here for Space Station Gaming. Precision might have been able to get away with the camouflage, but will it be enough to get the ball out of the hands of SSG? Apparently so. That's ball time for Sentinels.
You gotta believe, Tony. Still a minute left. You know, my second favorite Halo game of all time, Halo 3, #believe, was in the trailer, okay? There's a reason that was there. All right, this is a chance for Sentinels to bring this back, and this is only round number 1. Sentinels, if they can bring this first round back, I guarantee we have a series on our hands, but lots of work has to be done first. 2 down for Sen.
A little less than a minute on the clock now to work with. Space Station Gaming still at the lead, but Sentinels have been slowly clawing their way back into it. So don't want to count anybody out just yet. You may be down 0-2 in the series, but this is where we get to see what a team is really made of. 88-57, that ball sits towards the mid-map. Sentinels want to get hands on it, but right now they need to get their hands on SSG. They need to throw hands. They need to win some of these engagements. You cannot just fly in for the ball, otherwise SSG, they're going to bait it out. They're going to make you pay, and there's the backsmack you were waiting for.
Yeah, this is exactly what they did, Tony. Really well said, right? They bait out that ball on the bottom of blue pipes, but not only that, they utilize the headshot angles on that back hydro side and those C-plat boxes. So just a lot of difficult kills for Sentinels to get, and then all the while, that time continues to count down. 9 seconds left.
They gotta make a play now. There's no time to even look for a clear round of slays. You literally have to make a play. Boo Boo Doobu trusts his teammates to go after the ball and then puts his body between he and the glass player. Love that play by him, but once his ball player goes down, now Boo Boo Doobu's forced to play for it. Bounds on the attack. Boo Boo Doobu ends up going down. The final seconds are in. Falcon against the trade, but ball guy's already dead.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a last-ditch effort right there, and unfortunately, it's not going to be round 1 for Sen, but they will have round 2 to recover. You can look at the top left of your screen and see someone that we're used to seeing have double-digit kills in this scenario is at 3 and 15 here for Boo Boo Doobu. Once he starts to pick this up, Sentinels, I mean, they have a chance, but as I start talking and blabbering away, Tony. Yap, 4 down %.
Yeah, once he starts to pick it up, that's where you hit the ground even harder. Because they just went 4 down. SSG now might have been able to get into a full setup. I'm seeing a lot of space being taken. But Boo Doo with some good damage onto Stellar. May have not gotten the kill. Still, you spot the camouflage player. Now you have them a little bit staggered. Now you have them a little bit wobbly. You can move in for the knockout punch. Boo Doo with the double. Nearly doubling his kills at the moment there. Falcated with the challenge of the one shot. He ends up trading out his life. 4 down for Space Station Gaming. Sentinels, a great break for them.
Yeah, it's a break, but unfortunately it's a very flimsy lockdown of that elevator side because Space Station were able to get both of those trades. Now they're forced to rotate it away from those pipe spawns. They do so, though, unscathed, and that's exactly what they're looking for. This is the round they need, obviously. Space Station are up 2-0 in the series. They gotta win this game.
Damn, man, you with that freaking analytics. Down 0-2, down 0-1 in this game. You're damn right. This is a must-win round here for Sentinel. I love you, Tim. I love you, Tim. Switch gears towards bounds. Nades are clearing out the gold side, and another 3 down, but it's SSG that are gaining control again.
Yeah, some great kills come out, though. A little bit of trades on the side of Sentinels. Precision not able to get his kill, though, so that ball will stay inside the batteries. You always talk about that being one of the most difficult spots for that ball to be, obviously, in that play ball spot. So many kills have to go through before you feel safe. Then you have to worry about where those pillars are the batteries are, if they're risen or not, to utilize that to jump up. But regardless, it's Legend doing his best to control that pipe side of the map at a very important spot to control.
Yeah, he has a lot of responsibility on his hands. You know, he's the one denying access towards his perimeter side and trusting his teammates to go and void that camouflage bound. Make sure he secures the kill before popping the camo. But camo never gets popped. Boo Doo now has a camo. We talk all the time about how good he is, not only of securing the camouflage, but also extracting value out of each and every one of them.
Value's been a little bit less, in my opinion, since Halo 5, but I will say he is incredible at picking up these camos, and he's done so, right? In the last, I believe it was on Sunday, a great job getting almost every single camo, every single OS in all of his games. But in that situation, unfortunately, he does go down. Camo value not going to be so high that time.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, when you're right, and I think Sentinels really needed Boo Doo to kind of pop off with that cam. Maybe 1 or 2 back smacks there, because now look what happens. The setup gets broken completely, and SSG have that ball in hand, and now they're watching every single avenue on the map. Legend's able to take down Precision. That's where most of Sentinel's firepower is going to come from. Another back smack goes in. Don't know how he was able to maneuver his way onto that one. It's 38 points and counting for Space Station Gaming, and with Sentinels going 3 down, it's going to be much more than that.
Yeah, just a beautiful job by SSG, right? So much trust in your teammates for Legend right here to be able to sit on that grapple side, just to be able to sit there safely. And then he has some great angles on the needle like he does right there. Ends up getting the killing spree and the reversal. But regardless, you've got Space Station Gaming covering all sides of the map. You just sit freely like Legend on that grapple side.
You know me. I got to talk about my assist real quick. I took a look at the scoreboard, and that 31 kills come out of Stellar. That really jumped out to be 32 now, but 13 kills and 24 assists, only dying 14 times. That tells me he's contributed to 37 kills on the map. I got my math correct. I'll show you check me on that one. But that's quite impressive out of Eco as well. 13 kills may not look all that impressive, but when you add the kills and assists, you really get to determine what's the impact felt like with a player like Eco. Love that. Sorry, I had to point out my assist real quick.
No, absolutely fine. And then, Tony, I will never check you on math. Checking you on math is like saying Santa's not real, and that's just not possible, okay? So at the end of the day, it's never going to happen. But you know what is going to happen? It's Space Station Gaming getting a bit of control on the elevator side. And again, a locked setup here for SSG. Elevator, I think, is one of the strongest places to hold the ball. Obviously, everywhere works if you have a setup down pat, but at least on that elevator, you can get that rotation towards that tower side and go towards back hydro and put yourself in a position to play it.
Oh, you see that ball actually stolen. SSG now going to rotate it over toward this tower side of the map. I've been seeing this tower side, even this tower setup with this corner has been used a little bit more than season 1 and season 2, probably combined. A lot of time being accumulated here. Meanwhile, his teammates are getting kills left and right. Sentinels end up going forward, down to 73 points already. Is this the nail in the coffin?
It's a potential nail in the coffin. You see the spawns come out on the pipe side. So pretty much SSG have this entire side of the map to themselves. That being said, Legend is the first one to fall. But look how quickly Stellar is to get that trade. The push comes through, but the ball's already been rotated. Now they have a play ball spot on the back of Hydra if they want it.
FaZe Station Gaming not able to get the final seconds, at least with this setup. The forced play ball comes out, but look where SSG is spawning in a favorable spot. Legend already has the grapple, and that's just not fair. Luckily, there is a player from Sentinels that sneaks in to get the ball out of his hands, but you see doubles come across the kill feed. Now Eco is here. The reinforcements are trying to drive Sentinels out. Camouflage is up. Setup is here for Sentinels. If they can get this setup and camo, maybe, just maybe, they could win this round.
And that's exactly what they're playing for. You see two players from the side of Sentinels on C plat, but SSG are ready for it time and time again, and it looks like they'll win this, Tony.
Enemy has the
Yeah,
ball.
4 more seconds needed. Oh, hold on. Precision with a double kill. What? Precision gets a crazy. Precision with a crazy triple, and he ends up with an overkill. He's a one-man army, a wrecking ball on the map.
This game was over. This game was absolutely over. This series was over, as Tony, of course, let me know earlier. It's 2-0. Like, that is the biggest overkill I've seen. And if Sentinels don't hop on the back of that right now and win this game, it'll be all for nothing.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
It's that 1 point that's so hard to
Enemy has the
get.
ball.
They try to steal it away, but somehow still end up going down before that second tick. SSG still pushing up. Nades are well placed, but Falcated as an even better placement, ratting in a corner, getting himself a double back smack.
No.
It was, I didn't see the point go down. I think it was technical difficulties, right?
I think so.
No, Falcated got a double back smack right there.
Yeah.
Somebody must have lagged out of the lobby. I swear.
No
Nobody
way.
grabbed the ball. Nobody grabbed the ball. I swear. I'm not crazy. Don't call me crazy. Don't call me crazy.
You're crazy, but that's besides the fact. Like, I think you're right this one time. All right, I think there was technical difficulties. I don't think they got that other point, unless they got it and they just quit out. But what are you missing out on dinner? Are you trying to get to a date? Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense why someone would quit out that late in the game. So I do think that was technical difficulties, and the implications of that are crazy. But look at this. It's a game 5. Rebellion versus Pure. We'll give you guys an update. Don't worry. Don't yell at me and Tony, okay? We're just the messengers. We'll give you an update on that series. Let you know what the what happened. But we hop into a game 5, which is Tony and I's specialty, I would say.
Wow, I wonder what we're gonna do with that, because I feel like with that overkill from Precision, that double back smack out of Falcated, they had the ball. Like, it felt like Sentinels were about to win. Like, I don't know what the score line was, but it was like that. Like,
It's unfortunate. I agree. You're 100% right, because like you said, the overkill happened. I talked about them riding on the back of that momentum because it's huge. Your teammate gets an overkill. We're pumped up. Okay, guys, we're not losing this. And then they got the double kill back smack. I mean, there's all the momentum on their side. I could have even seen that turn into a reverse sweep. I know it sounds crazy, but when mentalities shift like that, our brains are real weird. When mentalities shift like that, anything can happen. So hopefully, we'll see what kind of turns of that, but we'll give you an update regardless. But it is Pure who are in the lead here by 7 kills, 20-13.
my brain is definitely real weird. You got that right. Game 5. Game 5 at Pure versus Rebellion. It's 21-13. Pure looking very good this time in the game 5. Remember, just last week, it was Pure that went up 2-0 in the series against Rebellion, and Rebellion pulled off a reverse sweep to steal it right back. Well, now former teammates going at it. Former best friend, they're probably still best friends, but best friends forced to combat against each other in Soul Snipe and Druck. And this time it's Druck and Pure with an early lead.
Yeah, it's crazy. When Soul Snipe made that decision, I kind of doubted it for a long time. I talk about this often because, I am wrong sometimes. And that was one of those times where I was like, oh, Soul Snipe, that's kind of crazy, a crazy move. And yeah, I feel like, you know, with the placings he's gotten, with how much better he's gotten as a player, I think this was the right decision. And now you got, you know, two of those previous teammates in Druck and Talik on the other side. And I mean, I think Pure are playing really well as well. Like, this team just meshes like incredibly well with Cherish, the newest addition. So excited to see where Pure goes. And as you can see, they have the lead in this game 5. So this is definitely a good start.
25, make it 26-19 lead in favor of Pure, and with Camouflage coming up and them getting the slays necessary, they put Rebellion 3 down, a critical point in the game. That should be an easy Camouflage grab, or should have been. I believe Suppressed might have baited it out from across the map.
Great job by Last Shot. His responsibility is to hold this lane on the purple side. He does his job, and because of that, it's 2 down for Rebellion. And they're continuing to hold halfway through the map. You can see the pressure coming from every lane. And now Last Shot has the Bulldog on the C stairs. This is scary for the side of Rebellion.
He's already made it toward the Charlie side. I believe he was undetected. So look at the free shots he's able to create because of this flank from Talik. 10 and 5 at the moment, and wants to turn into more as 3 down go Rebellion, but the 4th refuses to do the same.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a timing issue right there, right? If it was Pure that were kind of pushing through, and you talked about Last Shot, you know, I believe it was actually Talik who got in there unscathed on the C side, but unfortunately the push from Druck and his teammate came through a little bit too early, and Talik wasn't able to get those cleanup shots. But regardless, they've gotten the trades, and at this point, it's all gravy, right? 39-26. Pure running away with this one.
That's one thing about Pure and Rebellion that's just like so tough to deal with. Like, they're front runners, man. They're like if they have the lead, man, they're gonna start playing faster, start looking better, everything starts to look cleaner. Their movement starts to get crazier. Like, it's just when they have the lead, they usually play even better, which makes them so tough to deal with. And this time it's Pure with a 40-27 advantage here on New Mombasa, the streets. But Rebellion coming out with a couple huge kills on there, and maybe, just maybe, oh, never mind, it's taller.
Oh, they got 3 down momentarily. Unfortunately, just weren't able to get too much off of that. That being said, they did get a Bulldog as a reward for that 3 down. So question for me is, though, is it too little too late? 6 kills is all Pure need. Soulsnipe's gonna have to do some crazy things to defend this B lane if he wants any chance of winning this game. And Druck with that camo, it's a big kill by Soulsnipe. We'll stop that short just a bit. Now it's a 10 kill game.
They call him Mr. Soul Shoddy in these streets as he gets himself 3 kills, including a very important one on the Camouflage player. But is it too little too late, because you're still down by 10 kills and Pure only need 4 in order to take this game in the series?
Yeah, push aggressively, get the trade. Push aggressively, get the trade. That's it. You can see it's already at 47. It's a very simple process at this point. You don't really even need to worry too much unless you absolutely throw incredibly hard. But one more kill and Pure will win this.
He doesn't cherish his own life. You think he gives a damn about yours, brother? Cherish just running in, trading out his life to get that double kill, which is exactly what Pure wanted, because eventually Pure just inched their way forward into a huge win. And Shopify Rebellion, largely considered maybe the 4th best team in the world, the team that was looking to break into the top 3. Well, they're out right there. Pure come off with an upset.
Yeah, we're gonna see now Pure versus Space Station Gaming in those lower semifinals. So that'll be an interesting matchup, especially with, I mean, how good Pure are playing, as you can see against Rebellion, but also how solid SSG looks. So very interested to see how that goes. As you can see, it was a disconnect by SSG, but they decided it's a 3-0, and SSG will move on. Like I said, they will play Pure next.
Incoming.
Well, I'm saying, right now.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm seeing some gameplay.
Wait a minute.
I'm seeing some gameplay. Maybe a round might have been sacrificed, but the game wasn't. It looked.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna wait to figure out exactly what's going on here. I'm waiting for to tell us, because shoot, I don't know.
Yeah,
all I know is I want to see more gameplay.
Yeah, I was going by the face it bracket, but I guess that they have decided to replay this, and I would too at this point. I don't know, like Tony said, we're not sure exactly the implications, but I don't know if it's a round or or not. But regardless, SSG, first couple of points on the board. Eco goes for a pretty aggressive push on that shock rifle. He's going to go down, and so did 2 of his teammates. It's 3 down for Sen.
Space Station Gaming still have a 2-0 lead as far as the series go. And right now is early ball time for them. It's Sentinels that really are playing off of their back foot, and with that, going 3 down is not what the doctor ordered. In fact, it's what the doctor told you to stay away from.
Is that what the doctor said?
Don't die.
Do not go 3 down. There it is, though.
Enemy has
Bound,
the ball.
obviously heating up as he was in that previous reset, or this is the reset, but the previous game. Continuing on that, and as you can see, SSG continuing to get that time on the board. 2 down for the side of Sen. It's up to Sen to try and pick this up the best they can, but SSG still look focused and ready to go.
But they just gone multiple down. The Sentinels see that as an opportunity to play on that ball, which is exactly what happens. But Precision, the first one at the black screen. Lethal has some good positioning, and I love that he's able to chip away at the shields of multiple players. But right now, they need clean kills if they want to hold on to this ball. And that exit route, it was locked. Falcated with the rotation. We could see a potential play ball here, but SSG are coming towards this tower side so quickly.
Yeah, he decides to kind of double back because he's got the plasma missile, and if he can get this 1 kill, it'll grant the side of Sentinels a bit more time on the board, but unfortunately that's going to turn into a trade there. 2 down for the side of Sentinels, make that 3 as 1 player does spawn up. And now Boo Boo is the last player alive, and it's Space Station Gaming with control on the back of Hydra.
Ball is dropped so the SSG can secure these kills. They need to zone out the Charlie side before they feel confident enough to jump on that ball. Well, one of the players goes down, it's going to be Falcated. Not sure what happened to the second one, but I know the Legend's there. And oh, was the ball stolen? The ball's now on the move. Excuse me. It's not staying towards Charlie. It's actually moving through the tower and out towards the mid side. A pseudo play ball won't deny Sentinels for too long as they move it back towards the perimeter.
Yeah, it looks like there's still a fight going on for it here, though, but the spawns come out for Sentinels on the elevator side of the map, so they'll be able to kind of spar for this ball. But look at Eco, gets away with it, scurries away towards the back of Hydro, and just continuing to milk time as there isn't any pressure to be seen from the Sentinel side. They're 3 down again.
I'll be honest with you, Tim. I don't think this is a spar. This is a brawl right now. This is a fight that we are seeing, but one that was won by SSG, and I guess we're going by the reset rules.
Differential? I don't know. I think it's differential at this point. I don't know. I'm not sure, Tony.
At this point, the
3-0.
game was ended, and it looks like it was a 3-0 in favor of SSG. I was believers in Sentinels right there. They were showing a little something. That last ditch effort towards the end of that round before the crash happened, like that overkill from Precision, that sneaky beaver play by Falcated with the double melee, like that was, I don't know. It made me a believer, but let's not forget SSG only needed 1 second dead.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You'd need like just absolute, like, I don't know, perfect Halo. But I don't know. It was possible, but now it's not. It's SSG with the 3-0, and again, they will go to now face Pure. Sentinels look pretty good, though. I would say throughout this event, I would say that you know, obviously that 3-2 versus Native, very strong, and of course showcasing in that upper bracket as well. They took 1 off of Rebellion. So Sentinels obviously excited to see how they look as the qualifier comes through, and of course as we go to Atlanta.
Well, we've already seen Pure come with a Game 5 win. We saw SSG come out with a nice little sweep there. They will meet in that semifinals. They will meet, and we're going to find out who's going to come out on top. Before then, though, why don't we pass it over to Ali and Garrett and break things down for us.
Well. Tools. We got to talk about Sentinels. I feel like that last... What?
They're robbed.
Yeah, I think that's what they're robbed. It was such a sad circumstance for them to have that almost moment to push that into a win. A 3, what was it? 2-1 would have been a 2-1. We'd be watching more Halo right now, Tools.
Yeah, I think I think the system's rigged. I think that I think that Sentinel should have just been given the win, you know. But no, unfortunately, I will say Space Station probably had still a good likelihood of winning that round. Right, there's still a lot of time needed for Sentinels to complete that comeback, but that's not the most anticlimactic way to end it. All right, the overkill to keep the ball alive, and the Falcon getting the ninja at the end with the double beatdowns and the double backspacks. It was like everything was coming together to have one banger of a series, and unfortunately, it just fizzles out. Though on the other side, we saw some big excitement and a roster in Pure that looks to be making some big waves now.
Yeah, I mean, Pure is a team that previously known as Proton has been causing upsets, and my opinion here is that I feel like Pure is one of those teams that people are not really watching, but they you know, like, you guys, we have to watch Pure. I think this is a team that has the potential to upset. I mean, they just upset Shopify Rebellion, like you said, Tools, and now they're going up against Space Station Gaming, and I think it's going to be a tough matchup for them, but I think they might just be pushing into that. I think this team could potentially push top 4 soon if they keep going at it.
Well, I think the big X factor has been cherished. Obviously, this guy's been unbelievable for the roster ever since he's been picked up. Whenever we talked to Last Shot, he was always talking about how he felt like he was a duo with Cherish, that he's glad to be playing with him again. And so far, I mean, he seems to be the right solution for this team. I'm very, very curious to see how they play against Space Station. I think picking up that game against picking up that last series against Shopify Rebellion is one thing, but it's going to be a whole other thing to beat Space Station.
For sure. And just so that you guys are updated, Proton Gaming officially said their goodbyes to their squad, which is currently now Pure. And yeah, this is a really a squad that I think has the potential to you know, cause some mayhem. I think they already have been doing that, and now going up against Space Station Gaming, it's their chance to say, hey, we're ready for you guys. Space Station Gaming, though, let's talk about them. Mikowski said that they were, did he say they were on a downtrend? Is that, he did say that.
He said they were on a downtrend.
They're on a downtrend. So these guys, they're one of the best teams in Halo Infinite. They won Arlington. They're the champs for Arlington, and then they got top 4 in London, which is incorrect. Oh my god, incorrect. I can't. My Spanish is getting in the way. Tools, incorrect. Can you just say the word?
I'm trying to figure out what word you're trying to say.
Not uncharacteristic.
That's what you're going for? I'm so sorry.
What I'm saying. For them, and here they are sitting at lower bracket again here. Do you agree with Mikowski? Is this a team that's going on a downtrend right now, or do you think there's something else potentially going on?
I think that everyone just needs to chill out. You know what I'm saying? Like sit down. It's okay. It's fine. Space Station's not in trouble. I'll say the 3-0 to Optic is a little bit concerning. So the big thing for me right now, I don't think they're in trouble, but this to me is a must-win situation. Like, they can't lose against Pure, and honestly, like, for people that want to be a believer in Space Station, they can't go to game 5 either. I think they need to have a strong performance here, but for Pure, this is a great opportunity, right? You're taking a team that a lot of people think is going on a downtrend, that you're trying to prove that this is a roster. It's gonna not just be stuck in top 8, top 6, that you can like work into the top 4. You beat the team that's been the gatekeeper of top 4. Now you can beat the team that's won multiple tournaments in Halo Infinite, and then you can try to beat the fan favorite team after. And then if you can beat the world champs after that, right? Like, this is the route that Pure wants. Like, this is their chance to prove themselves.
This is their chance to push and prove that they're here to stay in that top 6 realm, and they need the points, right? I mean, were they top 7, I think, in points wise? So the higher the chances. I mean, I think they're sitting pretty well in this open series. The more points they can get, the qualifier being around the corner just this Saturday, we're gonna find out what teams will be sitting in those pool play spots. I think this is a great opportunity for Pure to not just get pro points, but also also earn the respect of these top teams.
Yeah, Pure right now with like getting this top 4, I think they've basically solidified their position as like guaranteed pool play. They're going to have more pro points than any of the other teams that aren't qualified right now because of the results today. Remember, Cloud9, if we go look at the elimination bracket, they had an early exit, so that 2,000 point differential between these two teams is probably going to be made up with this tournament, in particular of how well Pure's played, getting that top 4 performance. They're definitely going to find that separation between the rest of the teams. So for them, it's like if they win Saturday, Sunday, that's great. If not, they're guaranteed pool play at this point. For me, I think it's not about securing their pool play spot. It's more going to be about guaranteeing the general perception of them and making sure that they have that confidence and then go into a tournament and win, right? Like, you have two players that haven't had like these big long runs in tournaments where they go through an entire Saturday, where they play on Sunday, right? There's two players on this team that have not played on Sunday. You need to prove to yourself and to your team that like we're going to Sunday. It's not a question of if or what needs to go right. It's we are going to Sunday. We are going to make a run and try to win this tournament.
Yeah, and hopefully they do. If we take a look at the pro points once more, I just wanted to also talk a little bit about complexity and where they're sitting. This team has been what's the word here? They just announced that they had Rain and Breaking Shot back into their squad. They're sitting at, they probably have a little bit more pro points right now, but complexity, they have to win this weekend in order to land a spot in pool play. Otherwise, they have to play through the bracket in Atlanta.
Yeah, complexity is an interesting spot because they added a player that has no pro points in Rain, right? Had 0 pro points coming into this season, has had to earn them over this off season, but they look pretty good. The other player they added, I think, Breaking Shot is going to be the X factor for this team. He's been playing at an incredible pace for them. They took Sentinels to a game 5 today. I think that the complexity roster is looking up and up. It's going to be a tough task for them tomorrow. I mean on Saturday and Sunday. There's no doubt about it. Like, these teams that they're having to play up against are very, very good, especially when you have teams like Pure in the way who are going to basically guarantee themselves top 2, in my opinion. There's no question about it. But also, Native Gaming looks to be on this huge uptrend, and I think they're going to be the real gatekeeper to complexity for potentially trying to get this pool play spot.
That was my next question to you. Native Gaming was looking pretty. I think they won one match against, what team was it that I was just looking at it, I'm like, hey, I think this team is on the uptrend. I mean, they just last 2 weeks they picked up officially Tapping Buttons returns to Native Gaming, and they've been looking good together.
Yeah, this Native Gaming roster, I was skeptical, and I'm not gonna lie. Like, when I was looking at it, I was like, McQuinn obviously getting dropped on that roster. I was like, okay, like, yeah, you need to make some changes. I suppose McQuinn's gonna be the player. Tapping Buttons is incredible, but I was more kind of sad because I was like, I really like that Mexico team. That Mexico team's gonna take a big blow because of this, but there's a big opportunity for Tapping Buttons. I didn't expect it to be as for them to play as well as they have since then. Been incredible to watch this Native team, especially Barcode in particular. I feel like Barcode, that slaying help that Tapping Buttons brings to that roster has allowed him to hit his next level. I feel like Barcode's playing the best Halo he's played, period.
I love seeing these teams just come together and finally push through and get exactly what find their way through to what they're aiming for. And taking a look at pool play, in case you guys did not know, the top 6 teams have already qualified for pools. You guys can see them on the screen, and the top 2 teams to win, so the first place and second place to win the qualifiers this Sunday, will get 2 spots on pool play. Now, the other 2 spots, tools, goes to the higher pro points. Whatever team has the most pro points will get in those last 2 remaining spots. So this Sunday is where it's all going to go down.
Yeah, the pro point spots are basically guaranteed at this point. I don't think anyone's going to make a big difference. So it's the teams that are between third and fifth in those pro point standings that are looking at it as like, okay, we have to get first and second here. We really don't have any other options to like guarantee ourselves. Remember, and then if a team that isn't in the top two takes those first and second qualification spots, and those point spots are going to go to those teams, right? So it's just like it is imperative for Incognito and Native don't be content just because you're guaranteed right now. You need to go and win, because it could happen that Complexity gets top two, and then if Complexity gets top two, then suddenly you're looking at this thing, you're saying, okay, like Native Gaming isn't guaranteed their spot, and they're gonna have to play from the open bracket. Now, that being said, knowing Native Gaming, if they have to play from the open bracket some way, somehow, God will make a way that they get into pool play, because that's what's happened the last like 6 times that they've had to play an open bracket.
They know it. They're used to it. Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting weekend for us for sure. This Saturday is going to be the first day of the qualifier, so that's just that's in 2 days. Our next match that we're waiting on will be Pure versus Space Station Gaming. It's going to be an incredible match. I tend to root for the underdog here. I think it's going to be a difficult match for Pure, but I think they can do a good showing against Space Station Gaming.
I think Cherish is the big X factor here. Cherish is an incredible player with a lot of upside potential. I feel like this has been the perfect squad for him. He's able to reunite with Last Shot, who he has good rapport with. He has 2 veterans that have gone through this entire struggle of trying to become professional throughout their entire their early careers in Halo 5, and they were able to find that breakthrough and sort of quick success from there. I feel like these are 2 perfect mentors for these players here. There's a lot of confidence in this team, and I'm just really excited to see what happens. My big concern with this roster is not about how they're going to perform. It's more about whether they're going to be able to perform. I just don't have the confidence that Druck is going to be able to play in Atlanta, and that's what makes me sad about this team, because this is a team that I see a lot of potential for. I need to see Druck on U.S. soil again.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that it's incredibly important to call out. It's so sad that we might not be able to see this team on LAN in Atlanta, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed for Druck to be able to actually make it into the US and finally compete on LAN. Talking about Cherish and its Last Shot, we mentioned last time that Cherished, am I saying it right? Cherished, there you go. The Spanish guy, not bilingual brain getting in the way. Cherished getting his chance at a pro team here. I think it's been great seeing him. That, and also it's the Last Shot, 2 players that have been getting their names out there.
Yeah, I think this is an exciting team just because it's new. We're seeing new players. There's not this sort of familiarity of these pro players that just keep finding their way back into like the certain rosters. I'm glad that Pure has decided, hey, like we need to make big changes. We're gonna shake things up. We're gonna find someone new that hasn't had their chance. I feel like this is the solution that more teams need to take. Like if you're stuck in that top 12, top 8 rigmarole, go try someone out new. Like go find an amateur who's like making waves in that scene and give them an opportunity to see if that's going to be the difference maker. And so far, I mean, Pure, week in, week out, they seem to be improving. So I think the experiment, for the most part, has been working.
I feel like Pure needs to start beating Shopify. Wait, they just beat Shopify, really, right? They just need to beat Sentinels. They need to beat Sentinels. And I think if they do that, they're sitting comfortably. Like, I think they have what it takes to. I see somebody in chat that said Pure the new top 4. Yeah, maybe. That's bold. Well, I think Shopify Rebellion, I think they still have the edge. I think they're the ones that are pushing into that top 3. And Pure just, it's just so close. The skill level between Sentinels, or right now Pure, and Shopify Rebellion, it's so so close, and it's about who gets better the fastest, who can beat the top 3 teams first, who can figure them out first. And we'll have to see in LAN if who gives us a surprise, right?
Yeah, this is I'd say that the person that's at top 4, I think that's kind of bold, but I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I want. But that's the thing with the rosters in the HCS this year. It's like I wouldn't be surprised if anyone in the top 8 kind of makes it the top 4. Like, there's so many good teams that can make a run. I mean, I'm surprised that Sentinels hasn't gotten a top 4 finish this year. Obviously, Arlington was a big disappointment for them, but like there's so many good rosters.
Yeah, I think that's what we're all kind of witnessing right now, that the really good rosters, people pushing that top 4, and also like figuring out new ways to play Halo. There were some comments on I think it was Lucid. I was commenting about jiggle peeking and the meta, the jiggle peeking meta. I would love to know what chat thinks about the jiggle peeking meta. What are your thoughts on it? Are you tired of it? Do you do it? How do you
like
do
trying
it?
to shame people for jiggle peeking?
I'm not. I've had to jump in and actually start jiggle peeking too, because it's just the only way to stay alive right now. So it's kind of a necessity at this point. You can't just run around wild and just curve slide everywhere. You kind of just have to hold your spots like you're playing, I don't know, Valorant or something. It's just a new way to play Halo at the time. It's because of the bandits, I think, have really changed the games. People are learning how to play differently because of this weapon. I think that's my opinion. I think it's the bandits' fault. I blame the bandit.
Wow, I think that I blame the strafe speed. Like if the strafe speed wasn't so fast, like I don't think jiggle peeking would be that big of a problem. I think we could nerf the strafe speed. Maybe it's okay. I hate chat. Be prepared. I know this is scary, but maybe we can do this thing called a gentleman's agreement.
Okay. Am I left out of this?
We could GA.
Am I left out of this?
The strafe speed. Are you a gentleman? I feel like
I can be.
or
I
a
guess
gentlewoman. It's
gentleman.
all. But GA. I mean, it's all the G can be gentleman or gentlewoman, right?
Sure, we can do that. I'll accept it. I say hey guys, so when it's all girls too.
That's it. You're good. You're in.
So what are we GAing? What are we GAing?
We're GAing there's a setting that you can go into that like basically increases your strafe speed. I think we can just like cap it at a certain point, like keep it on like default or something, because I think that's created all these problems. Like as long as that was defaulted, then I think it's fine, because I don't think jiggle peeking inherently, I don't think jiggle peeking is like a bad thing. I think the problem with jiggle peeking is that it's just too fast, it's too effective, so you just have to make it not as effective.
You know what? I want to know if the Cherished and Last Shot duo is effective. And why don't we just jump into, we had a chat with Last Shot, and he had some thoughts to say. He had some thoughts on Cherished. So why don't we go ahead and listen to what he had to say. I want to know what's going on with the current squad right now. You guys are playing under Pure, and also you're playing with Cherished. You mentioned that you've had a really great experience with Cherished playing lately. What's going on with the squad specifically right now?
It's just going good. We're just putting in the reps, just showing him the ropes kind of deal. I think this is his first, really big chance, just like me. So I think me and him, we've teamed before. So it's just really like me and him are kind of duoing up in that sense of just being the new guys on the roster and just filling in and just going hard every day in practice and scrims and VOD, just going at it.
What's it like playing with this squad that you're running with and playing with Cherished?
Yeah, just first off, I want to say Cherish is a great competitor, great Halo player, all in general. But I mean, all three of my teammates are Druk, Talik. They've been in the scene for a long time. Respect a lot out of them. Just tip my hat to them every day I get on. Yeah, but Cherish, ever since that team with Nemesis and Boom, I saw something in him and he saw something in me. So I think that's just like we kind of hit it off. We had some really good chem, in game, out of game, still at events and stuff. Even though like last event we weren't even teaming and we still hung out a lot. So yeah, I think he's a really good fit for our team, and just in time it'll be really good, turn out really good.
Well, guys, this is Pure's chance to see if they can go ahead and beat one of the top teams that seem to be on a downtrend, but probably not. We'll have to find out. Space Station Gaming versus Pure begins now.
Love the fact that that he had all this Halo merchandise all over the room and whatnot.
Cool.
Love hearing him talk about it. I'm kind of mad though he had a Halo Reach poster. Like, why wouldn't you have the greatest Halo of all time poster? He said, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
you know,
Halo 2.
You know, Halo freaking 4, baby. Woo! Yeah. Wait, Tim, what?
Hill ready.
Whoa. We'll take it from here, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Space Station Gaming going up against Pure, and it's gonna be starting on a bit of a Halo 5 remake, second best Halo of all time, and it's Plaza now going by Solitude, Stellar with the shock rifle. Early setup coming in for Space Station Gaming. Pure looking for another kill.
Yeah, I think, like I said before, SSG looked very different after that little bit of a reset in Argyle. And, you know, we talk about how they ended up losing that Series 3-0 versus Optic, obviously. But I think at this point, it's a very new SSG. On the other end of things, you've got Pure, who, again, you got to admit they're hungry to win. They want this really bad. So I'm going to look for SSG to kind of match that energy here, and it starts right now in game 1.
Enemy team took the hill.
Also starts with Stellar getting his shields back right now. Not much you can do when you're down to one shot, because usually that ends up happening. The cleanup comes in quick. Eco being left by himself. Bit of squad spawn coming out of Legend, the first one to come up, but Pure getting the Slays to wipe them out and now get some hill time because of it. How much hill time? Because Space Station Gaming are already present on the map.
Yeah, SSG either got those bottom list spawns and lifted up very quickly, or they got those S2 spawns. Either way, they were in a scenario to fight back very quickly, like you mentioned, but Pure have scrapped a lot of time here in hill number 1, and that's exactly what you want to do if you're Pure. The only thing is, like you said, SSG have control, and that's 3 down for Pure.
Now gonna be the one in this hill. It looks like Cherish gonna wants to make a play to try to get an angle off with his teammate coming in towards Tram. Cherish gonna replace him right on the glass side, so a bit of bait and switch action happening. It's gonna work out really well for them because they take down Stellar together. Bound is now forced back and out of the play, and Pure now have so much presence on the map because of that.
Yeah, Pure have done a really good job of that bait and switch that you talk about, right? Switching out, being there in that duo type presence to allow your teammate to come up with your no shields, clean up a kill or two. But again, SSG are on the pace right now. They get 3 down once again, and a lot of hill time has been acquired, and Pure have not stepped in the hill since that little bit of a run they got in the beginning.
Take down Stellar once again, though. That forces Legend and Eco to back down at least momentarily. They're going to play their life and try to live to see yet another engagement. Pure take this opportunity to go right through the mid, right towards that hill. Taulik coming out with the double. Excellent cross-map shots to also keep Bound weak, and now Pure starting to catch up a bit on the scoreboard.
Yeah, a little bit of an over challenge, though. Going to keep him down to no shields for a longer time, and unfortunately, well, he gets his shields back here, so fortunately for him, he has some beautiful shots and some beautiful timing, even off that no shield. He ends up getting another kill on the Legend. So honestly, huge play out of Taulik right there. It'll be now Pure in the hill.
Man, those like micro flicks with his shots, those are tough to do. I mean, I get you're on mouse and keyboards. I guess it's a little bit easier for you, you know. It's so much easier than controller, but those micro flicks really tough for us to hit shots like that. But Taulik making it look easy with a 10-4 scoring line in the first hill belongs to Pure. Did they already have? They already stepped foot towards the next hill. Okay, Pure, I see you.
Yeah, it's a really good hill to control early, too, because it's very difficult to step in. Unfortunately, Legend's able to get a lot of damage in as they're focused on the player inside of blue. So SSG break that very quickly, and once again, it ends up in a scenario where you expect to see one thing, but when you're talking about SSG, you see something completely different.
We see Taulik trying to catch an angle onto Legend despite being one shot, trying to get some value out of his life, but it's Legend that gets max value. Double kill before going down himself. SSG over 25% done with this hill at the moment. Meanwhile, last shot, trying to figure out where Bound went. Well, He went camo, and then he went bye-bye.
Something I'm really paying attention to in this game is Last Shot himself, right? He spoke about it in the interview that we're able to watch where, you know, him and Cherish are a duo. They've teamed together in the past. Their chemistry is great in-game and out-of-game, so I'm excited to see how they kind of run the map together here, and that's something I'm definitely looking out for in this game.
I feel that's one thing that Talik and Druck know so well. Not only being compatible as far as teammates on the virtual battlefield, but getting value out of teaming with your best friends. Like Druck has teamed with his best friend Soulslife for most of his career, and it's really worked out for him. So Last Shot, teaming with someone that he has a great rapport with, they know the value in that, and it seemingly has worked for Pure. Got here to elimination bracket semifinals, and in the tied up game number 1 against SSG, who you've just put 3 down, and I believe that's a stick.
Yeah, great job though by SSG, right? They have that initial break on that second hill, and since that break, they're able to capitalize on it and tie up the game. So SSG holding that hill really well, and because of that, able to tie this game. The only thing is, once again, Pure, very quick to get on these new hills, very quick to rotate towards the space on these new hills.
Legend being left by himself here. Pure very aggressive with their push, and it works out well for them. 3 down, worst Space Station Gaming. Now they're coming off a spawn, and while that happens, look at all the time that Pure have been able to put on the board. Almost about 90% done with this hill. Meanwhile, SSG haven't even sniffed it, haven't even touched it, haven't even looked at it at this point before Pure make it 2-1.
Yeah, they haven't even licked it. Like, this is crazy. 2-1, absolutely beautiful out of Pure here. This is the type of energy you're looking for out of this roster. You've got to see them come out hungry. You've got to see them showcase how bad they want it. And let me tell you something right now. This camo and shock rifle combination could do the trick, but I jinxed him, Tony.
Enemy team took the hill.
4 down, go Pure, and an easy camouflage grab coming out of Eco here. He's gonna go Ghost. Shock and camo combination. This is gonna be tough for Pure to deal with. I love the fact that they have a 2-1 lead, but now you quite literally are seeing a Ghost, and he's gonna haunt you quite a bit. Last Shot, the first one to go down. Druck will follow. 3 down, make it 4 full squad wipe. SSG might be able to tie it up with that run.
And that's where SSG is strong, right? So these teams in the top 3 are good at one thing, obviously multiple things, but the one thing that stands out for me is their ability to punish you when you make one minimalistic mistake. They will punish it instantly, and that's exactly what SSG does there. They punish the overextension on the camo. They pick up camo shock rifle for that, and now they've tied the game 2-2.
Not much ammo to work with here for Eco, but just enough to be a thorn in the side, I would imagine, of Pure if he hits those shots. And Bandit is out. Druck is forced back down. Somehow Druck weak, running away from Eco, finds the kill onto Bound. The cleanup does end up happening here, but once again, Pure using all the chaos as a distraction to steal away hill time. They may have no business having.
Well, it looks like you said that hill time will come through, and it always has for Pure, right? Right off the initial break of the hill, they always get in there. They get in there quickly, and we saw in that hill number 2, they didn't make any mistakes, right? They were able to take space on the map, get the kills that they needed to get. Just very simple foundational concepts that happen in this King of the Hill game type, but every other time in every other hill, they've gotten that initial hill time, but they've made mistakes along the way. They overextend, they don't maybe assist each other on kills, they don't bait and switch correctly, and it ends up SSG coming away with the victory on you know, these hills, and it looks like they potentially will for this hill as well, but very close hill we have here.
Legend did a great job putting damage onto everybody on the map, but you know who enjoys that? Stellar. Stellar's really good at getting those cleanup kills. As Legend puts down the damage, Stellar knocks them down like what's that the little tiles, the little game that you play?
Jenga?
Damn, come on, Dominic, what is wrong? 3-2 lead in favor of SSG. God, I'm trying to set you up, man.
I don't know. I was bad at Jenga, so all of the chips knocked down. But anyway, SSG up 3-2. That hill will be massive, and like I said, it was kind of a seamless hill. Not a lot of there was a bit of contention off the beginning from Pure, but like I said, once SSG grasps the control of the hill, they don't allow Pure to do anything, and it's where Pure is kind of weak. From what I've seen in this game type, it's on the breaks, right? Breaking that hill. After SSG have gotten that control, they've had a hard time.
3-2 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming. Minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Don't think time will become a bit of a factor right now, but something we should keep our eyes on as SSG slow to approach this hill. You know what? Maybe they are thinking about playing the clock right now, putting Pure between a rock and a hard place, the scoreboard and the shot clock.
They could come back to bite him. Pure, like you talked about before, Tony, and I agree, they're very aggressive, right? Off the spawn, they're going to be flying at damage that's done. As you can see right there, a little bit staggered, but they come off a spawn, they clean up SSG, get them 3 down, and now they're pushing on the players that are remaining, and there's 2 remaining right now, pushing that yard side. Bound gets an off spawn on the left here towards Hotel, and they focus on him very clearly, and look at that. They take him out. Finally, there it is. They take him out instantly, and they continue to get time in this hill. That is insane how to cherish the new member of Pure.
And some good time coming out of Pure at the moment. Some good kills coming out of Cherish. Love to see that, and I can only imagine Pure closing out with plays like that. How can you not close out your third hill? 57 seconds on the clock, but if Pure are able to take it, it'll be next cap wins it all. But hold on, Pure have just gone 3 down. Last shot is completely out of play. Not only did they lose control, he might have gotten the kill, but they don't have hill time. Camouflage was grabbed as well. Pure, it's not over yet, at least not as far as this hill.
Yeah, they get a couple kills though here. Eco goes down. It's gonna be a 2-on-2 situation. It's essentially up to Last Shot right now. You can see Last Shot doing all he can. Legend with the camo that you talked about. 44 seconds left. Next hill wins, like you said.
Big slide coming out of Legend. More importantly, is able to get out alive and now has Hayden. No more camo to work with, but some hill time is just as good, at least in this situation. Early lead as far as this hill progression goes towards Space Station Gaming, but this game is played through setups and breaks. Can Pure break the setup that SSG have at the moment? Meanwhile, Legend dancing around that pole and getting all the hill time possible.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Can Pure break the setup? That's been the question the entire game. They've gotten those initial points on the hill every single time, but look how difficult they have a time breaking the setup when SSG has it. Finally, the setup is broken, but it's because Baum backed off, Stellar backed off towards the yard side to get Eco a spawn. And now Eco trying to fight for that loop. Cherish takes out that player as well, and there it is. That is exactly what Pure needed. The break, the clean break with 3 down for SSG. This is their chance.
1 or 2 rounds of slays like that, and we could be talking a bit different here for Pure. They may not have the lead as far as progression to this hill, but Legend's like, Drunk, can you die? Good God. I had to put in 2 clips into the one-shot player, but finally Drunk goes down, and now the offense begins here for Space Station Gaming. Eagles already stolen away camouflage. Bound just makes an absolute crazy play to take down 2 players that happen to be going towards top gold. The rest of the 2 players find themselves a bit too far behind. Legend and Stellar will draw the line in the sand. None shall pass. Space Station Gaming taking game 1.
I mean, we got to talk about it, right? Towards the very end there, we talked about SSG and how they can punish tiny mistakes that you make. Pure, they're a little bit late on the timing towards that cam on top center. They send 2 resources towards top center to try and contest for that camo. They see camos picked up. They immediately pivot towards that gold ledge, and all the while they're out of the hill. SSG gets control. Gold ledge is pinched by Bound, and bing bang boom, it's all history. Game 1 going to SSG in a very clean way towards the end.
Bing bang boom goes Space Station Gaming to close out a close one. But again, I feel like we still got to show some love to Pure. You know, not too long ago, Pure were not looking as good as their potential was. Their floor was a bit low. Now, recently, you know, between the Last Shot acquisition and even the Cherished acquisitions, and just things are looking very good for Pure. You already beat Shopify Rebellion, which, by the way, is huge going for Pure. And now, you know, in a very close matchup against Space Station Gaming, we're talking about 1 round of slays, and maybe they win that game number 1. So far, things looking very good for Pure.
Yep.
And I may have counted them out in the Slayers in the past against a team like Space Station Gaming. I will not make that mistake, not here in June 27, 2024. This is a new Pure we're talking about.
Yeah, they look really good. I agree. And it's one or two mistakes, and they would have taken that game 1. And in Slayers, like you said, I mean, they clutched it up in that game 5. I don't doubt they win this game number 2 if they can bring the heat. And we've seen them do it before. It's, again, about how bad they want it, though. If they're hungry for this win, they will get it.
I'm hungry right now, bro. I was about to order pizza, and I, like, totally forgot, man. Shit. Oh, my fault. We had to give me gas. Camouflage up right now, and Tolik coming out with the kill onto Eco, and because of that, Druk was able to steal away this camouflage. Can he get away with it? Bound tries to get the burn off. I think it was a high risk, maybe high reward out of Bound if he could have traded out with camo.
Well, Stellar ends up with that shock, so regardless, it's the shock rifle in the hands of Space Station Gaming. And you see they have the control on the top of tower. They've rotated towards this long haul side, and now they've got spawns on the back Hydra as well. So Pure are kind of stuck looking for kills here. And Last Shot stuck in a 1v2, but he somehow gets away with that kill, and he's got support as well.
3 down goes Space Station Gaming. Bound is able to at least finish off the one-shot player over toward the triple stacks pit, but now he has himself in a bit of a vulnerable position. Gets out. Surprise, Pure gonna allow that to happen. 9-7 lead in favor of them, but now SSG, they may just be on the attack here.
Yeah, you see SSG and how they counter Pure's aggression. You see the 3-player push there on the pipe side, and then SSG just essentially rotate away. You saw Stellar was on that pipe side. He rotates all the way through to long, knows he can get maybe an angle for his teammates to assist on those kills, and plays off of his teammates. Space Station are very ready for this aggression that Pure set out.
Legend flying out. See some back-to-back kills coming out of Pure there, and Camouflage just about up. I see a bit of positioning coming out of SSG there. They should have first hands on this camo, but Pure now getting a couple kills toward the long haul side. Some of that pressure being alleviated here. Cherish wins his battle against Bound, but Legend, he's long gone.
Yeah, Legend's trying to escape away here with this camo, but a great job by Bound to create that bit of pressure there on the tower side to let Legend get this camo. The question is, what will he get out of it? And so far, it's 1 kill, and he stays alive as well, and the spawns come out on the long haul side, so everything working out here for Legend ends up falling, and Cherished ends up getting a double. That's massive out of Cherished.
17-11 lead. We said don't count Pure out. They've been looking and walking a bit different. Some confidence coming in out of this Pure roster. Not only believing that they can beat Space Station Gaming, but knowing that they can. Maybe down 0-1 in the series, but so far in this Slayer, have been looking tight at the moment. Shock in the hands of Druk. Stellar, you better watch out. One more peek and it could be your last.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, obviously we're always, you know, you want to make sure to speak on the assessment that we are online here, but Pure are really impressing me in these Slayer games. They're taking control, they're being aggressive, they're switching pace when they need to. A lot of individual talent on this roster. Cherish is shining as well. And as I say that, it's Bound and SSG, and Bound with a massive triple to shut me up. SSG are within 2.
Absolutely ridiculous coming out of Bound. The movement alone to be able to get the back smack onto the shock play was crazy. Then to turn that into a triple, and look at how it snowballs from there. It's out of control. It was Pure that had a firm grasp on this game. Well, Space Station Gaming are here.
Oh my God, they are here. They are definitely here, and Bound is at the front lines right now. A tie game now. And what looked like Pure in full control. Stellar with the remote detonation on the last shot, staying on a sticky too long. SSG riding this momentum. You can see in the movement of Bound in that flow state, moving very quickly towards the spawns of Pure.
The 3 greatest things ever come out of Ohio: Bronny James, LeBron James, and Bound. I mean, tell you, man, that's it. God bless, I promise you, that's it. Legend. Ooh. Legend not able to get the kill against Last Shot. 1 kill advantage still in favor of SSG. To think that this team was down by what, like 8 or 9 kills not so long ago, and look where they are now. SSG with the lead, as something tells me they ain't trying to look back.
Yeah, sometimes all it takes is one player to pop off, but I love that Pure have stayed in this game. I love that they've kept it really close. It's now Pure once again in the lead. They've shut down the side of SSG just a bit for now. We'll see if they can carry that through. You see, they take a lot of the map to themselves here. SSG stuck on the back of Hydro and as well as Elevate.
I forgot to mention Ogre Twins. Oh, that was disrespectful. My bad. My bad. I didn't know. My bad. I forgot to mention Ogre Twins. Damn.
Pinkerington, baby.
Got Italic. 3 down goes Space Station Gaming. Pure have been able to take the lead, and now Bound, Ian Legend want to push up quickly towards the long haul side. They are able to strip the shock rifle out of the hands of Talik, and now the cleanup kills are starting to come in. SSG once again moving within rhythm to tie things up at 35 apiece.
100% they are, and again, I gotta give it out to Pure for continuing to fight back and keep this close. Trades are coming out back and forth, but now they're kind of stuck on that pipe side. It's SSG with a chance to pressure on through. They've left a lot of space on that Heaven and Hell side of the map. It's gonna allow Pure to push through the pipes.
Legend being aggressive with the bandit, push the shock away to try to secure some of those one-shot kills. Nobody going down there. Eco, though, with the camouflage is going to be huge for Space Station Gaming. The cleanup onto Talik. I know Last Shot is starting to push and trying to play that cross. Meanwhile, Eco just playing the low ground, getting information until Bound ends up being taken out.
Pace starting to slow just a bit. It's SSG kind of staggered here. You can tell. Oh my gosh. Eco comes out through with the camo. He pokes his head. Ends up getting 2. Now 40 to 41 here. SSG still in it. Eco's no more camo to use though.
1 kill game going into the end game. At this point, every death really does matter. Like, every single mistake you make will be punished. It may just cost you the game, and it could cost you the series. As Talik, dude, his strafe is practically a cheat code. Oh, what is going on? How do you hit that strafe twice in a row? It's not even possible.
You couldn't pay me to hit that strafe. I just run away. That's nuts. Stellar's nuts as well. Great job by SSG to again get these trades. They've kept it within 1 now. 45 to 44. Eco stuck on that bottom elevator side. Druck with the aggression. The spawns come out. Bound's in trouble.
Druck with the shroud and a couple grenades to make sure nobody's able to chase him down, at least not easily. I know the camouflage coming up, but I don't think either one of these teams are going to be able to secure it. Last Shot maybe wanted to make a little bit of a sneaky play, but he needs to get out of the pit, get himself a huge kill, go right after Legend. Good damage onto him. Druck was active listening to that call out, but Legend will not peek while 1 shot.
Yeah, I love that discipline by Legend. Understands they have angles towards the top of elevator, ends up playing his life, and now Cherish is kind of stuck on these stairs here. They're gonna make a push though. This is beautiful by Cherish and the side of Pure. 49-49, Tony.
1 kill is all it takes for either one of these two. Shock in the hands of Bound, and Eco definitely grappled something with the camouflage.
Yep.
You have Shock in the hands of Bound, and Eco was able to grab the camo, and Cherish just got spotted by himself. As long as they stay alive, they can just hit him with the 1-2. Buckle the shoe. I don't know what's going with that. SSG take the game.
Wow, that's beautiful right there, right? And again, it's where the pressure all hits at once, and you're in a situation where, okay, it's 49-49. What do we do? But SSG, the veterans, obviously take the game in their hands. They take that camo. They have shock rifle at that moment as well. You got to think about it, right? Everything is working against you if you're Pure at that moment. SSG have played essentially for that moment. They've got all the tools that they need to make sure that game ends, and they make sure it does end in their favor.
The one thing I am thinking about, what if Cherish made it toward that bottom A side and didn't get spotted? If he doesn't get spotted and, like, say for example Bound with the shot goes up towards top A, maybe Cherish makes a play to get a back smack and they win the game. That could have been crazy right there, but I guess, you know, what is it? If and buts were coconuts, we don't have a good time. I don't know. But either way, it doesn't really matter because all we know is that SSG do end up with that win. And if this ends up with a sweep, you know, nobody's going to talk about how close this series was, how multiple times Pure were able to win. And what they're going to talk about is it was a sweep in favor of SSG, and that's it. So really want to see Pure take at least one of these games, make it maybe two, send it to a game 5 to really do their gameplay justice, because they really have been playing so well in those first 2 games.
Agreed. It's just 1 or 2 plays, like I said before. It's all it really is for Pure, and that's impressive. I mean, from where they were and how far they've come with now Cherish on the roster, it seems like they're gelling really well. But again, it's about playing the most perfect Halo you can, and sometimes it becomes difficult, especially in those high pressure moments at the very end of games in the 49-49s. But here we go. CTF, Imperial CTF, one of SSG's, I would say, one of their stronger maps. We'll see how Pure fares against them.
Snipe in the hands of Stellar. Wanted to get an easy shot onto the overshield player. Nothing easy when you're dealing with Pure. Not sure if that sniper made it off the map, or if maybe if Last Shot has himself an overshield and a sniper combo, which could be dangerous. Sword side control for Talik. Last Shot. And although it doesn't have much of the overshield to work with anymore, the damage has been done. This could be a flagpole for Pure. That's until Last Shot is forced right back.
Yeah, SSG, though, all the while have gotten a flag out as well. It's Legend pulling that towards the long haul side. We talk about how fast he is at pulling these flags. I mean, this is beautiful, right? SSG deal with the players on their side. They get the slays, and again, it's just order of process here for them. 2 down for Pure. SSG still looking for kills before they pull this one.
Some quick, decisive plays coming. I have SSG there, but we do. Oh, when the flag doesn't get returned. That was a grab, and that's going to be a cap for Space Station Gaming. It was just about at the point where it could have been reset on its own, but SSG say no, and that's the first flag cap of this game going in favor of Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, constant times it's been Pure that you know, you talk about pressure and aggression, you talk about Pure every single time, especially in this matchup. But something I love about SSG is they send one player in Legend, I believe it was, towards the enemy flag, towards Pure's flag at the very start of the game. He pulls the flag right away, but just waits for the perfect opportunity, puts pressure on the spawners, gets the kills, waits for the timing, and gets that flag through the long haul side and, you know, essentially puts it in. This is great out of SSG. Great process.
Stellar making sure that he secures that kill. That was quite a chase with an assault rifle. That looks like my gameplay right there, let me tell you. Space Station Gaming up 1-0 at the moment, but they are losing Slays. The Slays battle, actually. It was Bound that was left by himself. Finds himself Druck with the shotgun to drop down to try to finish him, and somehow Druck is able to win that one. The cleanups aren't coming in though, and that's 3 down this time for Pure.
Yeah, it's just a great cleanup here by Legend, but he's got to get this one more kill if he wants to get this overshield, and he does. You can always count on Legend to get those big game kills when he needs to, and this OS, all it's going to do is make things even more difficult for the side of Pure if Legend can get any value out of it. Thus far, though, it's the newest member in Cherish that peppers him down to 25% OS.
Phase go down, and so will Stellar there as Druck fights his way right through the long haul side, and Legend responsible for keeping for the S2 side player at bay. That's going to be Cherished. Down to 1 shot. Talik seemingly coming out of nowhere to make sure he finishes things off. Sniper is here, but Bound being such a nuisance. No shot anybody can go to avoid that sniper unless it's through Bound, and Talik, he literally does just that.
Yeah, Talik picking up sniper here is big, but with 2 of his teammates, make that 3 of his teammates down. Very important he stays alive on the top of tower here. If they do spot him, they will know where the spawns are happening regardless, but it's going to be Legend the first point of contact. And again, Legend attacking a very important side of the map on that top tower. Now he's going to have Sniper, and now SSG are free to push up, but Legend falls, and now Stellar's the last player alive.
Stellar gonna try to back down towards his long haul side, body shotting everybody in his sight. Nobody from Pure gonna be able to push up on that, except for Last Shot through the sword side. This is a lane that Last Shot was able to create, and with the sniper, he can create havoc. Body shot onto Stellar, avoids a crazy headshot that was awfully close, way too close for comfort.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. I mean, the fact that they were able to, the fact that Pure were able to get that sniper in the hands of Last Shot, I was gonna say if you can use that, get a couple of kills, maybe they feel a bit more confident pushing up on the map, but look who's already in their flag. There's 2 down, and it's Legend in their flag, trusting his teammate, his Stellar, gets the no scope, and look how fast this flag runs.
Stellar putting the last shot onto last shot, takes his last shot and puts that last shot into last shot's teammate. That was crazy. What we just saw from Stellar plays being made and the flag being pulled out. Not quite able to commit to it though. It's Legend SSG Pure playing some tight defense, but Legend sneaks through, curb slides that flag over toward the long haul side. Nobody able to react in time here for Pure. Legend actually has it on his side and actually has it home. A 2-0 lead for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, you saw Talik inside of Rockets right there. He didn't really know what to do. He wanted to play for that Rocket hallway control, but he also wanted to try and contest Legend from pulling this flag all the way through to his side, and ends up in the wrong side of the situation. And because of that, Legend, as quick as he is with those flag runs, makes it all the way through very quickly to give SSG a 2-0 lead.
Not only is SSG up 2-0 in this game, but also up 2-0 in this series. That means if something doesn't change here for Pure in the next 6 minutes and 36 seconds, they're going to be knocked out of this tournament in 4th place. Not a bad place for Pure, but like you said, they're hungry. They want more. And last shot wants Legend.
Yeah, and look at Bound. I mean, it's you think it's very scrappy out of SSG, but it's actually just perfect timing. Bound's gonna get it all the way inside of the pit. That's going to allow anyone from SSG to come in and put this one in, and it'll be SSG moving on. Pure gonna get knocked out.
And we keep telling y'all, man, like, you know, the shot is important. Your precision is important. Winning individual battles is important, but you can't forget about the things around it. Like, you know, playing around your teammates, filling in the gaps, like understanding how the mechanics work in this game and how these curb slides are able to run flags a more direct route and a more efficient route. Legend and Bound are able to sneak by the opposition and kind of turn and burn them because they're that damn good when it comes to their mechanics. They're just a step ahead of, you know, us low Onyx players or even lesser. Like their movement is on point, and I think 2 of those flag caps could have been stopped if Legend and Bound weren't so fast to get around that corner.
Yeah, 100%. It's a mixture of everything, right? Good decision making. Obviously, movement is key. The shot is key. There's so much involved in Halo, and that's why, you know, for me at least, it's just a beautiful game to watch. It's one of the best esports in the world because of that, because of how much you have to juggle in order to be a good player. A shout out to all these professionals that do it every single day. What a great matchup we just watched.
Well, Space Station Gaming with a 3-0, not only in that game, but in the series. The first 2 games were quite close. Ali and Garrett, why don't you tell us how close they were?
He really, really does. You know what I loved though, Tools? I honestly really loved Pure's showing here against Space Station Gaming. Do not sleep on Pure because they made it not easy for Space Station Gaming. The first 2 games were really, really close, and it could have gone either way. That first match, that 4-3, I was impressed with how Pure managed to keep Space Station at a tie there with that score.
Yeah, in fact, like, they were up in the series for most of it, right? Like, they went up 1-0, then 1-1, then 2-1, etc. But it just, Space Station, I think, just has that little bit more of experience, and I think that made a big difference, especially in game 1 and game 2. So close. You know, we're in the green room just watching game 2, and that last layer, it just felt so brutal for Pure because it felt like they had everything right, but Cherish getting an unlucky spawn at A, Eco spots him out, and then they just go together, and it's just, there's nothing that he could do in that situation other than maybe try to play a little bit more aggressive to guarantee the fight before the teammate comes, but I don't think that was going to be a recipe for success either way.
All right, so you said unlucky spawns. Are they unlucky, or is there something going on with the spawns in this game? There was a tweet from Bound where he pointed out some strange spawns in Long Haul. Can we break down what could potentially be happening here?
Well, the spawn system in Halo Infinite is a little bit more counterintuitive than other ones, but Bound obviously having some odd spawns this game against man, I think was this Matt? No, this was back on Sunday. He had a little bit of an odd spawn. Let's listen in.
If any of my professional peers would know, that'd be great. So, all right, let's take a look.
I'm assuming we're getting ready to hit that
So
play
there's two
button.
guys in A. We're collapsing on them. Blah blah blah. I'm milking, throwing jiggles. 2024, whatever. So 2 dead for their team. I just died. Okay, I have 2 teammates turbine. All right, 2 teammates turbine. I have legend. Good. He's got him find a guy. They backed up both 1 shot. None of them die. All right. 2 guys in red. All right. So if I look at this, right, that's a dead body, by the way. That guy's dead. I'm also dead. It makes sense to probably spawn here. You know, I feel like the game's super squad spawny, or at least it used to be. So it probably makes sense if I were to just spawn right here, right? Yeah. Anyway, let's see where I end up spawning. If anyone comments before the actual time of which they see I spawn, I'll give you $100. Because there's no way in hell you can predict it. All right. So I end up spawning. Wait for it. Wait for it. Boom. I spawn long haul. How that's possible, I'm not even sure. My teammate's quite literally turbine. Like, how do I now just spawn here? Yeah, I'm not really too sure. Anyway, so yeah, so I end up spawning long haul. As I spawn long haul, I look to my right and I see Kratos also just spawn long haul because we both died in A pretty much at the same time. And when I was on death cam, I saw that legend and this guy were fighting each other. So I'm like in my head thinking, what the fuck? I just got a free kill. Like I just got a free kill basically on this guy because he just split over here. And while doing that, Kratos, since Kratos spawned in front of me, we get pretty much a free double kill. I know we're winning by 20, so like the game's pretty much over, but like, say this was in a real scenario, this is fucking insane, in my opinion. This is I've never seen something this bad with the spawn points. So pretty much just coming here for answers. So yeah, if anyone knows how the fuck this is possible, yeah, let me know. All right, peace.
he said $100.
Had
by
to
the
pause
way.
right here.
I wanna
Yeah, so did anybody figure it out? Bound said he would give $100, except for Ryan Noob. He explicitly wrote that in parentheses. Not Ryan Noob. He's not giving $100 to Ryan Noob. So there you go. If you guys want some $100 there, you can explain it to Bound, hopefully. But yeah, I'm sure Kratos there was a little shocked to have Bound on his back on that strange spawn there.
Yeah, the spawn's a little interesting. So I've been talking to Callus in particular about the spawn, and we're like trying to theory craft what happens. His big theory was that that your Spartan has a zone of influence after you die. That influence usually helps players spawn on you. Like you can still get that squad spawn after you die. I think that it could extend even further as to like blocking spawns. Like a dead body can like block a spawn technically. I think that was like a thing back in older Halos with the spawning system, but that was a unique spawn. The big thing I'll say about the spawns in Halo Infinite, right, is there's oftentimes like a line, and you can't cross that line. Like Long Haul, for example, in that spawn point that we saw, there's a line in the middle of Long Haul. There's the sea side, and then there's the glass side. Those spawns don't influence each other at all. So if you're spawning, if you're standing in glass, you don't actually influence the spawn at sea Long Haul. So you can just stand there, look at someone, and get those kills. So you know the spawns on that map are a little bit weird, but we have gotten used to them, and that's what we saw in game 2 of that series, right? Is you can predict when you're over in pipes, like believe it was Eco and Bound at the end. You can just look at elevator and know that they're going to spawn there because you have no influence over in that area to block those spawns. And that's what happened to Cherish, right? Is you were able to block off everything. As long as A is open, it's so heavily weighted that you can usually predict it. That's why that clip of Bound's like a little bit weird or off. Is, well, you'd expect an A spawn there. That Long Haul spawn a little bit off.
Yeah, I feel like Space Station Gaming, you said it earlier, their experience is what made them being able to know that Cherish was going to be an elevator. I saw some people reacting like, how'd they know? Well, yeah, I guess it's that experience that Space Station Gaming has over Pure, who has 2 players who are just coming into Halo Infinite, almost, I don't want to say brand new, but they're getting their foot in the door for going up against these pro teams. And Space Station Gaming moves on ahead for a matchup against Optic Gaming, and these two, didn't we start the day with these two?
It was a 3-0 for Optic, and well, you know, SSG looking a little bit stronger in that second half, but not having that same juice that we've seen in previous tournaments before. I almost dare to say that Optic Gaming could potentially go on that 6-0 sweep today. I think Optic looking extremely powerful. Would not be surprised if we see them come out the gate strong, though Space Station's been playing, Optic's been warming up, right? There's always a big difference between the two. I just want to see it. I think Optic has the edge for me in this series.
So Optic, they got second place at Worlds 2023. They got second place in Arlington. They got second place in London. I'm sure they're itching to finally get to win a championship, win a LAN, win a tournament. Are they cursed with second place right now? And what can they do to get out of it?
Yeah, it's an odd thing, right? Because they pick up Dead Zone, they make a change from APG to pick up Dead Zone. That change presumably is to win tournaments, and I think Dead Zone's been playing incredibly well for the team, but we haven't seen that success on LAN that I think many want to see. Second place has to feel like a dagger to them, especially when we go back to Arlington. I think they had to feel that one extra, just because, like, man, they had so much domination in that series, and that series just slowly kept getting away from them until that Game 7 victory, where SSG is the first to hoist the trophy, and then FaZe just looked dominant at London, point blank period. It looked like no team could beat them. Now Optic is like sort of in this situation where, like, yeah, we're the team that's always there at grand finals, but suddenly it's like you're almost like discounting the team, which I like personally. I don't think I'd do this, but like I feel like when you see a team consistently just make it to grand finals but not get that win, it's almost like, yeah, like they'll be there, but like it's gonna go to what other team meets them there.
So does this mean that maybe one of the players needs to step up? What needs to change for them to be able to get that first place?
I just want to see like more of that consistency of a secondary Slayer. Like I feel like the team has really gone through Lucid for so long now, where it's like if Lucid's slaying out and he's doing his thing, like that's when Optic's at their best. I want to see someone that can like come in and like consistently alleviate sort of that slaying responsibility from Lucid occasionally. I feel like we see Formal and Trippy take turns on like taking over that role, but I think I would really like to see Formal almost take more of a Slayer role and be maybe a little bit more selfish with the power weapons, go out of his way to get the heat waves, the sniper rifles, and get that confidence, because when Formal's playing at his best, like there are no players that can keep up with his shot. Like he has one of the best shots in console FPS history. It's not the best shot. Like it's scary to watch this guy shoot his gun. I think I really want to see Formal step up and become more that Slayer in the future for this team, even if it means changing the roles up a little bit. But that being said, I mean, Optic's getting second place. They're consistently going to finals. Like they're doing something right. I have a lot of faith that Lunchbox is going to get this team into the right direction. Personally, I just think I'd like to see Formal be more of the Slayer for the team and start facilitating power weapons towards them.
Now, Space Station Gaming, we've talked about it today. You already said that that's not the case, but Space Station Gaming just appears to be on a downtrend. I also kind of agree with you. I think this is just, you know, this is one of the best teams in the world, and the talent that all of these top three teams have, the competition is fierce, it's difficult, and anything can happen here. Space Station Gaming getting that fourth place in London, and now they're facing Optic Gaming, a team who is incredible, getting to a second place too. Space Station Gaming, are they on the downtrend? Are they not? What is going on with this team?
This is like the hard one to answer, because when you look at what happened on LAN, you look at who they lost to, it's like, okay, like they only lost to teams in the big four, but obviously like they're placing. Oh my god, Stellar's hair, sorry. Stellar's got incredible hair, but this team is like, it's like they got such a low placing because they had to play against Optic early on, and Optic I think just was the better team that weekend. Like if they had the other side of the bracket, I think they would have gotten top three, like no problem. But, or I mean, at least gotten themselves back in that same situation. I don't know. It's just tough, right? It's like it's not like they lost to teams that are like so much better than them. I like I said, I'm not nervous about this team. I think they're exactly where they need to be. It's just going to be who performs the best on LAN day in or day out.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happened to them here too. They got sent down to lower bracket by Optic, and here they are again, facing Optic again, who has the potential to eliminate them out of the open series this week. It's yeah, like you said, it's about who plays the best. And honestly, do you think that this being, you know, them not having to really play here on the open series might also give them the ability to test out new things and practice things for LAN?
Yeah, I think that's a big thing that people don't really talk about too often, is a lot of times like teams use these tournaments to try something new, to experiment, to put themselves in situations that they're not going to put themselves in on LAN on purpose. I think FaZe is a team that does that a lot, where they go into these online tournaments, these scrims, these whatever you have, you non-LAN events, with an attitude of like, we're doing this to get better, to practice. Like, it doesn't necessarily matter if we win or lose. What matters is whether we get better as a team or not.
For those of you who are hopping in right now, we are going to be watching, I was going to say pure, my brain's still on that match, Space Station Gaming versus Optic. This is the elimination finals that we are getting ready for. That first game will be on Recharge Stronghold, and I don't know, I feel like I've seen Space Station Gaming have such a strong game on Recharge Stronghold. I feel like I see them win this often. Who do you think could take this first game?
This is a dangerous match for both these teams because of how effective they are at putting in that trip cap of doom that Quadrant popularized in year 2. So often we see both these teams find that deadly trip cap and win this map by 200 points. Legend, one of the players that helped popularize and make that trip cap a deadly tool that all these teams use now, I would be looking at him in particular. I think if he's able to have a strong game here, I'd give the favor to SSG in game 1. But with how Optic's been playing this tournament, I think it's, for me, you have to still give them the favor in this series.
Yeah, I also guess we need to watch out for those spawns, right? Because every time today we've seen an interesting spawn, it has been on Recharge. I wonder if this is the map that you know, people need to watch out for when it comes to that. I guess we'll see where it ends up here. Space Station Gaming versus Optic Gaming, our next series here. What is our next match after that? Our game number 2. A Slayer.
Oh, Slayer action. I wonder what map we're going to. Let's see. Solitude. Ooh, man, it's like it's all the swingy maps. Like you go from one swingy map to another swingy map. It's a tough rotation. Like if one team comes out really strong here, then I would expect to see whatever team that has the momentum in game 1 to carry it into game 2 and go up 2-0.
Who can lock down this map the best, I think, is where it's gonna go down to. Or yeah, like who's gonna have the best what's the word you used?
Momentum.
Momentum. There you go. Momentum going into this Slayer. It could go either way. It could really go either way. You know what, Tools, though? I think it's time to take a break from all this esports Halo Infinite competitive talk and take our competitiveness over to some Who's That Halo Pro. All right, test your ability to see shadows and guess who this could be. Who is that Halo Pro, guys? Look at the shadow and type in chat who you think this could be. What Halo Pro this could be? And my brain says Trippy.
Yeah, I was gonna be on the Trippy train too. I feel like I'm getting a big golden retriever energy right here.
Golden retriever energy.
Yeah, like Trippy's
this
like
is another conversation we need to have.
I feel like Trippy's like the golden retriever of like the Halo players, and I just feel like I'm getting that energy from this black blob.
You know, I'm starting to see another player too, but his gamer tag escapes my brain right now, and I don't. You know what? I don't think it's Trippy.
You don't think it's Trippy? Wow, you're off it. I'm gonna stay with it.
No, I don't know. What is chat saying? If I can't remember the name of this player, I'm gonna stick to Trippy. Okay, so they're saying Falcated, Boo Boo Doo Boo, Dark Side, Jigglypuff. We're getting some actual Pokemon here.
Oh, I thought that was a Smash character. My bad. I didn't realize that was a Pokemon.
Yeah. Snipe down current pro players. I guess would that be retired Halo Pro players section?
Yeah, I guess can you consider Snipe retired if it's like what does retirement mean technically? Because he's like pro in a different game now.
I would say he left. He's playing Apex, but I don't know. He didn't officially retire from Halo. I guess he could technically come back whenever he wants. I don't see Snipe down here though. I don't think it's. Oh,
it's definitely not Snipe.
Tony's saying Snipe is coming back. Confirmed here. Tony's got the scoop. Why don't we go ahead and wipe our glasses down so we can see better a little bit? Go ahead and wipe.
I know who it is.
Oh,
or I feel like I know who it is.
I think it's that player I can't remember the name of.
Does it start with an S?
Maybe.
I suspect that I might be thinking of the same person.
Suspect?
Yeah.
Do you suspect who could be? I think chat suspects who this could be too.
Well, Gilgy's saying straight sick. That's an interesting pull. I could see a straight sick there. But
Where's Mick at?
I'm still suspecting someone else if you guys catch my drift.
Me too. All right, let's go ahead and see if our suspicions are correct.
Let's go.
We're so good. I'm proud of you guys. I'm proud of you. That's the player I couldn't remember the name of. Suspector. So I win, right? Because I got it first.
Yeah, you got it first for sure.
Okay,
in the sense of like getting the answer correct. Like no, but like yeah.
I couldn't say the answer, but I had it. It was there.
Like yeah.
I was the first person that said it wasn't trippy.
Participation trophy.
A gold medal. No, that's a gold. A little gold star.
Gold star.
Hey, you know what, Tools? Look, Stellar says he's ready. The squad is all set up for this next game, elimination to finals. Oh man. Oh, Lucid, ready? Oh, 90's ready too. Chat, are you ready?
Boom.
I don't see any R's in that. We can't start the match.
Chat, spam your R. R in chat. Are you ready?
Quick, I'm ready. All right, let's go. Let's get this game started. Space Station Gaming versus Optic elimination finals begin now.
Tim, you didn't put R in the chat.
I'm sorry.
What is wrong?
I have T-Rex arms.
Are you not ready? Are you not R?
I have T-Rex arms. Sorry, Tony.
You better get ready, because let me tell you, it's coming whether you care or not. We need to find out who's making it to the grand finals, and it starts right here. And this game number 1 is gonna be on Recharge. I know this is one of your favorite maps, Tim. Talk to me a bit about Recharge.
Oh, I absolutely love Recharge. And you know what? I gotta give a shout out to the desk. Some great points being made. A lot of points about, you know, LAN performances and these two teams and a lot of statistics. In my eyes, all of that is wiped right now for this game, right? Both of these teams have the capability to beat each other, and Tools mentioned this. It just comes down to who plays better. We're online right now, and that obviously goes for LAN as well. But these two teams have been at each other since the start of Halo Infinite, so it's going to be no different right now. And it looks like SSG taking that initial lead. It's a triple cap locked in.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams have been at each other, and as of right now, Space Station Gaming is definitely going at Optic, starting things off with a trip cap. Clearly, Space Station Gaming brought their A game here in the elimination bracket finals, but they've just gone 3 down. That's gonna leave Eco by himself. The reset may come out, but Optic, they have their eyes set on CMB.
Yeah, great job by Optic and Trippy. Trippy's gonna end up going down there, so B's not gonna work out, but I liked his thought process to go directly towards B while Eco tries to get A. That way that triple cap is not locked in very long. They can get C, maybe get B. Looks like they still have C, but B, like I said, flipped instantly by the side of SSG, and a massive fight one as well will give B back to SSG, unless Bound can do something like that. My goodness, a big win by him.
72-0 run in favor of Space Station Gaming at the moment, but Slays still starting to turn the way of Optic Gaming. Looks like B doesn't exactly transfer all the way over. Nobody able to dive in and get the reset just yet. And Legend wins a pivotal to get himself a triple kill. That puts Optic 3 down, obviously, and leaves Dead Zone by himself and allows SSG to maybe push in for yet another triple cap.
Yeah, look how fast SSG are pushing on the Dead Zone. Like you mentioned, he was the last player alive stuck inside that pipe site. And now, if you look at it, Eco is down, so it will be an even numbers game, 3 versus 3. But regardless, those trades are very important as Stellar hits a massive shot onto Formal.
Oh, he ain't done though. There's another one onto Denzo to Trippy. I better be careful, because you can get it too. These hands are rated E for everyone as Optic get wiped off of the face of Recharge. 100-0 run. And Optic Gaming, they're just spawning now.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You got to wipe the slate clean, right? This SSG roster, very different. And Garrett, like I said, I gave a big shout out to the desk. I mean, obviously, Aliak and Garrett doing a great job up there. Garrett made a really good point once again that, you know, a lot of these teams test things out in these online events. Online events are important, of course, but obviously they're preparing for LAN where it all matters. And right now, whatever SSG's doing in the latter half of today, it's working out for them. But as I say that, Optic answer back with 2 caps.
Yeah, SSG, whatever you started off testing out as far as that starting shot, let me tell you, you do it every single time. Every single time you on Recharge, you do that, because a triple cap right off the rip that eventually leads to a 142-8 run sounds like a bit of a winning formula to me.
It is a winning formula. It's gotten them 142 points, but here we go. It's that triple cap devastation that we see time and time again. And right now, it's Optic in the driver's seat of that. They've got to get some slays on the board, and they do just that. It's 3 down for the side of SSG. Optic holding this triple cap for a little while at least.
Lots of times when you think of Recharge, you think of a very setup-based map, and a lot of times these maps really start with the 2 cap, but with both Optic and SSG, they have been greedy. They've been going in for the trip cap, and it has paid dividends for both sides. You know, obviously SSG with that 142-8 run, but even Optic right now, 60 straight points unanswered. And it kind of started with that triple cap as well.
Yeah, that's the only way to really come back in a game like this versus a team like SSG is you have to get that triple cap, right? You start off with that, bring the score a bit closer, and then you can try and solidify a double cap for a little bit of time. It looks like right now, though, Optic Gaming 3 down. SSG trying to make sure to stop C, and it looks like both C and just C, I'm sorry, will be capped for the side of Optic, and SSG will answer back with the double cap of their own.
Yeah, at one point, Space Station Gaming did have Alpha, but it looks like it was taken. I'm sorry, excuse me, Optic did have Alpha, but it looks like Space Station Gaming literally took it right back. So Alpha Bravo setup, which tends to be the stronger setup for most teams, looking like in the hands of SSG, and that shot looked good to me, but Trippy survives, and Trippy get A.
Yeah, that's why his name is Big Game Trippy, the big kills that are necessary in order to win the game, right? Obviously, we haven't won the game just yet, but that's the first step. It's 2 caps here for Optic, a beautiful perfect on the Legend, who was inside of batteries, and Optic will maintain control here with 2 dead for SSG.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't know Trippy could shoot like that from down range. Those are some good shots coming out of Trip to Drip. 108 points and counting here for Optic Gaming, clawing their way back into another double cap. This time it's Alpha and Charlie. We talked about this setup with Soul Snipe and Shopify Rebellion. They love playing through this Alpha Charlie setup. Maybe Optic feel exactly the same as until Stellar gets himself a bit of a reversal melee and now has his eyes set on stealing Charlie.
Yeah, I really like that by Stellar. He doesn't immediately go for the C cap. He gets the pings that there's a player on the bottom of Blue Pipes, but SSG as a whole take care of Trippy and Lucid that were on that side of the map, and then he goes for C. Once again, it's about taking it in a step-by-step process. That'll get you those victories, but right now, Optic are answering back really quickly, Tony. It was a 141-0, and now we're at 164-132. Space Station Gaming still lead, but Optic are in a big form of control right now.
Trippy has that shock out at the moment. I do see Formal and Legend duking it out toward the long haul side. Legend survives, but Trippy secures camouflage for his teammates. Down goes Space Station Gaming. Trippy wasting no time whatsoever, hopping back on Charlie. They want that double cap back. Space Station Gaming, you have too many points according to Optic.
Yeah, they're going for the triple cap as well. The spawns are forced on the pipe side. Legend's the only one to spawn on this side of the map. Finally, he does have Stellar as well. So it'll be Trippy in a position to stay alive as long as possible. It will be SSG that try to go for C, but they're 3 down. So Trippy has an easy walk into the reset on C.
We have our first lead change of the game, ladies and gentlemen, and it's Optic Gaming with the triple cap and almost 200 points for them. They were down by a crazy amount, 100-0, 140 to about 8 points at one point. Now, in the lead right now as Optic Gaming. Can they close it out?
Yeah, absolutely love their bounce back here. I mean, it showcases their ability to have that discipline to you know, even though they're down that much, they can bring back a game with just a little bit of time on a triple cap setup. You see SSG answers back very quickly, though. They have a double cap of their own. We've got a very close game on our hands, Tony, potentially a very close series as well.
Multiple going down here for Optic as we're on board with Legend. They're perfectly happy with this Alpha and Bravo, at least set up for now. Daring Optic to try to make a move. Stellar goes at his former teammate in dead zone. Formal trying to move in position to try to get some kind of cleanup kill, but it ain't gonna happen. Finds himself in the middle of the map and goes down because of it. SSG, they're scoring at the moment, and they also have the map locked down.
Yeah, they have the map locked down on height, and they, like you said, it was Formal in the middle of the open right there, just trying to find a timing, trying to find an opening on a kill, but SSG punished him for it immediately. That is Optic, though, with the camo in their hands. It is Trippy that scurries away with it.
Give him a break. I mean, the man's not warmed up. He was just on Elden Ring a few minutes ago. The man he got to warm up a little bit. Don't worry. I mean, 14 kills and 5 assists, looking good right now. But it's up to Optic and Formal to close it out. At the moment here, Trippy almost gets himself a double kill. 2 one-shots are stuck over toward the tower side. Luckily, they already have Charlie do Optic, but SSG go in for it, and Legend wins that damage advantage, forces Dead Zone out of that C zone, and looks like Charlie will change hands. Will Dead Zone get his kill?
Yeah, a lot of individual situations being won by SSG here. No trades really going in the hands of Optic Gaming off the damage that's being done, and it's got to be frustrating. You have those 2 one-shot players on the C. You can't convert on either one of those kills, and they get away with their lives. That being said, SSG hold on to the 233 lead, but it's going to be a little bit before they can close this out. Optic Gaming are not giving up just yet.
Just about 20 points between the two, but SSG dangerously close to finishing it out. 16 seconds away from doing just that. Stellar gets targeted. 3 down goes Space Station Gaming. Bound does win a huge battle over towards Bravo, and at least holds on to that. That trip cap would have been devastating, would have been problematic, as SSG now have their sights on Charlie, and Bound has his sights on Lucid. Perfect shots out of him. Jeff Steitzer tells you, and now the attack onto the A side. SSG, they have Alpha, they have Bravo. Will they win it here?
I mean, you gotta just talk about how freaking beautiful that was by Bound. The stutter step off a spawn to wait for the spawners of Optic to spawn on A. Then he goes for the last player that spawns, which is Lucid. He has help for him and is able to stay alive the entire time. SSG should win this here.
Holding out. Setup is in. And nobody home here for Optic Gaming. 250 to 230. That's going to be game number 1 of your elimination bracket finals. And that's already a different result than what we saw in the upper bracket.
Yeah, we got to talk about it, right? I believe Aliak had mentioned that the chat was asking, how did he know he was there? You have to understand, with everything else going on in the game of Halo, these pros have that timer of the spawn in their head. They understand when they look at the kill feed, it is 10 seconds before that player spawns back up, and they time that. It is all timed, and you saw with Bound right there. He pushes out towards the red door, then, you know, stutter steps backwards, waits for those spawns to happen, and he's able to execute. And then Formal's left trying to run back to help onto A, and then the collapse comes in, and that's it. SSG went off of that play. That was beautiful.
I just want to explain to the people at home that the timer is more of metaphorical. You know, it's a metaphorical timer. Don't try to augment or upgrade your body in any kind of way. Don't put anything into your head is what I'm trying to say. But always be aware, always have that internal clock going on. So this way you know when it should be your time to attack. And obviously... Oh, so I'm sorry, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say, listen, Tony, back in my day, we had little watches on our controllers, okay? So, I don't know about you, but you know, some of these guys, not me, I'm gonna be honest, I was terrible at Halo 1, but some of these guys augmented their controllers to have stopwatches and cooking timers to make sure that those power-ups were picked up. Now, it's just all done in the head, baby.
Well, I mean, let's be honest with you. I mean, back in your day, you know, they didn't have cell phones, you know, people thought calculators wouldn't be around forever, you know. Moses was in the same class, you know. There was a lot of things different back in your day.
Tony, I'm not that old, man. My goodness, you're like 1 year old, younger than me. Goodness me, this guy. Oh man, I do creak when I get up off the couch. But anyway, regardless, it's Bound with the camo in his hands. A 1-kill lead here for SSG. And again, it's a big win for them from game 1, but I'm not tossing this server at all, or this series at all for either one of these squads.
Shocking camo combination here for Bound, but he doesn't know exactly how he wants to navigate through it. You have 3 players that are surrounding the Bulls triangle offense being ran on him. And eventually he goes down and dead so with some huge kills there. Trippy ends up taking down yet another one. 3/4 of Space Station Gaming on the respawn screen.
Yeah, I mean, this is great out of Optic, though. They've kept it close this entire time. Bound is having a little bit of a solid start here, 4-2. But Optic have kind of traded out kills pretty even across the board in terms of slays on the side of Optic. A little bit staggered is these pushes. You don't really see any sort of setup being formed up until this moment. You see Formal getting that snipe side control. But does he have any assistance here on the glass? It is, yes. Lucid is on the glass as well. So they've got a bit of a setup locked in here. Can they hold it, though?
We saw Eco and Formal trading out shots from long range. Formal, one of the better shooters here in the league, especially because of that center ring that he has. But Eco going toe-to-toe with him, not only keeping him back, but also eventually getting the kill necessary. Now you see Legend rip a double kill out of nowhere, and Dead Zone can't quite find the angle to take down one of the trickiest players in the league. Legend making plays when SSG needed them most and giving them back that 3-kill advantage.
That's what wins you Slayers. It used to be the same way in free-for-all back in the day. If you're going to die, the best thing you can do is output damage or get a trade. Getting a trade, very low percentage, and for Legend there, it was as well, but he's able to get that trade. And again, you get those trades when you're not supposed to, and you end up with a lead like this, 16-11 for SSG.
Bound currently 7-3 right now with 3 assists to go along with that. I mean, he's literally contributed to now 11 of the team's 17 kills. That's as many kills as Optic have as a unit. Crazy plays happening here for Bound at the moment, who's just putting damage and having his presence felt by the entire green wall. And Eco, he's just doing Eco things.
Yeah, he's got a shock rifle to do Eco things as well, and the new one's coming up in 17 seconds. 2 shock rifles on the map. I'm not sure how much ammo Eco has, but that'll be devastating if you can get those spawn traps onto blue. Eco anticipating that bottom snipe spawn, but it's Dead Zone who already walks out of that spawn, and look at that, caught out in the bottom center of the map, gets taken out immediately.
Eco takes height and somehow finds yet another long-distance battle to influence. Long-range shot has really been connecting here for Eco. No matter who it is he challenges, he's usually able to have that damage advantage on them, and now give him a shock. And now he has a really dangerous combination. Trippy ends up going down, and now that's a killing spree for Eco. The man's only died 2 times at the moment. Even Lucid having a tough time dealing with Eco, and what a play. Dude. Oh my, Tim, I need you to play your life like that when we play together.
No, I'm calling him Greed Eco. Greed Eco. All right, he takes the shock rifle ammo when there could have been 2 shock rifles on the map. He takes the repulse. He's taking everything, Tony. I mean, this guy's controlling the world right now, and because of that, SSG have a 10-kill lead.
Dude, that play was crazy, bro, to play his life, and things like that just continue to happen and continue to work the way of Space Station Gaming. That's until Dead Zone gets himself a double kill and immediately gets backsmacked.
But camo in the hands of Bound here. Optic, I just feel like Optic right now, it's just SSG. If you look right, they are holding different sides of the map, but SSG are so quick to get to their teammates when their teammates are in trouble. Legend right now in a 1v1, and there it is. Stellar's there to clean it up. I was hoping I wasn't proven wrong there, Tony. It's just that's what makes them so good. They always put themselves in a position to have the angles for their teammates. 37-25, SSG running, sprinting away with this one.
In the winner's bracket, it was a 3-0 in favor of Optic Gaming that knocked SSG down to lower bracket. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel because right now we could see the complete reverse. We could see a situation where SSG come out with a sweep. Look at the stats right now. You have Bound who has 15 kills. The game ended right now. We'd be like, oh, that's a great game from Bound. There's still 12 more kills to get. At this point, Bound could end with a freaking 25 kill bomb. It's actually crazy what we're seeing at the moment. SSG are absolutely playing like they are on fire right now. Optic have just been a step behind until that 3 down.
Yeah, SSG are like that guy that comes to work and comes to work late every day, but still gets all the promotion and still performs incredibly. That's SSG. They do it all the time. It is crazy to me, but that's what makes them so scary, right? The flip of the switch, it's over. They turn it on, and that's it. 38-31, though. It's not over for Optic Gaming. They have that same light switch as well. Will they flip it?
It's hard to get favoritism for being like the son of the boss or something. It's almost like Bronny getting signed to the Lakers just recently. Like, what is going on here? 21-35 lead. Still in favor of Space Station Gaming. Optic did show some fight, did show some light here, but it was only momentarily because you still got to deal with the combination of Bound and Legend, who as of right now have 30 kills and 12 assists. No, I didn't make that up.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I mean, you got to see, right? It's Optic Gaming kind of coming back in this game as well, and you see it time and time again. As Optic Gaming inch closer to try and tie this game up at least, SSG continue to trade, continue to get the shock rifle in their hands, continue to have Eco get double kills. I mean, this is insane. Eco is playing out of his mind, but look at Bound, 18-11. Wow. This entire team playing well. This entire team gonna be up 2-1, or sorry, 2-0 versus Optic Gaming.
Even an extermination during the late game out of Trippy isn't enough to get them closer, get them close enough to at least tie the game up, let alone take the lead. That's just the hole that Optic dug themselves in toward the early game. SSG would dominate for most of that game, and Optic bounced back. You know, Optic were doing their thing. Like they to be honest with you, I thought, oh, maybe there was a switch flip. Maybe we could have seen a bit of a reversal there, but I feel like there's only so much you can do when you're down that much in a deficit in a Slayer, especially on a map like Solitude. It's tough.
It is tough. Like playing with you in matchmaking, it's very, very difficult, but we get through and we push on and we move on. You know, we do what we can do. And that's what Optic Gaming are going to do here, Tony. They're not going to give up. This is not over just yet. This is where we see teams like Optic kind of, you want to count us out? Well, we're going to come through and we're going to fight. Down 0-2. This is their chance to do just that.
Well, I said it in the winners bracket. I ain't never gonna count anybody out in this matchup, even if they're down 0-2 in the series. And I said the same thing for SSG, and I'll say the same thing for Optic. Optic already shown that they can win. Now it's about executing here. Otherwise, you're gonna fall just shy of making it to that grand final. Space Station Gaming up 2-0 in the series. Lucid, though, with the snip snap.
The what? I like that. The snip snap, the Betty, the sniper, the S7, now in the hands of Stellar. No, I don't know if Stellar picks it up. No, he gets the triple kill instead. Gets traded out with the sticky, but that's 3 down for the side of Optic Gaming. Regardless, though, look how much time they've acquired so far, halfway through, and potentially a bit more unless Bound can stop it.
Some good hill time coming out from Optic Gaming. They've always been a great King of the Hill team, but so of SSG. Optic should be able to get away with the camouflage. That's going to be formal. Combining the camo with the sniper, they already have a massive lead as far as this hill, but camo was never popped.
Yeah.
Camo now has to be fought over again.
I like the confidence out of Formal there. He's essentially, he knows that they're either going to get this hill or they're going to be able to get these kills on the screens and then pop camo after. It's a bit late though, and it could come back to bite him because Legend's going to have the camo, and that's going to get him right towards the top tower where SSG really want to be.
Halo Infinite, the first game that, at least that I know, where you can pocket a power up as far as for Halo. It's actually crazy, and we see some high risk, high reward plays that are made. Sometimes it's just that, a high risk, and sometimes you don't get the exact reward. And SSG get themselves a camo, get themselves a nice little setup. Over halfway done with this hill, SSG may be able to tie things up.
Yeah, I really like the play by SSG as well, though. They come off a spawn on that A side, they pressure that camo, they don't send any resources to stop that first hill for the side of Optic, and they just use that camo to put themselves in a prime position. 3 down for the side of Optic. You see, it's going to be Dead Zone, the only one really in position to do as much as he can, and he does do a lot. That's a lot of damage put in to SSG, but I would assume Optic just play for that new hill.
That they do. Hills closed out, tied up at 1 apiece. Optic already have at least 2 members holding out Space Station Gaming from the back A corner. Dead zone finds the weakened seller. Legend goes in for the cleanup, but they are coming like waves for Optic Gaming. Legend tries to play his life. It ain't gonna happen here. Optic zoning out SSG away from the A side of the map.
Yeah, flip-flop we go. It's Optic now in control, and this is a tough one for the side of SSG to make anything happen unless you have a Stellar that flies on through. Look how aggressive SSG are. They get a lot of trades, though. Legend's the last player alive, but he's in no position to try and push this hill, or will he? It looks like he does. He gets some help as well. Incredibly fast out of SSG.
Yeah, the moment they come off a spawn, they always want to provide reinforcements for the player milking their life, and that's why you saw Eco fly in there, but sometimes that can create some staggered spawners if they're able to get the defense going. A squad wipe for Space Station Gaming. Optic should go up 2-1 here.
Very clean by Optic. They get out of the hill. They don't allow that indicator of the hill to showcase one player's location. And they like you said, they squad wipe the side of SSG with some great positioning and some great shots. And look at this. They don't get the hill just yet. They want to fight towards the outside, and they end up doing so, looking for Formal to find a pick. He finally does on the bound.
Enemy team took the hill.
Stellar currently 11-6 at the moment. Love what I'm seeing out of him, but it's still Optic that have the stats that matter. That's a 2-1 lead. Formal with this sniper. Love this combination. Garrett did say he wanted to see Formal get more aggressive towards these power weapons. Doesn't matter what you put in this man's hands, he's going to go off. He's able to take down multiple members of SSG by himself, as we just saw. That's 2 quickly that go down and bound. It's same for him. Legend still over toward the Charlie side of the map. Formal has to deal with them before they can comfortably get in the hill.
Yeah, this is your biggest threat right here. It's Formal on the nest side, and look how quickly they take care of him. It's now 2 dead for the side of Optic Gaming. A trade comes out on the tower side. Another one comes out towards the bottom tower, and that's 3 dead, with Bound being the last player alive for SSG.
Bound gonna try to milk his life over toward the tower side. Oh my gosh, what a stick. Can't milk your life when Optic Gaming are throwing nades like that. 2-1 lead in favor of Optic. Lucid flying at Stellar at the moment. Somehow finds the exit route. We've been seeing this Repulse used so creatively to play their lives.
I love that, and he comes back once again. I mean, Repulse is it's in such a great spot. I talk about it all the time, but the pro team did a really great job of these changes on live fire. It's actually beautiful, some of the changes that have been made, and I love that repulsor change to the bottom center. Allow yourself to get up towards that top center of the map and play your life like Lucid did. And something else that Tools and the desk talked about was the fact that if, when Lucid's frying, when Lucid's slaying like he is right now, is when Optic Gaming are at their most, successful. And right now, 12-8 in this game so far, and Optic Gaming about to cap their 3rd hill.
When I think of Lucid, I think of dynamic and being dynamic and effective through creativity. Like, no matter what weapon he has, no matter what equipment he has, he finds a way to extract maximum value out of it. Whether it's the repulse to play his life, the movement to keep to get aggressive or stay alive when he needs to. And like I said, just the mastery of every part of the sandbox. He's good. He's alright, he's okay, whatever, pro, I guess.
Yeah, he's alright. Yeah. Oh man, he's just been. Oh, Tony, what did we do? Why did you do that, Tony? Wait,
me?
It's all your fault. You're talking good about Lucid. He heard you and he fell off the map. Like, goodness me, if Optic loses, Tony, it's your fault.
I guess I've been blamed for much worse and much more, so go send your worst. 3-1 lead in favor of Optic Gaming. 2 minutes 29 seconds on the clock, so SSG probably feeling the pressure at the moment. Meanwhile, Legend, pressure on him. The SSG are really gonna lean on him to really hit some headshots here in order to hold on to this setup. Luckily, Bound wins his 1v1 against Formal. And Legend almost gets the lineup, but 3 down goes Space Station Gaming, and this night might end up off the map, or at least wasting the last 2 shots. Wait, they don't know we win.
Yeah, 2 shots are left. It's a trade with 1. I mean, that's not too bad, but yeah, it's some crucial shots missed there, though, by Legend. Being on the top of tower, you have a great line of sight towards the players spawning on A and going towards sandbags. And, you know, uncharacteristic of Legend, we've seen him hit those every single time, but regardless, Space Station Gaming, they essentially recover off of that, and it looks like they're going to get their hill number 2, unless Optic come to contest. But Bound takes out 1. They continue to send waves, and now Eco's the last player alive.
You gotta love that micro, the micro like movement out of bounds right there to be in that vent and use the assault rifle, just like kind of jump up, hit the head onto the roof, and kind of like it bounces you back down. It's so tough to hit a player when he's doing that, especially with a headshot. So just I find little stuff like that so fun to watch, and I think Bounce, another creative player similar to Lucid in that aspect. Wow, it's a big wipe and a big win for Space Station Gaming, now only down by 1 hill.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Eco right there, staying alive on A plat right there. We're looking for him. They focused on him, but he stayed alive as long as possible. He was also able to do a lot of damage. Then 2 players push from that seaside spawn and are able to clean up and get that hill. Like you said, only down 1 now is SSG in hills.
Double shot of Formal. Little jiggle peek action onto that big door side, but he still have 2 members of Space Station Gaming that he's gonna have to go through. So Lucid trying to find out exactly where Legend win, has to trade out his life in order to get rid of him, which is really not what they're looking for, because that's a lot of time being accumulated by Space Station Gaming. Multiple go down. Trippy gonna be the only player alive on the map momentarily. Optic playing catch up right now as far as on this 5th hill.
There's the jiggle we keep talking about, and I'm not talking about the jiggle in my belly. I'm talking about the jiggle in the strafe of Bound. Lots of damage being put out there, Tony, but it's not enough. It's Optic Gaming immediately getting back into that hill, and they've got SSG on the bottom side of the map and on that C side. So Optic, not a lot of resources stuck on B, but they're able to hold B really well. Oh, never mind! Never mind!
Oh my gosh! Dude, you gotta be kidding me. Let me tell you something. The audacity on this man to go for that curb slide no-scope stellar. You ain't right, brother. I promise you ain't right. You ain't gonna sit here and be looking that good with your golden flowing hair and whatnot and be flying and people get no-scope. That is disrespectful. As hold on. SSG's going to be down. I swear somebody just flew off the map. I'm not even sure exactly what happened.
They got it.
Going down for Space Station Gaming. Formal. SSG still steal it away.
It was Eco. He came from the nest side and snuck in. They couldn't get him. He threw some big nades on the bottom of B. Sneaks in, gets the hill. We're tied up, baby. 1 more cap will be the winner.
Wow. Optic Gaming almost stole that one away, and that would have been their first win as far as the series, but they'll have to fight yet for another one. SSG and Optic both 1 hill away from taking this game, and Formal, he's playing a bit unfair. He has a camo.
Yeah, take a look at the resources. 2 sent towards the big door, Bound sent towards top center by himself. There's 1 player missing. I'm not sure where he is, but Formal playing is really slow, and it's gonna pay off. The first kill comes out. Only problem is he gets taken out immediately. That's all 4 down for Optic. SSG in control.
Optic have plenty of time on this hill, but right now what matters most is coming off of spawn and getting the break. Tied up at 3 apiece. Trippy, he's going to take a bit of a longer rotation over toward the mud side. One that SSG don't have to be watching right now. They're preoccupied. Meanwhile, Trippy, he's here, and he's making big plays. Able to take down 1. A great nade for the double. Can't exactly get the triple, but Bound's the only player alive. Not anymore. Full squad wipe. Optic may close it out.
Do you see what 1 play can do? Trippy finds a lane, not watched by the side of SSG, and that might have just won them the game here, Tony, and it looks like it will. Optic Gaming put 1 on the series score. 2-1 SSG lead, but Optic coming back.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Like, I'm very surprised that Trippy was able to make it throughout that mud and elbow side unseen. But think about how popular that flank is amongst, like, you know, whether it's platinum, diamonds, onyx, and definitely you would imagine at the pro level they are watching for that skill jump and watching for that mud side push, because if anybody's able to get there and get shots onto 2 different players, your setup is broken. So the fact that that was able to work, I'm really surprised at, because there was 4 members of Space Station Gaming up.
Yeah, I gotta talk about it. I mean, it's gotta be the pressure from the other members of Optic. That's gotta be a play call right there by Lunchbox or even Lucid, regardless, whoever it was. It's gotta have been a play call because he makes that push and it's perfect timing while Optic are pushing top center, while they're pressuring from the top center of the map. And I believe there was even a player on that cut side. It's Trippy who finds an opening and is able to get 2 kills. Not only that, 2 clean kills, almost the 3rd as well. Oh.
Yo, this, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. If style points counted, like, that's worth the hill right there.
That one
let me tell you, man. If looks could kill, you know, his style might body you. Good God. But I just can't believe that shot. But no, but a Trippy, you know, finding the open lane and having the confidence to play through. Because I will say, a lot of players, you know, would be able to see that opportunity, but not trust themselves to be able to go in there. Because at that point, if Trippy is not successful, Optic lose the game. That's a lot of pressure to put onto one player, especially in the elimination bracket finals.
Yeah, in the series. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of pressure, but we call him Big Game Trip for a reason. Now, it's game 4 on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen. Forbidden CTF. Nothing happening just yet, but Stellar does have the snipe, which means something's gonna happen real soon. A headshot in the face of Formal.
Not done yet, though. With that numbers advantage, you know Space Station Gaming are going to look to get aggressive with that. Trippy with some excellent damage, and Bound almost falls off the map, but don't worry, Lucid will escort you to the black screen with that sniper, and 3 down goes Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, looking for the spawns as well. This is where Optic Gaming gonna look for a couple of rounds of slays here. It's up to SSG to control the pace, because the pace lies in the hands of Stellar right now with the sniper. He can find a pick as his teammates down. It'll be big for the side of SSG, but he's not able to. So that's 2 clean kills for Optic Gaming. Make that 3. They could pull this flag.
Let me tell you something. Pace lies, you know, teenagers lie, but your Lucid sniper, he ain't never lie. This is down to 1 shot. Forced to back down, and that wasn't the truth, I'll tell you that. But at least sniper's off the map.
Yes. It's important to get that sniper off the map. I mean, Lucid saw last game what 1 snipe can do. Guaranteed SSG that 1 cap on the B, but regardless, it's the first cap going in for Optic. A little bit of a change of pace here for Optic Gaming. You like to see that 1-0 lead for Optic Gaming in game 4.
Bound still 3-1 at the moment here. 2 assists to go along with it, and they're going to need him to put out this exact type of output and have this type of influence on the map, not only in the early game, but also in the middle, because this overshield is about to be fought over. They need someone to distract the enemy team, and Bound, he might just be the ultimate distraction.
Yeah, that's what an entry player does right there on a Bound. Just take notes. You're right. You go in, you win your 1v1, and you get another player down to no shields with a beatdown. That's going to secure overshield for the side of SSG, and an opportunity for them to use this OS and potentially get a flag pull of their own. But guess who's making their way through the rat tunnel? It's Dead Zone.
Eco with overshield in hands always finds a way to be positioned at the exact spot to put down damage and support his teammates. Right now needs to be the aggressor with his overshield, or maybe just needs to stay alive because his team just got 3 down. Some shots on the Dead Zone will stop him, at least momentarily, and it only takes moments for Trippy to attack.
You gotta love the discipline, though, out of Dead Zone, right? He understands there's only 1 player to deal with. Most would just jump out and chow that player or whatever, but he gets his shields back, knows his teammates are gonna clean that player up in the pit, calls him out, and gets that cleanup through. That flag doesn't move any further, though. Does now, but it'll be a fight from SSG as they come off a spawn very quickly.
Yeah. You call it discipline. I call it hiding and playing Call of Duty. This is a pep in your step, Dead Zone. Come on. 3 down, go up to Gaming. Snipe in the hands of Space Station Gaming, and Eco wanted to be that forward player through the pistol side, through the main. They are starting to close in, not only on the 50, but in enemy territory soon will be Space Station Gaming.
I was gonna say, that snipe is really needed by Legend. He's so far 0-8, and, you know, obviously not something where we usually see out of him, and giving that snipe to Lucid is gonna be a bit of a problem. I'm gonna say, though, if Legend can start to get in that groove, I guess you could call it, I think he could definitely bring this SSG roster back into this game. But right now, Lucid's on a tear with the snipe.
Well, if Lucid with the snipe is a problem, the solution has to be Legend playing a lot better than he has right now. 0 kills, 9 deaths, and only 2 assists. So something has to change for them. They're down 0-1 in this game. He's gonna start playing like the Legend that we've seen all year long. Otherwise, it's gonna be a long game, or well, might feel like a long game. It may be a short one because another flag is on the run for OG.
Yeah, I mean, Luce is 11-2. I mean, it's just the stark contrast there between those two players, and you gotta love to see it. So many players call Luce the best in the game in season 1. He's showcasing that he hasn't gone anywhere as Optic potentially put cap number 2 on the board.
Oh. Stop just short. Here comes Eco and the rest of SSG. Oh my goodness. You know what? Maybe Caster's curses do exist.
I was gonna say, I did it again. Oh man. There's no cap on this one, as the kids would say. 1-0 still the lead for Optic.
Down. The chase down. Legend. Still working with that new shooting coach, Owen. Owen oh, bound. Almost rips Formal's head off there. Sniper will change hands. Trippy. He has himself one to work with. He also wants to work with Formal as they try to push in towards SSG base. It feels like there should be a 2-0 lead in favor of Optic. SSG really clutched up in order to stop that flagpole. But will it be enough as time is really starting to wind down? Almost half the game gone.
Yeah, I think it's a bit tilting though for Optic, right? You have you have a clean run. You have an opportunity to put that flag in. Apparently it's not tilting them that much as Trippy gets that beautiful kill. Stellar's gonna try and find him though, and he does. That'll be sniped, no longer in the hands of Optic Gaming. But Optic's still answering back, 3 down for the side of SSG. I love that. That is called the jab step, ladies and gentlemen. Turning to the right, sprinting, and then readjusting your crosshair. You're gonna see Lucid do that very often, especially when you're no shield. And you can see it's allowed him to live. Oh, goodness me. Okay, he just went down. It's allowed him to live for a lot longer than normal.
In Apex, I think they call it a tap strafe. Yep. Fun fact, every shooting game has it. In Call of Duty, they call it uninstall. 1-0 in favor of Optic at the moment. And Optic always find a way to really play so well defensively on these half maps, like the Empyreans, the Forbiddens. Like, they start with their defense and it is stout. And then once that defense starts to get going, that's when they convert into offense. They are one of the hardest teams to play against when up 1-0 like they are right now. What a shot from Bound.
Yeah, what's crazy to me is that Optic Gaming have only gotten 1 cap when Legend still has 0 kills. I think, like, honestly, we don't usually see him have this type of game, but he's a human being, Tony. He's not he's not a robot like you think he is. He is a human being, and sometimes you have bad games. He just gets his first kill, and another cap comes out for SSG. So, is this the turning point here?
Ooh, what a shot coming in from Bound. Formal still on the pistol side, but he knows it. Goes in confident with the sniper, even when Formal's one shot. Doesn't matter, doesn't need that bandit. All he needs is the aggression, but so does Lucid. Lucid's able to get that flag off. We saw a crazy, like, goal line stance coming out of Space Station Gaming earlier. Maybe Optic can do the same.
That flag is out, but some more slays have to come through. It's Optic Gaming who end up going 2 down. This could be a flag return here. Legend's gonna be the one to hop on it. I love him creating space as he returns that flag, though. That's gonna be a cap. We're tied at 1.
Plenty of time on the board for anything to happen here, but Forbidden, definitely a map that is unforgiving when it comes to just like scrappy pulls. You need clean pulls, and 3 down for Optic Gaming. That's definitely a signal to pull a clean flag. Even though Lucid has some great positioning and does some good damage onto the flag player, eventually it's a Bound that's able to distract him, and Legend should be able to move this flag through the rat tunnel. SSG so close to capping this flag. Can they make the cross?
I mean, Tony, is it a coinky dink that Legend has 5 kills now and all of a sudden a second flag is being run in? I don't think so. Legend was the X factor in this game. He's starting to heat up. He's starting to run flags, which we know he's masterful at. And now SSG lead 2-1.
They've already cursed them one time. I promise you, every SSG fan at this point wants you to shut up and stop talking about their team. We've already cursed them once. Stellar, man at the top mid side. Snipe is up. I believe it's the opposition sniper, and you deal with the one-shot dead zone. Can you get that snipe out of Formal's hands? He spawns up, grabs a hold of it, and special delivers it towards the enemy team.
Well, currently Legend is 6-0 in the latter half of this game. He hasn't died. He was 0-14, has 6 kills now. And another flag being pulled here for the side of SSG. Legend's gonna potentially put this in. SSG, oh my word, this could be flag number 3, and it is. SSG move on to the grand finals.
Wow.
No jinxing there, Tony. I didn't jinx him there, did I?
No, sir. No, sir. Never thought somebody want credit for not jinxing a team. No, I think you brought up a good point. I mean, obviously Legend struggling towards that early half of the game. At one point, I think it was like 0-9, 2 assists to go along with it. At one point, 0-14, and then 6 straight kills goes to favor of Legend, which ends up leading to back-to-back caps. Obviously started to get into a bit better of a rhythm than in that early game, and eventually SSG able to just capitalize on 1 or 2 mistakes, 1 or 2 round of slays that went their favor, where Optic, who was dominating for most of that game, maybe a little bit more defensive, more reactionary, as opposed to taking things into their own hands.
For anyone that's competed, or even, I wouldn't even say competed, anyone that's played in matchmaking and you are goosing, right? You're 0-14. It is a lot of mental pressure, okay? It's the same in like any sport as well. But the minute you get that first kill, all of that pressure comes right off your shoulders. Everything just disappears, all that stress, and you can move on and say, okay, now we can get the game done. And honestly, it was Legend for me. Obviously, had a little bit of a rough start to the game and then started to pick it up towards the end. But on the other end of things, we got to look at Bound. 6,000 damage in that game, obviously outputting a ton of damage and honestly not taking a lot as well. Only 4,800 damage taken.
Well, he's had an MVP season up until, this point. And what do MVPs do? What do the best players in the world do? Well, they look at the face of adversity and they find a way to adapt. They find a way to push forward or push through. And that's what we saw out of this entire SSG roster. I mean, and it really was a full series. At one point you could say that this was like, it could have been a 3-0. Yes, that is true. But I will also say that every single player on Optic kept things close. Like Optic definitely were in there the whole entire time, and it took individual moments for each and every one of these players to shine. I think of Eco and his positioning and his great long range shots of just fending off multiple players. I thought he was getting some really good damage, and Bound, Bound was crazy, and he's going to be crazy on the map. The plays that he was making, the movement was out of control. Stellar with that, curbside snipe, and even Legend had plenty of plays. And I feel like everybody had to step up on SSG at multiple different times to make sure that they close out against Optic. Otherwise, you let Optic in and they run over. I want to pass it over to the desk and get their thoughts before our grand finals.
On a descent, you say. Grand finals for Space Station Gaming versus FaZe now, huh, Tools?
Yeah, maybe the downtrend or the downfall of Space Station Gaming was a little preemptive, huh? Yeah, I just don't see it. Right now they look really good. Optic had close matches, right? Close games. That game 1, I think losing that game 1 just proved to be a little bit too much. Game 2 swings right into it, going down 0-2 in the series, just not enough to come back from. But Optic, Space Station, FaZe, I feel like these guys are once again showing the difference between the big 3 and the rest of the crew.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe Clan has had some chances to take a break. This could be good for Space Station Gaming, but we're talking about FaZe also. They can do anything. They're the ones that have reverse sweeped Optic at Worlds. This is a squad that's scary. I mean, we saw it with I still cannot get Renegades, or should I say Renegades, play in that recharge, that sneaky play. That just iced up and finished that. Was it a 49-40? incredible players on this team, definitely. But it's, you know what? It's not a team that Space Station's not used to as well. Let's take a look at this first game interference stronghold again. We talk about this map, and it's what's the, you call it, the yeah, what's the word I'm looking for?
Swingy.
Why am I looking for words today? Snowballing map. Yeah, it's it could go either way here, but you know what? I'm on Space Station Gaming side. I'm just gonna choose a side here. I'm just gonna choose Space Station for the day.
Oh, well, you know what? FaZe up. I'll phase up with the rest of the chat, because right now I think the delinquent duo, Frosty and Renegade, I think it's going to be a 1-2 punch. It's going to be too much for Space Station to handle in 2 best of 5s. I think we might have a reset here, but for me, I think FaZe definitely going to be coming out on top in this one, in my opinion.
Oh, reset. I feel like if Space Station is going to win it, they have to win it right now. Wait, who's coming from lowers? Yeah, Space Station. They definitely a reset. Agreed. FaZe Clan being on winner's side, it just feels like such a comfortable spot for them to be on. And Space Station Gaming, hopefully they get to a reset, since I'm choosing to be biased, apparently. Hopefully we get to get some more Halo. I think this is going to be an explosive matchup between these two.
Yeah, I would be getting yourself ready for a long grand finals. You know what I'm saying, folks? Get yourself some snacks, you know, a little popcorn. I think popcorn my favorite snack for a long day of esports. Get yourself ready, get yourself hydrated. This series is gonna go a long time.
It's not over. I think this grand final is just getting started, and we're on the week number 3 of the Open Series Road to Atlanta, everybody. The qualifiers are just around the corner. Day number 1 for the qualifiers is this Saturday. Day 2 on Sunday, the day where we get to find out who gets to qualify for pools. Space Station Gaming and FaZe, they're already set. They know what pools they're going to be on. They're here to make a great show, practice, and just be on top of their game, and test if they have any changes on their squads. I think it's going to be an explosive matchup either way. Space Station Gaming, I think they heard us, tools. I think they heard all of us saying that they were on a downtrend, on a descent, and they're here to say, you know what, no, we can reverse sweep FaZe. Yeah, let's do it.
I like it. One thing that's interesting about this series, right, and these two teams have been playing against each other for a long time. Everyone here, the only player that hasn't been around for a long time is Legend, but he's gonna quickly, you know, make himself a long tenured Halo player. But a lot of these guys' careers started at the same time. Obviously we have Royal 2 and Snakebite that started together way back in the day, but players like Eco and Frosty have like a long connection with each other that I think a lot of people don't understand. These two love to play against each other. They've been competing against each other for a long time, but all the way back in Halo 2 Anniversary, when they were both unknown players, they first started teaming with each other. Back when, do you know Eco's a rebrand? Did you know this, Aliak?
No.
You gotta tell me. Do you think Eco is better, or do you think Unlegit is better? Because Unlegit, back in the day, that used to be my favorite gamer tag. I remember hating the Eco rebrand, but the Unlegit tag, that was a good tag in my opinion.
Unlegit, I'm kind of a fan of the Eco name tag.
I became a fan as time went on. I was like, okay, yeah, Eco was the right point. So I think Eco is the right choice. But Unlegit, just I feel like someone should take the mantle. You know what I'm saying? Like we need Unlegit back in some sort of way.
All right, well, I think chat also is, unlegit stands over there. Maybe it's because I learned about Eco when he was already Eco. On FaZe's side, though, we got some vets on that end. We got Royal 2 and Snakebite as well. So much firepower on that squad. You're talking about how, you know, Legend coming into Space Station Gaming and the newer players, and then FaZe is such a scary team. They feel like the villains for some reason of the HCS scene, but kind of like
not trying to bias anyone here. Huh? It's like they're the bad guys. Huh? That's what you're saying.
If this If this was a show, they'd be the villains here, and I feel like they'd like that. They'd like to be the, you know, the villains that are coming here to destroy everybody. Maybe it's just the red colors sending the signals, but they got that energy, you know, like that the power to be on the dark side, you know.
Well, the Tox trio, right? I mean, they used to go like when they first left Optic after some contracts disputes, like they went under the branding of Tox, right? And it was supposed to be a reference to how toxic some of the community felt like they were in these tournaments and these like AIDS lobbies, and how they were like the villains, right? And they kind of went with that all villain display, the three of those plus Lethal. They had like the all black jerseys. It was massive villain vibes, but I think you can start embracing that villain vibe when you've been winning for so long, right?
I love villains. Everybody loves a really good villain. Come on, I'm a fan of villains.
You know what I'm a fan of?
What?
PFL. I was gonna say PFL Cancer because like that's his name, but I was like, I'm not a fan of Cancer. But PFL Cancer, thank you for 5 gifted subs.
Oh, that's what I was like. What acronym do I not know now? Thank you so much. You know, if FaZe is the villain of the show, you know, like the really cool villain of the show, then does that make Space Station Gaming like the heroes, you know, like the Golden Knights of the show?
Oh, let's go Golden Knights reference. Let's have it. I don't know. I feel like Optic have to be the heroes, right? I mean, it's like,
you're right. You're right.
Like I said, Trippy's got that golden retriever energy, you know, like, but they're the
Optic is the main character.
Optic's the main character. I think that's right.
Character.
I think Stellar and the rest of Space Station are the man. Who are they in the grand scheme? Like if it was a storybook, a show, a Netflix series. Yeah, if it's a Netflix series, I guess like what's the one show that everyone likes? The it's like House of the Dragon, but not Game of Thrones. Like they're like a civilization in Game of Thrones. What do you call it? Kingdom. They're one of the kingdoms. Anti-heroes. Someone's an anti-heroes. I think I think anti-hero is a good spot for them.
Okay, anti-heroes. I just feel like SSG and Optic would be able to team up together to destroy FaZe. Like I could see that if this was a whole out fantasy war or something. You know, they'd be like, yeah, we're both kind of cool and stuff. We're doing our own thing, but I feel like they don't hate each other as much. They could team up and be like, all right, FaZe, you're going down. FaZe would be the ones with the wyverns and dragons. You know, are we going too far with this?
Guys, I've never seen Game of Thrones, so it's like I know of the name. I don't know anything other than that.
Well, everybody, Tools has not seen Game of Thrones. It's time for you to get on it. Yeah. All right. Whatever. Let's switch over to Halo. Space Station Gaming versus FaZe Clan here, sitting on grand finals. Everybody, we're here on the grand finals, waiting for these two teams to set up and get this game going. It's gonna be an incredible, explosive match of two, what do we call them here today? Goliaths, Titans, legends. We have a legend on the SSG side. What do we call them today?
Goliaths.
Goliaths.
The two Goliaths.
The two Goliaths.
See, can we get check on the lobby? I want to see it. Who do we have to yell at to get into the roster? You know, who do we think it is? Okay. See, everyone's there. Everyone's there. Oh, hey, yo, chat, ready up. Chat, ready up, guys.
Oh, type R.
We need chat to ready up.
R. I'm ready. Are you all ready to get this game? The grand finals started. Space Station Gaming versus FaZe. Grand finals begins now.
Little bit of Space Station Gaming, a little bit of FaZe, and man, the road to Atlanta just got brighter, and I get to cast it with my good buddy. I tell you, the baby Bluesberry, he keeps staring into my stuff, and you got that little smile on you. Look at, don't blush. Oh my gosh, Tim, I hope you're ready. It's grand finals time. Oh God, that's just scary.
Dude, my eyes are bloodshot from this big light on my face, but let's get it going, dude. Grand finals invigorates me with all the energy I need, and I am ready to go. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a lot of talk about SSG taking this series. I'm gonna be fully honest, from what I've seen from FaZe, They look informed, and that's exactly what we need to see out of FaZe. And okay, well, right there, it looks like Bounds informed. Beautiful stick. Legend, 2 kills as well. SSG start off pretty hard. That's 4 down for FaZe.
Hey, let me tell you, that's how you start off a grand finals right there. Squad wipe, not a single player from Space Station Gaming going down, and a crazy Hail Mary, a grenade coming out of bounds. That was, whew, that's crazy.
That's the way to start right here. SSG looking for that triple cap. They lock it in as well. So now we got to see some discipline out of FaZe. Tools talked about the side of Frosty and Renegade, and those are my 2 players to watch as well. We always see a lot of consistency out of Snakebite and Royal 2, but if Frosty and Renegade can take over, it could be a very different game here. That being said, Legend with this overshield's gonna get a triple kill.
The way that he's able to navigate that engagement right there, you know, finding the weak play over toward the A side, active listening to his teammate that's calling out over towards bottom nest. The target switching and prioritization was on point. Yes, it's a triple kill by Legend, but most players would not have even gotten close to getting a multi-kill. But the way he's able to actively listen and snap onto targets, those are just big plays by Legend.
Yeah, this is a great start for the side of SSG, and you know, this is how you want to start this game, but interference is a very snowbally map. We can see this change on a dime. So SSG got to continue the pressure that they've formed here. They've got to try and continue to fight for that triple cap advantage. Looks like FaZe, though, they'll have an answer back here. If they can get A, there'll be some points on the board for them, but some slays have to go through first.
122-0 run. They know they're coming out of that elimination bracket. They know they have a long tournament ahead of them. If they want to win it, they'd have to reset the bracket, and as of right now, looking good. Our Space Station Gaming 122-9 lead, though. FaZe have been able to get themselves both Bravo and Charlie. They also got themselves an overshield to work with as well.
Yeah, they flipped the map, so it's going to be A taken for them, while Space Station Gaming spawn on the bottom of basement. They'll have to fight through the open field and on catwalk. So SSG take full advantage of that. You see, already acknowledging the push on that catwalk side is Snakebite with the OS. We'll see what he's able to do with this.
Snakebite. You see the pings going down, trying to just get information before they figure out where they want to strike. A one-shot Legend is not going to be able to take away Nest by himself. Bravo can be reset by FaZe. That's just going to go 3 down. Snakebite takes the challenge with the thrust, goes at Stellar. But it looks like Bravo does end up changing to Space Station Gaming.
Due to the way Snakebite was posturing, I'm assuming he wanted the pressure to go towards that that B side nest, but no one really in position to do so. So he takes it in his own hands, wins a big fight on the Whitehall side. Regardless, though, SSG continue their pressure, and it's an A-B hold for them once again.
Alpha and Bravo here. Snakebite trying to provide some cover fire to World 2, but World 2 goes down quick. And Snakebite, great job adapting and being creative to try to play his life, but somehow Legend, he was able to anticipate that.
Legend stays alive as well. This is just such an ambiguous basement area. You can just do so much to stay alive in different areas of the basement. Legend does so, and because of that, he's becoming a thorn in the side of FaZe, who are spawning on the bunker side of the map. Legend in a great spot right now.
Looks like Legend deciding to get aggressive here. Better be careful, though. Finds the weakened Renegade. Some cross-map shots connecting beautifully onto World 2. Keeps him alive and also allows Bound to clean up that kill. Huge plays being made by Legend to lead to those 2. And he's still putting down damage. And because of Legend, they have a trip cap.
Yeah, Legend is honestly playing phenomenal right now. 13-4 is just a nuts way to start this game. A triple cap is locked in for SSG. And this is one of those triple caps that's really difficult to get out of. The only way you get out of it is things like this. OS in the hands of Frosty and a couple kills to his name as well.
But trading out a trip cap for Overshield when you already have such a massive lead, I can't be mad at Space Station Gaming. This might just work out in their favor because Overshield has limited impact here with the way that Space Station Gaming are able to shred it, and it's 226 points for Space Station Gaming. FaZe haven't even gotten 30.
Yeah, very well said, Tony. Space Station Gaming take that positioning instead, and it pays off in the end. It's a triple cap once again. Eco ends up hitting himself in the face with a heat wave, so it'll be C for the side of FaZe, and also B. They'll take every advantage they can get at this point in time. 234 though for SSG.
I do see FaZe with a double cap, and a double cap not going to be enough to eat away at this level of a deficit. Love the forward down that you're seeing if you're a fan of FaZe, but somehow they're going to have to turn this into a bit more. They want at least a secondary round of slaves before they feel comfortable. They're going after Alpha, and we do see the first trip cap that I remember of FaZe. Will it be enough here?
Ah, those nest spawns happen. Roll 2 thought that his presence on the Whitehall side would block that nest spawn, but it doesn't. And a player sneaks on through from SSG, and oh my goodness gracious, that might be all she wrote. It's a triple cap potentially for SSG. They'll get A, but if FaZe answer back with a C cap.
That nade looked so good by Legend, but doesn't connect as far as a stick. These shots will onto Renegade. Renegade does enough damage to allow Frosty to get the cleanup kill. Bound being left by himself, still feeling confident enough to chase. Stellar now the first one to spawn. He's hopping right on Charlie. No wasted time whatsoever as he's taking a base and working on overshield at the exact same time.
Yeah, great endurance by the side of FaZe to just continue to try to stay in this game. You see the rotations are happening time and time again, but that might be the nail in the coffin right there. It's 3 down for FaZe and an OS in the hands of Stellar.
Stellar with his OS going to be able to take Alpha by himself. FaZe recognizing the situation. They're going to try to adapt to it. Alpha is sacrificed. They make a play towards Charlie, but they're not getting the kills necessary. I'm seeing multiple onto that kill feed, and there's no way that FaZe are going to be able to recover, be able to make this run happen if they keep dropping bodies. Alpha and Bravo setup. FaZe need to get in the hill. You got 4 seconds, now 2. Nobody's in there, and that's game. Space Station Gaming will be taking game 1.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Being down that far, especially on a map like Interference, it is near impossible to come back unless you're able to lock in that triple cap. And you saw 2 performances out of Frosty and Renegade that we don't normally see when FaZe wins. When FaZe wins, like we talked about before, those 2 players pop off, and you saw at the very end there the desperation out of Renegade, getting that bunker spawn, trying to find the timing to get that cap. But again, SSG are very quick on those staggered spawns. They're able to capitalize, and now we go to a game 2. Game 1 is out of the picture, and I gotta mention as well, you know, SSG have been through this lower bracket. They've been playing the game, whereas FaZe maybe a little bit of octagon here and there, a little bit of training map here and there. Regardless, maybe that was their warm-up, and we could still have a good series on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about all the time, like, how do you simulate competitive, like tournament level play? Like, I feel like back in the day, like 2 teams would like scrim and like in between series and whatnot, or while waiting. But to be honest with you, even then it was still a scrim. It's not tournament play. Like, there's no way you can simulate, whether it's ranked, whether it's octagon 2v2 warm-up. So you kind of just hope for the best and go in and hope that you're warm enough. And let me tell you, SSG, they more than warm. They on fire. You better be careful. Don't touch, because your hand might get cooked.
When we talk about who the best Slayer teams in the game, and I think that's actively changing every single tournament that we watch, but one team I know is very prominent in Slayers. It's this FaZe roster. The problem is SSG looks so good right now, and it's great to see, right? They're on top of things.
Wow.
That moment that things change for SSG, they have not looked back.
Great start coming out of Renegade right there. Oh my gosh!
Double kill.
Little did I know he had more in the chamber, and now still 5 bullets to work with in this S7.
Yeah, this is what he's capable of, and this is what FaZe need right now, and what a great time to show up, right? He's clocked in now. He's 3-0, feeling good. The dopamine's flowing. We'll see if he can continue this.
It was a massive start by Bound with that stick grenade that kind of gave Space Station Gaming some early momentum in that game 1. Now we're seeing some early momentum in favor of FaZe, and Renegade making plays left and right. SSG struggling to take down 1 player, let alone the rest of the team, but it's SSG that's still been able to tie things up. Renegade still heating up himself.
This is what I'm saying, man. You gotta understand. Renegade, we talk about Renegade, we talk about Frosty. Renegade's 5-0 right now. Again, this is a good start for him, but if FaZe is looking to see this continued, if you're SSG, you're trying to look for this man and shut him down very quickly.
I feel like, you know, after the performance that we saw back in London, we called this man the best player in the game, right, for a reason. And he was playing like it, and as of right now, playing lights out. 5-1 start out of him. Still, SSG are the ones with the lead. Renegade's going off, but somehow SSG have been able to slay around him and have a 2, now 3 kill advantage.
Yeah, in that scenario, you know, Renegade was caught in the back of tower, and the SSG did a great job of removing the rest of the FaZe players and then just kind of find Renegade, take him out as well. But still, like you said, tie game, regardless of any player that's playing individually well here. SSG have kept it close until that moment. They're 4 down, and now FaZe push up on the map.
Quantum Translocator is activated. That doesn't activate Wall 2 to try to get aggressive. And what a well-planned attack by Space Station Gaming. Force the QT back so that Stellar can just get an easy kill on the way back, and still within 2 kills right now. Things simply not getting out of hand. Renegade wins his 1v1. Legend comes in with the back smack. He still has shields to work with, so he's fending off a bit of a 1v2. Now a 1v3. Good God, it's like Drake. He's in a 1v20.
FaZe, though, at the end of the day, still have the lead by 1. This is I was gonna say a 1v1 for the history books right there. Renegade versus Bound. It's gonna get traded out. They both end up falling. The Stellar's got the camo.
Big back smack with that camouflage. Good value out of Stellar. Wants to combine it with the sniper, and nobody from FaZe having eyes on it. So now FaZe taking space. And snake bite, he's gonna find out the hard way. The Stellar already saw him on his rotation, and a double, taking down the duo single-handedly. Did Stellar, now retreating that sniper back toward the tower side. Man, that's just good fundamentals. Rip your opponent's head off, and then get back to the setup.
Yeah, it's another particular play by Stellar right there. You saw that he had camo, but he's still sprinting top center. He was trying to get the timing to get camo, to come back up and camouflage his body while he gets that sniper, and then he's ready for the spawns onto A as well. It's a 5-kill lead for the side of SSG. Stellar looking to make it 6.
27 to 22. Body shot looking very good from Stellar. Sniper is reloaded, and some excellent nades out of Frost is gonna put Stellar out of the play. Luckily, Legend, he can hold his own just a bit. The rest of FaZe are now starting to push up through the tower side. We're about to see a brawl. Here's all members on the map fighting over toward the seaside. Everybody in a bit of an individual piv. Multiple end up going down the side of FaZe, so SSG winning that engagement and also have the lead.
Yeah, it's really well said, Tony. A lot of individual pips for each of these rosters. The thing is that SSG are winning most of them at this point in time, and it's given them this pretty large lead. Stellar having a really solid performance. Renegade slowing down just a bit, which you don't love to see, and Frosty is starting off slow as well. Gonna need both those players to try and pick it up as best they can if they want a chance in this game too.
You got Bound soaring right now. Playing for a trade, and when you're up by double digits, why wouldn't you be playing for trades on your way to that 40 kill mark and beyond? FaZe are the ones that really need some clean slays, that need these 4 downs, these 3 downs. Meanwhile, SSG are comfortable, up 1-0 at the moment. And look at the turn, it's even more than that. SSG coming out of the lower bracket, they're angry.
Clean kills are what FaZe need, and SSG definitely do look angry at the moment. 39 to 28. Snakebite's gonna fall first. And you see SSG looking for an opportunity to push these 8 spawns. Bound gets a kill on a Frosty, and it's just a 1-by-1 wrecking crew here for the side of SSG. Finding these players, kind of staggered. Finally, it's Legend, a little bit out of position there. FaZe take advantage of it, but it's still an 11-kill lead for Space Station.
Yep, and Stellar hitting that same exact slide that he did. This time, doesn't need a sniper. The band is good enough to get the cleanup kill. It's 43 kills for Space Station Gaming. I know that sniper will be coming up real soon, but Legend's more occupied with putting down shots and just getting information on where FaZe are trying to rotate to. Knowledge is power right now, especially with this massive of a lead. 6 more kills, and we're going to a game 3 heavily in favor of Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, it's just what Legend does best, right? Like you said, information and damage. He's just, you know, with a lead like this, you can misposition a bit if you're able to get 2 shots onto 2 different players. You're calling that a W at the end of the day, and right now SSG looking towards that W. The path is pretty clear at this point. 45 to 36, 5 more kills and they'll win it.
Well, it's FaZe with quite a bit of ammo in this sniper in the hands of Frosty. 7 bullets to work with, and if there's any chance they come back in this game, you gotta think The power weapons are important, but a bit of Halo timing right there. The moment he looks away, a player would have been in his reticle. And did it just happen again? Wow.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Sometimes the timing's not on your side. And that's definitely a scenario for Frosty, but you got to see the respect, right? They are up by 9 kills, and they are still not peeking Frosty with the snipe. They know what this man is capable of with this weapon in his hands. Finally, he finds an angle, tries to push through. They're going to look for him, and the double team comes out. Beautifully executed by SSG.
Body shot does connect, but not going to be enough. We see staggered players going to the black screen for FaZe, and more trades go down as 49 kills have been accumulated, and there's the 50. Not a snowball chance in hell he was getting out of that one. Space Station Gaming up 2-0, and some new life being shown from them ever since the elimination bracket finals.
Yeah, I mean, even before that, I really think it started in that Argyle reset when they won that reset. The latter half of that game, it was just a different Space Station, and they haven't stopped. They have played incredibly well all throughout, and now they end up in a situation where this has got to be how they play, because they still have to reset this bracket, right? A 2-0 is a good start here in the grand finals, but for those of you that don't know, coming from that lower bracket is SSG, and because of that, they're gonna have to win 2 best of 5s versus FaZe. And you know, even the desk predicted this. So my question is, are they prepared for it? As this snipe comes out from Renegade, a beautiful start by him, but he couldn't keep that fire ignited. Not enough kindle being put on that fire for him to continue to fry, and they kind of needed that, did FaZe.
Double kill.
I really wonder, like, what was said? Like, was something said by a player in Space Station Gaming to kind of get him on the right track? Was it maybe just like, you know, a bad series going in the upper bracket to lead them down here? Like what has led to this SSG that we're seeing right now? Because let's be honest with you, what we saw in the upper bracket, I mean, yes, they were close to some of those games, but I don't know. I feel like there's like a new energy out from SSG that I feel like their aura is level 9,000 or something. I feel like they're just moving different right now, and it's, you know, it started, like you said, maybe even before the lower bracket finals, but definitely here in the grand finals, and I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's not always what's said, and I agree that sometimes it is. But in a situation like this, maybe it's just everyone's kind of playing very solid Halo at the same exact time. You have no players that are really having a bad game besides that one little start from Legend that then turned into him picking it up towards the end. I mean, they're just all playing really solid here, and they came here to show up, and it's great to see. Sometimes you just need a couple plays that go your way, and all of a sudden you've got pep in your step.
Yeah, you just need to get 3-0 swept in the winners bracket to remind you, like, oh snap, we're one of the best teams in the world. We can't let that happen again. But as of right now, like we said, SSG just moving different right now. Renegade though with a triple kill. He's certainly moving different as the demon, and Flag has been at least started on both sides. What's more important right now is the return and the follow through, as Legend, even without ammo, he's still dangerous.
I mean, yeah, you have the triple kill out of Renegade, 3 and 2 for him, but Legend starting off with a 6 and 2, and again, Space Station Gaming haven't missed a beat thus far here in the grand finals. And that flag will get returned, I believe, on both sides, so back to square one we go. But if you look at the slays category, it seems as if FaZe are in the lead, at least by a little bit here.
Bound to be the only player live here for Space Station Gaming, and Royal 2 and FaZe obviously recognized that, so Royal 2 pretty aggressive. Thought that nade might have been able to finish him off, but Bound lives. Flag still moves for FaZe though, and that's what's most important. Legend and Bound able to back down, actually terminate Royal 2. Some beautiful shots there. Flag could be going in as 3 down. Don't go FaZe. Eco gets himself an overshield, and no, that flag won't go in. That's a return.
That's unfortunate. You know, Renegade down towards the bottom center, no shields, tries to slide out towards that car 1 side. What that does is give them the entire side of P all to themselves. They get the return from Bound, and now a counter cap NOS. I mean, it all just went completely sideways for the side of FaZe, but it's just got to be it's SSG that I got to point out playing perfect on the timings.
Yeah, I mean, your FaZe, you pretty much did almost everything right, but somehow Space Station Gaming are able to not only manage stopping the flag, returning the flag, but getting overshot at the same time. Like, of course, they're going to counter off of that. Everything just worked out perfectly for them, and that's what the best players in the world do. They make lemonade out of lemons, shoot, out of onions.
I would not like lemonade from onions. That would
you
taste
would like
horrible.
SSG's lemonade.
Probably better than Aces. But here we go. 2 down here for FaZe. Snakebite and Renegade. Both's gonna fall here, and that flag is out here for SSG. Frosty, this is the type of play that you like to see, right? Slow playing, waiting for an opportunity to catch SSG off guard, catch them out of position. But again, they're ready for it every time.
1-0 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming. Flag still moved out over toward the courtyard side and actually going to be relayed here. And look at Stellar perfectly watching the 50% portion. He knows where FaZe are spawning and where they're most likely to go. And as long as he gets that damage and puts his body between that, there's no way that FaZe is going to be able to stop that flag. Perfectly played once again for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, an opportunity for a counter cap here. They just got to take out the 2 players on the back of base. They get these fortunate spawns on the back of base right there. Even with the pressure coming out from FaZe, SSG still got those back flag spawns. And honestly, another flag comes out here, but FaZe have had to really fight for these. Legend's gonna be ready for Renegade once again, and he's got help as well. This is just not going in the way of FaZe whatsoever.
Great nade by Eco though. And once again, the return goes down, and could it be another counter cap opportunity for Space Station Gaming? If they play their cards right, maybe so, but Eco going after his former teammate, and back-to-back kills in favor of Space Station Gaming leads to yet another flagpole bound with the double. Goes right towards the back base, finds the final player that's being a little bit too sneaky, and ooh, roll 2 here. I almost forgot he don't miss.
I was gonna say, yeah, roll 2 doesn't miss. But unfortunately, for FaZe, it's once again SSG making sure to clean up on these kills. You see so many assists come through, so much damage being capitalized on. No damage goes without getting a kill here for the side of SSG. You see another assist there again for the side of Legend, and this is what makes them so good. They've been this entire, since that lower finals or whatever, they've just been playing so well in terms of capitalizing on that damage, making sure that damage gets cleaned up. I think that's the first kill or the first damage I've seen out of Legend that hasn't turned into a cleanup kill.
Down coming in, despite being one shot, still as aggressive as possible. And a third flag cap coming in out of Space Station Gaming. You think coming out of the lower bracket, what's one way to gain some momentum and really put yourself in a great position to be able to win a tour, be able to bracket reset, and then ride that momentum, not like empty the tank, not run out of gas, and it's a 3-up. It's to look as dominant as you do right now. Like, dude, Space Station Gaming look like not only could they go to best of 5 series, it feels like they can go 4 or 5 right now, man. They're lights out.
I 100% agree. I think everyone is just playing so well on the side of SSG and in perfect time for this grand finals. I 100% agree that they could win multiple here in the form that they're looking in. 3-0 lead so far. 3 down for SSG. Snakebite last on his side, trying to push up on the map. But look how quickly SSG come off a spawn and pressure this mid side once again. Now Snakebite's in a position where he has to fight more than one, and now he has to get away with his shields.
I feel like at one point he found the open lane. He was able to push up through the car side, but wanted to try to put some pressure onto that mid map. And eventually 4 down, go FaZe, so it's not going to work in his favor. And so far, not much has in the way of FaZe. Like, there's been times we've seen some great plays out of them, but there's no closure, no execution there. SSG have stepped up at every given turn, and when they're on a run, they don't stop. 3-0 right now is Space Station Gaming, and time really starting to wind down for FaZe. Less than 5 minutes to work with, over half the game is gone.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for FaZe to come back from this, but if there's any team that could do it, definitely is FaZe. But like we talked about, the way SSG's playing, if they continue to play like this, this is their tournament. I would assume. Beautiful shots out of Eco. Nice reversal there. Keeps that top B control. And now FaZe have to fight for it again.
It goes down here. Eco has Renegade and Frosty in front of him, but he also has some reinforcements. That's a flying bound, soaring like a hawk. And Overshield just about up. Meanwhile, Stellar already applying pressure toward the base of FaZe. Overshield just about to be picked up, and Stellar, I didn't even realize he had a heat wave to work with, so lots going in favor of Space Station Gaming. FaZe are the ones that are on their back foot and have been this entire game, but haven't been able to manage to put not one cap, let alone 3, in order to tie things up. 4 down, go FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station once again sent 3 of their players down towards that P1 side to make sure to guarantee this Overshield. They guarantee the OS. They get 4 down for FaZe, and this flag is past the 50% portion of the map and should go in.
Kill coming out of Legend. There was 1 or 2 more players that might have been able to sneak in and get an angle on this flag. And looks like Bound and Legend are going to work on them. Legend doing a bit of damage to his teammate, but that's okay. He still gets the headshot. Still up 3-0 and making 4-0 right there. 1 cap away from pulling off the sweep.
Yeah, at this point, with the way this game is looking right now, it's for me, it would be FaZe just kind of recollecting, getting ready for the reset. What changes need to be made, if any. Sometimes it just comes down to playing better. I hate to say it, but just being on the same page, you know? Very, very important. They looked in form. Of course, they have a chance to bring this back, but like I said, going to be very tough here. A 4-0 lead is nothing to scoff at.
I mean, I can't help but think that you're 100% right. You got to play better. You know, you can't win if you're losing. If you want to start winning, you got to stop losing right now. The hell, FaZe? They couldn't figure that out.
I hate you.
They got to get me right. You got to get me coaching, man. Let me got to get you coaching, man. You
man.
You got away with the words, baby. I love you too.
Oh man, love you too, dude. Here we go, though. I mean, this is tough. It's SSG every single overshield. It's SSG constant top center control. There it is, though. It's 4 down. Wait a minute. What I said before, if there's one team that could bring this back, it's FaZe. And I'm telling you, if they bring this back, it's a reverse sweep, 1,000%. 1 cap goes on the board, but 2 minutes left. Not a lot of time to work with.
I'm not gonna lie, FaZe finally have decided to stop losing a bit here, and that's the first cap for them. 1 minute 43 seconds to do it 3 more times. Another stick goes down, but Legend and Space Station Gaming's defense keeps them out. We're not gonna see back-to-back runs. Whoa! Nobody accounted for Royal 2, though. That's one player you gotta keep your eyes out on.
Yeah, something I was kind of noticing is that SSG, when FaZe got that first cap, SSG kind of started to play back a bit. You can see they're on their side of the map heavy in this situation. You talked about their defense, and they've kind of postured up to, you know, maybe give up this top mid control and just hold their base. But of course, as I say that, Eco finds a way through the top center, finds a flank. He's going to end up killing Renegade off of that.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, throw a little bit 3-man defense, a 3-1 split. Eco goes in for the flank, and everything just works out well timed. So I think that's, you know, it's a great strategy coming in out of Space Station Gaming. It's kind of a bent but don't break strategy, and they didn't get broken.
45 seconds is not, I mean, it's at this point, it's just go next, you know.
Yeah.
It happens. They started to pick it up towards the end. Snakebite with a phenomenal performance, so 27 and 19. But on the other end of things, you see everyone on SSG performing, you know, really well. I mean, the Slays category, for the first bit of this game, FaZe was in control. They had the more Slays, but right now, SSG have completely taken over that category, and they've taken over, of course, the flag cap category as well, and they will win this first grand final. Now we go to the reset.
And yeah, for me, I mean, definitely one hell of a performance come out of Snakebite, at least in the Slays department, to try to keep his team in there. But for me, it's about those assists. And I know I'm like a broken record when it comes to assists, but to me, assists tell me that you guys are on the same page and on the same timing. And especially when it's not one person getting all the assists and it's like spread out across 3 different players in double digits, like that tells me that SSG are on the same wavelength. And if you can consistently be doing that, be on the same wavelength, be, you know, coordinated, have that well timing, and have the aggression and firepower that SSG have. Like, no wonder this is a 3-0. Like, honestly, like I feel like it's like everything is written towards that. So FaZe, you know, they're gonna have to find a way to defend against Space Station Gaming aggression and teamwork. Otherwise, you're gonna get ran over again. Like, if you don't have an answer to it, I mean, history will be doomed to repeat itself. 250 to 73 is not a close match. 4-1 is not a close match. To be honest with you, 50 to 38 isn't as close as you want to see from in a Slayer. FaZe are gonna have to come out with a new energy. Otherwise, you know, don't even play the second series.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in what a way for SSG to win. Like you said, there's large gaps in those games, in all three games. And, you know, coming out with a 3-0 sweep, you end it quickly. And you in turn have endurance for this grand finals reset. So, you know, if it would have gone to a game 5, then they reset the bracket anyway. I think it'd just be a little bit more difficult because obviously you've got more games to play. You had to play through the entire lower bracket. I feel like you start to get burnt a little bit as the day goes on. But now, because they ended this first series so early, I think if they can come out swinging here in game number 1, it's going to be tough for FaZe.
Well, they've already speed ran through the first series, and it's you know, it's still early. It's 9:39 p.m. Eastern right now. I got plenty of time before bedtime, so let's make it a game 5 phase. Let's show some life here in the second series. Before we get there, why don't we allow them to have a bit of a break? We'll do the same. Alien Tools, no break for you.
No break for us. What do you mean? Halo all day forever. So Space Station Gaming looking really strong. I mean, you called it earlier before. You said they were fine, and they look fine.
Yes,
but
I think they look better than fine.
Right, they do look better than fine. But FaZe is not looking fine right now against Space Station Gaming. Do you think this could be due to the fact that they were waiting in grand finals for a little bit, and Space Station Gaming maybe just came on hot from their Optic win?
Yeah, I mean, it might be a combination of like of those things. I think maybe game 1 just had more of an impact than FaZe probably wanted it. I mean, the first thing that happened when Space Station loaded into game 1 is they immediately put FaZe 4 down, and the game was over. Like, once the first point was scored, it was done, and that's how the series has been ever since. Like, FaZe hasn't once been in the driving position in this series. I like that they're gonna go to a reset. I think they have a much better chance in this best of 5 to find themselves. First thing I noticed was they immediately stepped away from their setups, right? One player drops out, they say, hey, we're gonna reset some stuff, take a breather. And I think that's what FaZe needs to do right now to get themselves re-coordinated, reorganized, whatever needs to happen to make sure they are ready for the series, because that simply they just didn't look ready in the last one.
I think they already know what energy Space Station Gaming is giving them and what they've been doing, and I think taking a step back to just a quick break to see what they could do to come back, and I think Space Station Gaming also needs to be ready for that, because if anything, I think FaZe can work the best under pressure. I think they've reverse sweeped games before, and this is a team that could definitely do it. Seeing FaZe take a break is like okay, like I'd be ready for a fired up FaZe for sure.
Yeah, I think FaZe, I would honestly be very disappointed if they didn't come back and play at least some solid Halo in this series. This to me was like kind of the case of Space Station being red hot off their last couple series, getting some big victories in those games, and now having a chance once again to keep that momentum against FaZe. FaZe needs a little bit more chance. I think when you come in from winner's side, you're going against a team that's red hot. Like this happens, right? I wouldn't be panicked right now if I'm FaZe, but Space Station, I think any of the panic that people have been talking about them since London, I think that's all overblown, and we could talk about that for sure, because Space Station looks unbelievable right now, and I think it's the duo of Bound and Legend that has just been incredible to watch. Like, these guys are so fast on the map, and when you pair them with Eco and Stellar, it really feels as if they allow them to have so much freedom, because they're always making that right play. Stellar steps up with the big snipe shots where he needs to. This team composition is just so hard to beat when they're running on all cylinders.
it's an incredible team, and I think FaZe also knows that. All right, everybody, we are watching the grand finals reset here on our HCS Open Series week number 3. Why don't we get this game started?
We already saw a quick sweep coming out of Space Station Gaming. Now it's time to see if FaZe can answer back in this second series. Now, FaZe coming out into the grand finals through the winner's side did have a huge advantage. Now we're on equal playing ground. There's no more chances, no more excuses. Whoever wins this best of 5 will win the tournament.
Very well said, Tony. I think you're right. Whoever wins this best of 5 will win the entire event. And I'm excited for that because we get to see SSG and see if they can continue on that run from that very first grand finals, right? Do they still have that firepower? Do they still have, you know, just the slay power that they came with in that first grand finals? Can they bring that to the reset here? Because FaZe are not going to let this one go easy.
Oh. Stellar's not gonna let that sniper go easy either. He's taking it off the map with them, and you can't be mad at that. You can't allow the enemy team just easy power weapons, easy power ups. So a great play by Stellar, a heads up one, but still FaZe halfway done with this hill. Can FaZe close out their first?
Yeah, some great time on this hill. There's a little bit of a fight out on that camo side. I'm not sure who ends up picking that one up, but I believe Bound did fall, so it might be going towards the side of FaZe, or it might have been burnt. But regardless, it's 2 down for SSG, a double kill for Royal 2. I believe he's the one who had that camo. 4 down and top tower control. Hey, Snakebite has it. Never mind. This is potentially FaZe's hill, and definitely what we wanted to see out of FaZe. It's happening right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. SSG were looking dominant in that first series. FaZe looking dominant in the early game, at least of game number 1. Frosty should be able to close this out. Meanwhile, they already have presence here toward the tower side, which is what you want to see, setting them up for potentially an advantage toward the second hill. SSG still pushing up. Eco takes a lot of damage, but the same across the board. And I don't know where Royal 2 just came from, but FaZe, they're happy game.
Yeah, once again, coming from that mud side, it's such a great place to kind of flank through, and Royal 2 gets through there unscathed, and they'll have some more time in this hill. FaZe seem like they're on the same page, at least for the very beginning of this game. I don't want to call anything too early, but this is a great look for FaZe here. Now SSG have to match that. Do they have anything left in the tank there after a very treacherous lower bracket, and of course that first victory in the grand finals?
1-0 lead in favor of FaZe, and Bound taking an interesting route right through the middle, a direct route at that. Plasma pistol was out, but nobody home just yet. Finally found his target, and he's forced to settle for a trade. And with 3 down going SSG, that should be more hill time. That should mean a camouflage for FaZe.
Yeah, I love to see it. Snakebite here, starting off very solid 6-2. Picks up another camo for himself. You can tell by his reticle and how he's moving. He's feeling good here in this reset. It's much needed, of course, for the captain of your team to have that type of energy. And he looks to have that. And looks like FaZe will cap hill number 2, 2-0, all ready to start potentially as they pressure while getting this hill.
Yeah, I feel like it's always something different when you have, you have a boss and a leader. You know what I'm saying? Like Snakebite is definitely leader. He's gonna lead when he's in the trench, the lead in the front line. If he has to take matters into his own hands, a boss gonna sit here and just bark out orders. But a leader, they're gonna be in the trenches with you. They're going to lead by example. And I like the way Snakebite was moving right there. 7-3 is Snakebite. Meanwhile, Royal 2 doing everything can to stay alive with this sniper. You're up 2-0, and it really feels like if FaZe win this one, Space Station Gaming may not even have enough time to come back in the game.
Yeah, sometimes it comes down to, and I'm not taking this away from SSG whatsoever. They definitely, it's only game 1, but sometimes it comes down to, when it comes to FaZe, it's like, okay, we have a little bit of a cushion to play around with as 3 go down for SSG, and you don't necessarily not try as hard, but sometimes you let up a little bit. And now when it's all on the line, when the tournament win is on the line, there's no room left to let up, and you can see FaZe playing much differently because of that.
Yeah, whenever you see cushion, you know they're going to be pushing, and the FaZe, when they have that type of lead, they're going to get aggressive toward that 50. They're going to pressure Space Station Gaming off of spawn, make it very hard to gain an inch, let alone a mile for Space Station Gaming when you have FaZe playing as aggressive as they are. They're not going to sit back and just rest.
As they recover here, that being said, it's SSG who answer back just a bit, get a lot of time on this hill with not a lot of pressure here from FaZe. Finally, with one dead on each side, it's really up to this front runner Snakebite to get these kills. Look how much damage he's able to do. The double kill out of the captain, the general himself, and FaZe take control of the hill once again.
Space Station Gaming so close yet so far away from taking this hill, because now you did all the work. You're right there, but you're not going to be able to steal it away from a team like FaZe. You're going to have to earn it. You're going to have to slay and break the setup of FaZe, which is easier said than done when Snakebite snaps on their SSG. Tried to steal it, but dude, Snakebite hits him with that mess around and vine down.
Oh man, I mean, this is just clinical. I have to just say it. It's clinical out of Snakebite. And you said it yourself. When you're the leader, you sometimes gotta take everything into your own hands. Sometimes you gotta do the dirty work. And right now, Snakebite's playing dirty. I mean, just playing his life right there. The repulse as well. I sound like a fanboy, and that's because I am. This kid's disgusting.
I know I'm probably in the minority on this. 2 minutes and 38 seconds on the clock. I think FaZe should be playing time and not the hill.
You're crazy.
I know I'm in the minority on this, but I feel like if they don't capture this hill and SSG do, that's a lot of time being eaten away that they could aid away by not being in the hill. I know I'm probably in the minority on this, but I really think time over hill as far as a win is 2 minutes and 30 seconds drop 3-0.
I mean, in my opinion, it comes down to kind of playing both, right? If you're safe to get hill time, you get hill time. If not, you try to slay them out of the hill. It's kind of like a numbers advantage type thing, in my opinion. But we'll see which one they kind of do. 3 down for the side of SSG. They opt to get inside the hill, and even if they do only get it to halfway, it's still a lot more pressure on the side of SSG where they have to answer back.
I guess it won't really matter if you're slaying the way that FaZe are right now, because you can do either or.
Yeah.
As they're winning a lot of these battles, a 4v3. Hold on, Frosty goes down. A bit of a trade, now a bit of a 2v2 scenario. This next slay going to be so important. It may just open up for SSG to take hill time, but like a cat chasing a laser pointer. He got it though. Eventually he got it.
It's a great delay though by the side of Snakebite. And look what it does. 3 down for SSG. It was Stellar having to chase him around, and now Stellar goes down as well. The spawns come out onto A for SSG, and FaZe are in prime position to take control and take this hill.
Just about done with it. Ooh, dude. How good is this kid, man? Dude, Legend is nasty, brother. It's actually crazy. Like, those shots, I mean, obviously didn't win the game, but man, that individual piv, he is confident, and he had to be against a player like Renegade, but I mean, eventually you're down 0-3. You're not winning the Slays battle. 1 kill is not gonna be enough.
Honestly, this is very dominant out of FaZe. If there's one way to answer back to that first series, it's this right here. Is it a potential situation where it's a game type advantage? Maybe. But I mean, we'll really find out here in game 2. I think game 2 for me is the big one. If Space Station can tie this up, then we have a series on our hands. If FaZe take this one, I think they just came out swinging once again. They clocked back in after clocking out, for a little while, and now they're ready to play.
Well, I mean, they were still clocked in. They just decided to take a break while clocked in. I think the kids are calling it quiet quitting right now. He was clocked in, but mentally, let me tell you, they were in Fiji right there. But now they realize, all right, hold on, I don't want to get fired here. Let's get back to work. Let's get it done, and let's put in that overtime. And that's exactly what FaZe are doing. They're putting on a show, because the same level of dominance that we saw from SSG in that first series, kind of resembled that in a 4-0 finish in that game number 1. that was dominant. That's what that was FaZe right there.
That it was. We'll see what they can do here in game 2. Hopping on board with Stellar. You're right, Tony. I mean, really well said. It was FaZe. That's what we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing them outslaying. We're used to seeing them winning those individual pivs. And they're starting off this game doing a bit of the same. It's a 5-2 lead, 3 down for SSG.
Nice start coming out of FaZe, but we always know it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And SSG have plenty in the tank. We already saw in that first series. Now we're going to see what FaZe can do. 3 kill advantage. Excuse me, now 4. Frosty making a play to combine this heat wave with the thrust, and or he's not going to have value there anymore.
Yeah, that's a lot of power, though, in the hands of SSG and top center control as well. Eco, if there's one player that, you know, you can get value out of these resources, it is Eco. You see he gets the first kill already, still holding that top center control. He's got Legend to work with now as well, holding the flank. This is just beautiful out of Eco.
That it was. 10 kills so far for SSG. They have taken the lead with that squad wipe. Eco and Bound going to try to work together from across the map with perfect angles on each other. Meanwhile, FaZe are spawning up. And, oh, I thought Renegade had a sneaky play over toward the P1 side of Bound. Watching the map like a hawk. You know, navigating his angles like Dolphins quarterback Tua.
We'll see if that pans out. 14-9. SSG, a little bit of a lead here. This next OS is going to be crucial. You see, it's FaZe kind of stacking that P side. One player does go towards that. I'm sorry, stacking that car side. 2 players do go towards P. It's Royal 2 and Renegade. They're going to potentially try and fight for that OS. But again, that 2-pronged attack, just so deadly sometimes. Not sure who got OS, but Eco's on the top of P. He's got control of that.
4 kill advantage here for Space Station Gaming.
Ooh.
Overshield didn't get popped. Oh my gosh, they're able to burn him before he's actually able to use that overshield. Where is... And FaZe. Royal 2 is able to sneak away with it, down by 3 kills, but this overshield might just be the utility for them to use to come right back and steal back the lead.
Yeah, having this in the hands of Royal 2 as well, a player who doesn't generally miss, who actually gets pissed off at himself when he misses, is definitely good, right? You have a turret. He's done a lot of damage thus far. Renegade dying on the car side first, though, really kind of throws a wrench into things because now there's no ability to close out on those kills. There's no chance to get those cleanup kills. Somehow, Frosty finds one right there with the damage of Snakebite, but regardless, it's SSG still in control of the game right now.
Ooh. Gotta love Eco. I mean, that's Legend was one shot absolute. It breathed on him the wrong way, it was going down, but Eco makes sure to cover his teammates back, and now both players end up living in that engagement. It turns to a 22-15 lead. Stellar getting aggressive, even though he's one shot, wins another pivotal battle in favor of SSG, who are rolling right now in this game too.
And 23-17. It's a great start by SSG. 2 down though. Snakebite looking for an opportunity to push on that stagger, but unfortunately for him, spawns come out on the back of base and he's aware of it, so he sits back and plays that lower side. You talk about how important top center control is, but when you're able to do stuff like that, well, you know, I thought he almost got 2 kills there. It's not bad as well. New OS coming up in 13.
We saw FaZe grab the last overshield. It felt... Dude, are you kidding me? What a stick. We didn't see it from Bound's point of view, but we definitely saw it from Legend, which was a great POV to see that cross-map stick out of Bound. Up by 6 kills at the moment. I was going to say, I really think this overshield is necessary for FaZe, but the last time they had it, they weren't able to take the lead, and now they don't have it at all.
Yeah, it's all about staying alive on the base here and just peppering, but look what that allows, right? The utility side, it's Space Station Gaming pushing through aggressively on that util side of the map. Are they going to find the cleanup kills? Yes, they find the first one. That turns into a second, and that's what really they were looking for on that top center, right? You have OS, you're just able to pepper the players inside of the base, triple kill as well, and now SSG lead 34-26 off that overshield.
They keep peppering up like that, and that's going to leave them a bit salty. sorry. I feel like you set me up for that. It wasn't even good. It just, I'm gonna stop. 36-28 leads still in favor of Space Station Gaming, who did just go 3 down. Bound may have gotten a kill, but that engagement definitely tilting towards the side of FaZe. 1 or 2 more of those, and we can see them right back in it. You don't have much lives to work with, but if you can start cleaning it up a bit, FaZe can take back the lead.
Yeah, I talked to Snakebite about this, and I asked him, are you the IGL of your roster? He says, there's really no IGLs in Halo that play called. Mostly my job is to keep everyone level-headed. This is the opportunity to do something like that, right? A couple words go a long way. Tell someone to slow down, tell everyone, whatever, this game's ours. Regardless of whatever you say, a couple words could go a long way, and potentially that's what's being said here. It's still, though, a 7, make that 8 kill lead here for the side of SSG, running away with this one.
I got a couple words for them. Get kills. All right. Good God. Down by quite a bit, and we know FaZe have it in them to not only win this game, but also win the series. They were looking so good in that game number 1, and even in the start of this game too, but they allowed SSG to take the lead and never look back. A couple overshields went their way, but it wasn't enough. Will this one be? Because SSG have just gone 3 down. That overshield should be FaZe's.
Yeah, I love this hole too. Waits for the spawns to come up, then decides to pop it. You have that passive where the overshield goes away passively. But again, no value really out of this OS. He's done a lot of damage. Finally, there it is.
Oh.
There it is. 3 go down off the damage. That's what you love to see. And now it's 46-43. FaZe still have this.
Yeah, this is good. 42-46 was the score line for SSG at one point, but now only down by 3 kills. Clearly, they took my words to heart. Get kills.
Working. 44 now. Take a look at the bottom left, the kill feed here. Every kill matters. Bound goes down first. They don't really act on that, but there's 2 players trapped inside the fridge here, Tony.
Now 1. Frosty finds the one-shot player, and if he would have won that battle against Legend, that could have been huge, but still only down by 2 kills. They're not out of it just yet. Renegade takes height. 2 members of SSG look to drive them away from the P side. Some well-placed grenades, but it looks like SSG are not going to capitalize on it. They're going to back down. They're going to favor the strong side of the map, the car side, the utility side.
Yeah, it just blows my mind that Renegade's able to get away with that. Like, the guy gets away with so much. He was top P. He gets a kill somehow. Ooh, they were ready for it. 49-48 now. SSG ready for the push from Snakebite. He ends up falling. 1 more kill is all SSG need.
But only 1 kill behind our FaZe, and Stellar gonna slow things down completely. I know that he's down to 1 shot. I think it's because of a stray grenade, but now FaZe know where the push is coming from. They're trying to pick and choose their angle perfectly, and a 1-shot player ends up flying towards the mid-map, trying to get toward the fridge side, and Stellar was ready for it.
I absolutely love that. That is my favorite part about Halo right there. That game incarnate is why I love Halo. The mind games at the very end there. Insane. Like, you saw the damage come out. There's a double push from the car side. Frosty goes down to no shields. You're like, oh no, like they're pushing car side, they're pushing utility, get ready for it. No, like you said, they slow it down, they wait for an angle on a weak player, and they pivot towards that mid side and look mid. I mean, this was just beautifully executed by the side of SSG at the end.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of teams that are able to, speed up on a dime. A lot of teams that are able to control the pace by slowing it down, but you're gonna notice the best teams in the world, especially in year 3 of Halo Infinite, are gonna have to be able to do both. Like, you're gonna have to really not only understand the meta, but understand what the enemy team is thinking. And sometimes, faking going one way, hitting them with that Allen Iverson crossover, and going the complete other, you change the direction of the attention of the enemy team, and then you get free shots, you get free kills, and it turns out to be a great play. It's not just about the meta, it's not just about understanding what you want to do, but understanding your positioning and what the enemy team thinks you're going to do, so you can be able to counter that. It's important, and we kind of saw it a little bit, I call it a little crossover. What do you call it? I guess maybe a little kind of a jab step, like a team jab step.
Yeah, it was huge by them to pivot there, and you see they just melt that player. It was Legend on our screen. If Stellar got the kill, they melt that player so quick that's in the courtyard. But now, like I said, you know, if SSG were to tie the series up in game 2, we obviously have a series on our hands because it's tied 1-1, but it just showcases that Space Station still have energy left in the tank, still have the ability to play with their best foot forward. And now we go to recharge strongholds, where we get to see it all over again.
Both of these teams, very good stronghold teams. So it's gonna be really fun to watch, especially here on Recharge. There's so many different ways you can play. And I think teams that are able to lock down a map and hold on to a double cap for long enough, they're gonna get value on Recharge. But even if you're a great triple cap pushing team, which a lot of these teams like to try to do and be as most efficient as possible, you can get value on Recharge. Well, I feel like there's multiple different ways you can control Recharge. Like, I love an A/B setup to kind of start things off, but then we talked to Soul Snipe and he talked about Shopify Rebellion, like a CA setup and trapping enemy teams toward the gold side. Like, everything is viable on Stronghold's Recharge. So we're gonna see a lot of creativity, we're gonna see a lot of fun, and we're gonna see two of some of the best in the world going at it here in your grand finals.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. You know, I think FaZe are really strong in terms of once they have that triple cap locked in. And they're slaying well. I think they're really strong, a really strong team to hold that triple cap. And that's when it gets a bit scary again. When you have Frosty and Renegade both slaying like we know they can, and you've got a triple cap, if you're FaZe, I mean, it becomes scary. But again, SSG, they play the process. They force you to make mistakes, and when you do, you get punished. So, I mean, FaZe have to be, you know, weary of that, weary of just mispositioning or over-aggressing. Sometimes you see Renegade taking a beautiful timing. Sometimes you see him a little bit too aggressive, where he puts himself, you know, out in the open, or he maybe has missed timing. It happens, but if it happens too often, SSG are going to take full advantage of it.
I'm looking at the hero shot side by side, bro. It's so dope. I'm so sorry.
It's cool. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, so the timing on it, like sometimes like one player pops up, the other player, it looks like almost like a head to head. I'm sorry, I was like mesmerized by that. Then I was locked in. Damn, yo, W production. Good God. Recharge Strongholds coming up next. It's our swing game 3, tied up at 1 apiece. This next win will swing that momentum into one of these teams' favor. Let's not forget SSG 3-0 swept in the first series. This is a grand finals reset, and one which FaZe already have more games won than they did in the first one.
I love to see SSG continue to push forward and have that presence in these games and be able to win those Slayers, you know, whatever it was, by two kills or so. But regardless, they're continuing to perform, even going through that elim bracket, even going through all of those games that take energy out of you. Playing 100%, playing at 100% in Halo, your absolute best Halo for this long is incredible. And I give respect to the pros for that. And it looks like SSG trying to continue to do so, but FaZe had that double cap locked in.
That they do, but here comes Space Station Gaming. Legend does enough damage for hopefully Bound to get the cleanup kill, but here comes Renegade. Gets his own cleanup, and looks like Charlie ain't going anywhere. FaZe have control. Space Station do have Alpha and Bravo, but FaZe are still pushing up, and that's Renegade putting down all this damage. Not enough.
Yeah, a bit aggressive there. You saw him look towards the top of glass, and you know the way was clear because Frosty was up there, but not going to be able to win the 1v1 versus Stellar. And because of that, SSG, they're going to hold that 2-cap advantage. 8 and B locked in.
Now we get to see how FaZe looks to navigate this. It starts with Snake by distracting the glass and gold side players. That should allow FaZe to alleviate some of the pressure, maybe get some angles of their own. It is tough. When the setup is locked in, you really need to play with perfect timing. And right now, World 2, the first one to go down. 2 quickly followed. That is a failed attempt at a break, and that means some great points for Space Station Gaming.
You're absolutely right. Well, the minute you see those 2 down, you can essentially call it failed, and that's exactly what happens here. The triple cap on the C side. Stellar deciding to go back towards A, forces those spawns on the pipe side of the map, and Stellar ready for it right away.
68 to 10 lead, and SSG end up turning that double cap into a trip. If FaZe already had problems, well, they got 99 of them now, and let me tell you, SSG may be one of them. Trip cap locked in right now. FaZe still have to find a way to now secure 1 base, then break the setup, which obviously SSG are going to have once again. It starts with Charlie for FaZe, and they're able to at least get that.
And it's just not fair, man. Legend spilling secrets from that previous quadrant roster that was unstoppable in strongholds like this. This is not cool, man. It's unfair, okay? SSG, though, taking full advantage of that knowledge. They had that triple cap for a moment. FaZe find a way to break through it. It's 2 down here for FaZe, but they're still going to find themselves in a situation where they've only got 10 points. That is FaZe.
Snake bite over toward the Charlie side. Bravo and Charlie now belong to FaZe. Double cap is in, but can it be locked by FaZe? We saw SSG get around the Slays and really get some momentum and get some good points on their side. FaZe have opportunity to do the same. Some well-placed grenades out of Snake Bite. Deals with the first, but now there's a second. He goes after both. That's a huge double and reset out of Snake Bite.
That's what you constantly see out of the general in Snake Bite. Always making those big plays that turn things around. It's 3 down off that double kill. They now have a triple cap of their own, potentially, if they can get A here, and if they can get the kills on the pipe side of the map.
Trip cap locked down for FaZe. Renegade slowing things down just a bit. Meanwhile, SSG sending 2 through the gold door. Through Renegade they go. Now looking to attack Alpha. Royal 2's the next. There's one more player they have to deal with. Looks like Eco realizes that Frosty's in his own battle, and Eco gets an easy kill there. FaZe, they have Alpha, but not for long. And with the grapple, Eco, he could have camo if he plays his cards right.
Snakebite spotted out, though. He's trying to make a play on that camo. And like you said, grapple in the hands of Eco, but they'll push him back. He won't be able to use it. Will be camo, I believe, burned on the bottom center of the map, while Legend gets a double kill. And FaZe continue to try and fight to keep their caps in order, but they've lost them all. It's a triple cap for Space Station Gaming once again.
Yeah, at one point the lead was starting to slip a bit for SSG, but I look back at the scoreboard. Trip cap locked in once again, 151 points. You know, you over doubled the enemy team's scored line. So although maybe FaZe had moments, it's nowhere near enough. Multiple going down though. Is he still alive? No, he got what? I'm like, what is happening here? No shot. FaZe able to deal with Legend and 3 members of Space Station Gaming. Because of that, they get Charlie.
Yeah, they're gonna go for A as well. Look where the spawns happen. They're on the pipe side of the map, and Bound is the first one to get inside of batteries as they get spawns on the long haul side as well. So that 2 cap will be locked in. But again, FaZe go for the triple cap right away, and they pay for it. Once again, it's SSG who answer back with the A cap of their own, and they'll continue to score.
Double cap for SSG, and this is the same Alpha Bravo setup that kind of started things going from bad to worse here for FaZe, and they got it once again. Bound, a tricky kill, some good damage out of him, but FaZe, they weather the storm. They're gonna play through Bravo. SSG with a bit of an out rotate. Now it looks like FaZe not only want to get those kills, I think they want Alpha as well.
Yeah, with 3 down, they can definitely do so. One player does spawn. They're gonna spawn on the pipe side, so Eco's kind of aware of it. You can see how much control they have of the map to know that one staggered player is spawning on the bottom of pipes, and they take advantage of that immediately, and they'll continue to score with the A-B setup here.
SSG doing a very good job of just multitasking. Like they don't just have one objective, they have multiple. While they're getting those kills, they're moving towards a base. Like, well, after they get around the Slays, they're taking space and working on spawns while going for a trip cap. They're doing multiple things at the same time. Like they're playing 3D chess. FaZe can't find the board right now. 227 points for Space Station Gaming, and I like the way FaZe were moving towards that mid game. It just wasn't long enough. SSG about to get another triple cap.
Yeah, again, it's a scenario where if you see Snakebite, who's that player who's of course the captain of the team, the player that is playing in the back, and then you see three of the aggressive, you would say individually best players on the team below him in terms of kills, that's where you just know it's not good, right? Snakebite himself, I'm sure, would agree that he should not be leading in slays, but you can see that it's SSG that shut down FaZe, and FaZe not able to find an answer. Lots of triple cap pressure. FaZe tried to go for their own triple cap pressure, weren't able to do so, and now we go to Argyle CTF, where, I mean, this is FaZe's last chance here in the Grand Finals reset.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at some of the stats, and of course, you know, Legend's going to get his with his aggressive play style. You can't be surprised by the amount of damage that he's able to deal, and maybe takes a bit more than his teammates, but honestly, not that much, to be honest with you. Only less than 100 more than what Stellar took. Great damage output coming out of Legend and the rest of Space Station Gaming. You know, Snake, by like kind of mentioned, kind of a Swiss Army knife. They're gonna, whatever his team needs him to do. If he needs to slay out, he'll slay out. If he needs to play objective, he'll do that. Like whatever his team needs him to do, they're gonna do it. The problem is that, you know, everybody's have to do their role. Like FaZe have definitely been one of those teams that thrive off of everybody doing their 25%, and right now, you know, it's just not adding up to 100 right now. SSG, they're playing great. FaZe, and mind you, FaZe start off with a 4-0 finish at King of the Hill. They start off with an early lead in that game number 2. And still SSG found a way to answer and win game 2. They found a way to look as dominant as FaZe did in that game number 1, almost that same level in game 3. And now they're one game away from ending the series, which will end this tournament.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought with them starting pretty strong there in that game 3 that things would go in their favor, but I don't know if it's players not performing on the side of FaZe or if it's just SSG dotting their I's and crossing their T's. I think they're playing really incredible today. I mean, you saw that just one example. You saw that pipe side spawn where SSG were able to trap 2 players in there because they understood the timings, because they understood the space on the map, and it's Snakebite and one other member of FaZe stuck in the pipes by themselves. When you're in a scenario like that and you're just getting staggered over and over, what are you gonna do? And when you face a Stellar who doesn't miss with a snipe, what are you gonna do as well?
Jeez, that was absolutely disgusting right there. I mean, what a good thing for FaZe is, you know, we're going to Argyle capture the flag, and that's good for 2 reasons. Number 1, FaZe are very good at Argyle. Number 2, if they're not warmed up, this is about 15 minutes of Slayer with a little bit of flag. You know, you got 12 minutes for the regulation, a little bit of overtime with that we're probably gonna go through, maybe a double. Luckily for FaZe, they'll have plenty of time to warm up with Argyle, because, oh my gosh, it is a long game type and map combination.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't know if we have Oddball coming up or not in the series layout. I didn't look that far, but I was, that's one of the things about Oddball is that when you're coming out of that, you're coming out of waiting in that grand finals for the team to finish their entire lower bracket. Sometimes an Oddball game for game 1 or game 2 is beautiful because it gives you the chance to warm up through that, that long game type, and Argyle's a little bit of the same, so I 100% agree with you.
Great body shot onto Stellar. I'm pretty sure he hit that body shot as well. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I saw the hit marker. Good God. This boy is a shooter. 3-0 at the moment. 1 bullet left with this sniper, but sometimes 1 bullet, 1 headshot is all you need to gain some momentum, and sometimes it doesn't come.
Yeah, that first pick is so important, and you're right. He doesn't end up getting that. The 2 go down for FaZe, and look how quick SSG are to push once again. Now they've got the entire map. They've got FaZe trapped in the back of their base. Now FaZe have to fight out. It is Snakebite that gets a forward spawn just a little bit towards the front of the base. We'll see if he's able to do anything, though, and Renegade's there as well on the pistol side.
Some cross-map shots out of Eco to make sure that Stellar stays alive and secures his kill. Legend, he's providing cover onto the snipe side as well. World 2 takes down Stellar, and actually a double cut of him. That leaves Eco by himself. This was a 3-man attack at one point, but now no players from SSG in the base of FaZe. Great defense out of them.
Yeah, that was a big double kill because FaZe were 3 dead at that point in time. So those 2 kills are huge to stop this flag. You see it does return very quickly. So now we're back at square 1 here, but FaZe, they end up pulling a flag from SSG, and with that kill out of Snakebite, we'll see how far this flag goes.
Some more sniper action. I know we love that. I know the chat loves that, and Stellar loves that as well. 6 bullets in the chamber here for Stellar. Frosty has a sniper of his own. I believe he was able to take down Bound, so watch out the snipe battle between Frosty and Stellar. And Stellar pre-firing that pistol door. Man, that would have been crazy.
Yeah, if he pre-fires and hits a shot like that, calling a check him PC. Roll 2 though. Again, vent control so good. with that QT, it's even stronger, but Frosty's got something to say about it. He takes the vent control, he stacks the sniper, and he's got a QT. No, no, no. You don't get the sniper, teammate. I want to stack it. Let's see what Frosty can do with this snipe.
Frosty was using that quantum translocator as a bait, and eventually gets himself doubled up as far as the ammo goes, and even that QT that Stellar wanted so bad. Now Stellar pushes up, doesn't have the reinforcement that he was looking for. Frosty bounces right back, a bit of instant transmission, and doesn't have the timing to go back towards his original portal.
Yeah, we talk about high risk, high reward. That's one of those high risk, high reward type situations. You have the QT, you can pressure two sides of the map at the very same time, but you've got to be aware of where those enemy players are. And right there, it was SSG that were perfectly ready for that play. But yeah, 4 down for FaZe. This is a pull.
Stellar wants to make his way over towards his top platform. It's a great position to be to cover your teammates for the overextender. So many times flag caps don't go through because you don't watch the overextender. Stellar and SSG do not make that mistake ever. Beautifully played. 1-0 lead for Space Station Gaming. Renegade with the double though. That's 3 down for SSG. Is this a counter cap opportunity?
Yeah, it's only a matter of time for SSG to get that flag, but as you can see, as you said, I'm sorry, it is a counter cap opportunity. They have 3 dead. Look off a spawn though, how much damage Stellar is able to do. Legend is forward on the map as well. If FaZe are not careful, this could be a stop.
I don't know if I'm going crazy, but Renegade started that flag cap after his teammate was weak, and I think they did that purposely because at the QT, he runs the flag, he starts it, while FaZe starts shooting at him, he quantum translate locates out, and then another player goes in and starts running the flag. It was almost perfect. You can't take down 2 flag runners in that timing, and that was beautifully played, and so was that double out of Stellar, so was that snipe out of Frost. It just plays being made across the board. I guess that's why this is 2 of some of the best teams in the world.
Oh, this is kind of scary here. Legend has the snipe watching potentially for the spawns of FaZe, looking for this towards this lane on the pistol side. That flag should return here, but wait a minute. Legend's got the snipe still in his hands. Gets 1 kill, gets another, ends up going down, and this will potentially be a return here. A big return out of Renegade. Great play to drop down there and get that.
3 bullets to work with in the sniper. Renegade 13 kills to his name already. I would like to see some more assists, but I'll give him a break for now. Great body shot onto Eco. Finishes that kill himself. Probably should have got an assist for that one, like a self alley-oop.
Double kill.
15 and 10 out of Renegade. This is Renegade playing Renegade type of games here. This is what we like to see if you're a FaZe fan. 15 and 10 out of him, like I said. World 2 having a solid game as well. Renegade pushing in. That's going to be 2 down for the side of SSG. But again, the trades come out and FaZe are 2 down. So now Renegade kind of stuck by himself on the back of SSG's base.
Great damage though. And as long as he's able to distract the enemy team and really bring their attention towards their back base, this alleviates a lot of pressure on FaZe without coming off a spawn and try to take space to himself. So maybe Renegade exactly where he wants to be while bound. I think he just like totally forgot Renegade was still down there.
I was gonna say the dad snake bite, right? Staying on the bottom center of the map, making sure that Renegade doesn't die. Unfortunately, Renegade can't win that 1v1. And that kind of sends things awry here for the side of FaZe, but SSG feeling very comfortable right now. You talk about assists, Tony. I want to look on the side of Legend here. 10 kills, 12 assists, and only 10 deaths. You love to see that.
That we do. Eco making sure nobody was under the base. Stays alive though, now back in the action. Active listening leads to taking down his former teammate. One shot Renegade ends up in the black screen. The rest of FaZe are still pushing forward. Luckily, Eco anticipates that, stays alive, now gets his shields back and is trying to defend FaZe from getting into their base, but doesn't know exactly where it's coming from. He's checking the snipe side. They're attacking pistol. When it's the pistol side, they're coming snipe. FaZe have SSG's base surrounded at the moment.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Again, Eco's able to get his shields back, and he's able to stay alive on his side. It was 2 down for the side of SSG. If they got that kill on Eco, that could have been a pull for FaZe, but instead Eco stays alive somehow, and now SSG are running flag number 2 with 2 players 1 shot on the side of FaZe.
Flag is on the move, Stellar. right back to his normal positioning, making sure that he's on that platform and nobody's able to cross or get an angle for free. And every single time, that means that's a flag cap going in. 2-0 lead here for Space Station Gaming. They're up 2-1 in the series. Will it end here?
I mean, it's just so many individual plays by everyone on the side of SSG. Stellar having a great game as well. 20 and 21, 21 and 12. I guess the assists. But regardless, I mean, that play by Eco was that cap. That's the reason that cap happened. And this is what we constantly see out of SSG. These big plays that really turn games around. Now it's with 3 minutes left. I mean, gonna be really tough for FaZe unless they pull something crazy out of a hat for them to win this game and keep themselves in the tournament.
I feel like you always want to stay within like a minute per cap, and FaZe are getting dangerously outside of that realm. Not to say it's impossible to capture 2 within a minute and a half or a minute and 40, but for you to feel comfortable. And right now, FaZe's time seemingly winding down and getting out of that positioning for comfortability.
Oh.
And Renegade with the stick repulse combo, man. That I need to learn that. That is too good.
Yeah, it's really big for him too, because he was able to stay alive with no shields there after winning a 1v1, and then he gets that as well. Ends up falling as he pushes forward on the map. You can see Stellar and Legend both there, so ends up in a 2v1 again, and just FaZe not on the same page in terms of pushing up on the map here, it seems. But that's gonna be World 2 going down first, and every time a player goes down for FaZe, it's just another 10 seconds you gotta wait for them to come up before you can pull a flag.
You can definitely tell the FaZe are feeling the pressure right now. You know, they're starting to really put themselves in a position where they have to push up. They have to sometimes even not watch both ways before crossing the street, and ends up leading to, like, you know, an easy back smack for Legend in the early game. Now, that's a flag being pulled here for SSG. Now FaZe trying to not only capture back-to-back caps in less than 2 minutes, but you also got to stop SSG from potentially getting one of their own. A snipe out of Legend. That'll get the attention of the opposition. 3 down go FaZe, and mind you, there's a flag still being run. Don't forget about that. This tournament's about to end right here, right?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Ouch. Oh man, I don't think there was anything they could have done either anyway, but that's just it's a little slap in the face from Eco. But crazy. Absolutely beautiful by SSG. I did not expect them to come through with a massive 3-0 with just dominating games, and then in the grand finals reset after losing that first game 4-0, they just come through again with another 3-1. I mean, that's just beautiful out of SSG, showcasing endurance, showcasing that, you know, how bad they wanted this. This is a great way to kind of, you know, like we talked about before, get that, that's such a beautiful sight by Stellar, but get that practice online in a tournament environment and utilize that to give yourself an edge coming to Atlanta.
Double kill.
I'm telling y'all right now, for all of y'all that were being disrespectful,
No, I know what you're gonna say.
Within my
You're
YouTube
gonna say
comments,
Hawk
I saw
too.
that because no, I'm not even. I swear, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
you
being
are.
serious. They were being disrespectful in the YouTube comment. You know, I do my little HS report stuff talking about that SSG was slipping. I saw some stuff in the chat today. I kept hearing about some stuff about y'all thinking SSG were slipping. You better take a good look in the mirror now. Let me tell you, Birdmaker's already writing a 3-paragraph essay to come up with some excuse about that. I promise you, he's already working right now. Because if you thought SSG still weren't a top team in the league, you look stupid now. You damn near look stupid. The way that they sped run through that lower bracket, through the grand finals, get themselves a sweep, get themselves a bracket reset, and come out with the tournament, that is a statement being said. If you are mentioning the top 3, if you are mentioning teams that can win tournaments, that includes LAN, online, doesn't matter, and you don't put SSG within that conversation, you will look like a damn fool.
I agree. I agree that SSG should always be in the conversation at all times. I think that I'm excited to see them like this. Obviously, we always talk about it being online. You can't take anything away from them. It doesn't online on LAN. These games are always going to be a pleasure to watch. There's always going to be high level games, a lot of mental battles going on in terms of the playmaking ability of both sides, and just a pleasure to be able to watch SSG go through the lower bracket, grind all the way through, reset, and then come out strong in the grand finals reset. Just a beautiful job. I can't wait to see what they can do at Atlanta.
It's kind of bittersweet with these moments like this. Like, we got the chance to cast and we had a good time, some laughs, some, everything was good. It really was. It's over though.
Yeah.
And now we go back to living our normal lives.
Only
you
2
go
days
back to having the. Oh yeah, true that. Okay,
what were you gonna say? What were you gonna say? I go back to what? You gonna say I go back to what? What were you gonna say? Just say it.
Nah.
Back to having a big head, Tony. Go ahead.
I was not gonna say back to having the largest head in the industry. I would have never said anything like that. I know. I said I wouldn't. I said I wouldn't. I am a fan. You have a very small head. It's small. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your road to Atlanta, and man, was it fun, and just an appetizer for the main course, which is gonna be that qualifier. I hope you enjoyed it. We had FaZe, SSG, and Optic back, and plenty of others, a little bit of Rebellion, a little bit of Sentinels, and plenty of others that are trying to make it within pool play and beyond going into Atlanta. Tim, anything you want to say to the beautiful people at home and Verbmaker?
Nothing to say to Verbmaker. I'm sure he's upset, and it's okay to have a team that you love. But at the end of the day, just a little bit of the same. A shout out to LVT for allowing me to do this, and of course, a shout out to you. Pleasure to cast with you as always. A shout out to the big three. The big four for getting in this event, right? I mean, I love that. You play in the online events, even though maybe you don't even need to, you still do it. You get that practice in, give us a beautiful show as Halo fans. And again, pleasure to watch. It was a blast this week.
It definitely was. Thank you guys so much for coming out, and thank you to the competitors as well, fans, LVT, for allowing us to do what we do. It was a damn blast, and I want to do plenty more of it. Why don't we send it over to Ali and Garrett to close it out? Have a good one, guys.
You know who believed in Space Station Gaming at the end? I did.
Oh, okay.
I said it was Space Station Gaming at the end, and did I remember you said FaZe
I was
phasing
end? Up. I was phasing up, and let me tell you what, I got a little bit of egg on my face. I'll take it. Space Station Gaming, that might be the best they've looked in a couple months, and I think the reports of their untimely demise are not true. That was a dominant Space Station today.
It really was. You guys can see it right here. They took FaZe into the grand finals reset and just took over, dominated in the open series number 3 today. So congrats to Space Station Gaming for being the week number 3 champions as we head on over this weekend for our qualifiers. And this is going to be the most important event of before Atlanta. This event, the qualifiers, is where we get to find out who gets the remaining spots in pool play. There's only 4 spots remaining, Tools.
This is the biggest tournament before Atlanta for sure, especially for teams within the top 8 and top 12. Our top 5 teams in North America, their spots are secured, but there are many pool play spots that still need to be determined, and those results on Saturday and Sunday are going to determine a lot of it. Key people to keep an eye out on, right? Complexity. Right now, they're not guaranteed a spot whatsoever. They have to get first or second place in the Atlanta qualifier in order to get to into either pool A or pool B. So for these guys, it's do or die this weekend. Otherwise, they're going to be finding themselves in the open bracket.
That would mean qualification for travel. Last chance for pro points, everybody, this Saturday. Complexity definitely need to get that first place or that second place. Other teams that are on the edge of qualifying, Cloud9, Pure, who is looking incredibly strong and dominating, and Native was looking pretty good today too. Incognito also, who defeated Cloud9 this weekend. So it's going to be an incredible weekend as we get to find out who will qualify for pool play and for travel coverage this weekend. Any last thoughts here as we move on to last thoughts of the day? Oh, you know what? Let's take a look at the bracket here. Look at this. Let's reminiscence our day today. FaZe Clan eliminated by Space Station Gaming here today, and what a road that they were undefeated until they just met Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be an easy FaZe tournament until they got to this moment where, I mean, hey, 6-1. in map count is absurd to even think about. If we're doing old school continuation tournaments, it still would have been FaZe on top. But all that aside, I felt like we saw the big three all have a moment, right? FaZe in the winners bracket, Optic with some of their elimination matches, Space Station able to make their big run at the end of this tournament. Remember when Optic beat them 3-0, right? It's like any team can win in the big three right now. Big question marks about Shopify Rebellion right now. They had a little bit of a rough tournament this time around, but hey, it's online, it's a one-off. I wouldn't be too concerned about it. I'd like to see Rebellion back. Pure has been playing so well. I mean, look, they won a 3-2 against Rebellion. They had a big run throughout the lower bracket. Unfortunately, they met the Reminds at Space Station, but that 3-0, don't let that deceive you. It was a very close series between those two. I think the stock on Pure is high right now.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going incredibly fired up and ready for this weekend here. Pure versus Space Station Gaming. It was definitely a close matchup. Look at that Recharge Slayer, 50-49, just 1 kill away. And I believe isn't this the death in that A spawn in Recharge?
Yeah, Cherish just stuck inside of A. Nothing that he could do. It was a fantastic push by Space Station, but man, if a spawn was just a little bit different, we could have seen that be completely different for Pure. And remember, both the King of the Hill was also within 1 as well, and it's just such a close series for it to be a 3-0.
It really was. It was impressive seeing Pure really take on Space Station Gaming, our champions of the day. So congrats to Space Station Gaming. And guys, don't forget, everybody, don't forget, join us this Saturday for our coverage of the HCS Open qualifiers, where we'll get to find out who the 4 teams will be that take the remaining pool play spots for the Atlanta LAN, which is crazy enough a month away, exactly, I believe, a month away from now. Time is moving fast. There's more Halo to come this weekend. And yeah, any last thoughts here, Tools, before we close it out?
No, just it's a lot of there's a lot of support that comes in from everyone in the scene for what we do. There's a lot of people that work on the show today, right? So like you see all the talent that comes on, but there's a lot of people behind the scenes as well, like our observers that are here today, Callus, Furzilla, Nighty Night, all putting in their work. Our editor, All in One, always does a great job over there. You know, Louis V Titan's always behind pushing the buttons, making sure that everything works perfectly in order. And then all the talent that's on the show and all the other support that we get throughout the week of people that, you know, help here and there. It's a big team that makes everything possible, and we like to make sure that everyone is getting the support that we can get from the chat. That all goes back to people that work on the show. So if you want to help make sure that things like this continue on, like what simple ways to do it: subscribing to our channel, watching every show you possibly can. If you're over on the YouTube, just getting us closer to that 10K mark on the subscriber page. Like, guys, it's been incredible, the support that we've been getting from you guys. We want to keep doing this for as long as we can, and so far with the support that we've been getting from y'all, it's been possible, which has been really cool.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason LVT gets to go to LAN and cover in person. So thanks to everybody who has supported LVT Halo so far, and to all the subbies, we see you. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming on here today and spending some time with us while we enjoy some competitive Halo. From my end, thank you so much for having me here, Tools. It's awesome always working with you as our co-host. Cannot wait to see everybody here back on Saturday for Halo HCS qualifiers. Can't wait to see who's going to take the last 4 spots. And with that, thank you so much, everybody. Go ahead and get cozy, because there's some highlights to reminiscence on what happened today. See you guys in the next one.
The ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Triple kill.
Triple kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Reversal. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Reversal. Double kill.